Chapter 161. Remnants of the Dark Magic Association. 2. Deep, dark, and large. It was the first impression the magicians felt when entering the cave. As it was her first time seeing earth magic, Enya looked around with curiosity. They made it pretty big. Those pathetic criminals. What if there aren't only 50 but 500 of them? Maybe they wanted to make a fortress. Each of the novices made comments of astonishment. Meanwhile, Jean was thinking about something else. This isn't something 53 4-stars can create. Because of its usefulness, earth magic was often used in all kinds of construction, and cave creation was the most representative usage. Whether it was a cave to escape the rain during a trip or a research cave created by lots of time and effort, it was a very common phenomenon. However, a cave of this size was on a different level. Compared to a small cave, these larger projects needed to have meticulous support in the ceiling so that the cave wouldn't collapse. The entrance is larger than the central hall of the castle in Hosen. Though it's an easy job for about a dozen low-level magicians to do, Jean squinted and examined the ceiling and walls. The supports are excessively perfect. It has to be a work of one person. The entrance was well-paved concrete. If it isn't someone who mastered the art of earth magic, it would be impossible. Jean stared at Auden Melson's back. He wanted to see how the lead magician would react. I don't know about the novices and the co-leader, but if Auden Melson was really a 7-star, he would be terrified. If he were to order further advancement into the cave, Auden either had to be a Dark Magic Association spy or was intentionally putting the novices in danger. Soon after, Auden twirled his wand and cast a short spell, Seismic Sense. The spell Jean had used to track down Mesa and the Kinzalo soldiers in his first mission. At the time, he multicast Wind Pursuit to improve its effectiveness, but Auden was not a multicaster. Rumble, the Seismic Sense magic crawled across the surfaces of the cave. Seeing that Seismic Sense was extending out, it might be a tunnel instead. At least 500 meters at that. What should we do, Sir Auden? The co-leader questioned him. The novices will advance forward with their wands, ready for a force field at all times. You will wait here with groups 4 and 5 and regroup quickly when Arch comes. Yes, sir. Don't fool around for long. This is only in case he might get lost. He delegated groups 1, 2, and 3 along with Arch as diversions, and he forced groups 4 and 5 with a 6-star magician out of the main group. The group of 30 suddenly became 15 novices and Auden. Now I'm certain. He's either a spy, or he's sabotaging the plan on purpose. It was more likely that he was the former. Splitting up the group was probably to allow the Dark Magic Association to take each group down one by one. And a strict vegan ate some meat? He also had to consider that the leader was not the real Auden Melson. Jean then recalled Bouvard Gaston. He had information about Bouvard and was attacked by the Zipfel's most savageous headhunters transformed as guardian knights. So, he also considered the transformation crimes. I'll just keep watching. He suspected that he was a spy. However, he didn't really want to intervene. None of the Academy novices and their companions or the innocent citizens look as important to Jean. Given that the Vermont imperial family was also closer to the Zipfels than the Runcandles, any novice was a potential threat to Jean. And above all, even if Auden revealed himself and a fight broke out, Jean just needed to win and escape with Enya. Since 50 dark magic peons and Auden is enough for me. They walked for a while. The cave was only filled with the winds that traveled throughout. From inside the cave, nothing special happened. Ha! One of the novices in the front let out a sound and stopped walking. Their body collapsed like a sand castle, and a puddle of blood emerged. Even when they saw the orc that shot the arrow that pierced the novice's chest, the other novices couldn't detect the severity of the situation. And so it begins. An ambuawish. Just noticing the orcs. One novice frantically screamed. Some rushed over to other novices and began to heal while others cast a force field. The others lifted their wands and examined the surroundings. As for Auden, he gathered mana at the tip of his wand and pierced the novice who first screamed, "Urk! Kuhuk!" and induced an overflow reaction. Whoever Aughton was, he was definitely a magician with 7-star mana. Sir Aughton? Why are you doing this? The novices near him stepped back. They couldn't believe their eyes as they saw Aughton's expressionless face. Sir Aughton, Tish, there are orcs, dozens of them. From the darkness behind Aughton, orcs emerged. Behind the army, a group of humans in dark robes made themselves known. The remnants of the Dark Magic Association. There were about 50 of them, just as the 7-colored peacock had reported. Well done for making it all the way here, Aughton announced to the injured novices, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Sir Aughton, what is this? Were you a spy for the Dark Magic Association? Unfortunately so. Frontline hurting? Ha ha ha. How are you not embarrassed? You bastard. You will now become the Dark Magic Association's test subjects. The novices only thought of the horrible death that lay ahead. Their opponents were 50 dark magicians, 20 orcs, and a 7-star magician. There were only 15 novices remaining in the cave. With 2 going down from an arrow and mana overflow, 15 easily became 13. Ah, shit. The novices dropped their belongings and began to flee. The only ones not fleeing were Jean and Enya. The orcs didn't shoot arrows at the ones running away, knowing that it was futile. Yeah. He loves hunting game that runs. Run as much as you want since you can't even be used as test subjects. The path that they came from was empty, without any obstruction. However, outside the cave, there would soon be monsters that would enjoy their playtime with 2 6-star magicians and a herd of novices. I didn't expect it to progress like this. Aughton, that bastard. It seems that he's definitely someone that Bouvard transformed. Jean sighed. He could feel Enya shuddering behind him. However, she wasn't only quivering in fear, but also releasing her mana to fight whenever the time came. A big difference from the other novices who wandered hopelessly. Mora, Oren, and Chip only looked at Jean. They knew that he was in the special forces of magic, so they believed there was a way out. Yet in reality, even a special forces of magic agent couldn't face all of them. It was better that Jean was not what he told them. Brother, what do we do? The novices are all going to die. Don't worry, everything's fine. Why are you worried about the ones who bullied you? Because they all weren't like that. Most of them were, though. 1 or 2 of them would be good people, right? From now on, stick right next to me. Don't even get a stride further. No one could hear their conversation. Jean fixed Enya's hood and smiled. Jean kept his face hidden with his hood. There were more enemies than expected, but it was still fine. The magician who made this cave. As long as I play with precaution, this will be an easy job. I don't think it's Aughton, so it must be one of them. The culprit had to be one of the 50 Dark Magic Association magicians, since they all wore identical robes, confirming it was near impossible. However, he would find out soon. Jean already knew one spell that would deal with all of them. Do you think you will survive this way? Aughton. A pretentious statement. Now it's my turn. If you surrender, then I will offer some mercy. However, resistors will face the most horrifying punishment known to man. The novices exchanged glances with each other, then looked at the enemy. Some escapees were not visible at all as the remaining novices turned to follow the followers who already escaped. Just as he said, it won't be a good idea to escape, novices. I can't guarantee the lives of the ones who already fled. We came in too deep, and it also seems something is waiting outside. Jean stepped forward. All eyes were on him. Oh ho, a follower who didn't flee. Have you gone crazy? How dare a mere follower call me? Clack! Jean swung his wand to the ground. The spell he prepared drew a magic circle on the ground, and mana flowed out of the rune characters drawn on Jin's back. Huhong. Kaang. Kithiayang. Pale white mana filled the cave ceiling before morphing into a sphere. The novices looked at it for only a moment, and they immediately had foam in their mouths. The same could have been said for the dark magicians. However, compared to the novices, the dark magicians had blood leaking out of every hole of their body as their bodies convulsed. It was because Jean concentrated the spell toward them, and Auden, who temporarily lost focus due to the unexpected. Grand spell. Could only speak with a quivering voice. This must be Kiddard Halls? Heavenly Defiance. The ultimate spell of overload magic. To Jean, the moment he learned that spell marked the day when any fight between magicians was no longer about numbers. Chapter 162. Remnants of the Dark Magic Association, 3. As if a whirlpool swallowing water, the mana sphere endlessly sucked the mana out of the novices and dark magicians. Dozens of mana strands flew and spiraled into the whirlpool, brightening the dark cave. King, Keithying. The shrill noise from the heavenly defiance was amplified by the cave walls. From the absolute calamity in the cave, only 4 magicians remained. The culprit of the heavenly defiance and Enya sticking right next to him, fake Auden, who just got a trail of blood between his lips, and another dark magician who was quivering from the initial attack. It's mine, the one who created this cave. Compared to Auden, the magician was barely standing. Muttering some words, a mana barrier formed around him, and it looked like the magician was using all of his strength to suppress the overflowing mana. About an 8-star. If overload magic didn't exist, or if heavenly defiance didn't exist, Jean would never be able to induce an overflow reaction from him. Based on pure mana, the enemy would be 1 step higher. Austin cast a barrier. The orcs will wake up soon. Multicasting while retaining the heavenly defiance was still impossible for Jean. Oh yes sir. Because it was her first real fight, Enya was very inexperienced. She didn't know what to do for about 10 seconds after Jean cast the spell. However, he didn't feel that she was dumb. She's still pretty incredible. It's her first time, and I never told her what would happen. But she's still in her right mind. As an average 16-year-old magician and a student, she would have been stuck in despair. However, Jean liked that Enya cast the barrier with composure. Now go for that one with a spell you're most confident in. Not at Auden, but the black-robed one? Jean nodded, and a drop of sweat flew off. Drip. Only 9-star magicians should be able to cast Heavenly Defiance. Since Jean was only a 7-star, he couldn't cast it to its full potential, nor could he continue to cast it. Kuherg. Losing against the overflow reaction, fake Auden ultimately fell to the floor, throwing up blood. However, the 8-star seemed to have regained some of his health and stability, beginning to breathe normally. She. From Enya's hand, a barrage of sharp wind whooshed out. A harsh echo ensued, but it wasn't enough to pierce the barrier. The wind shard shattered after contacting the barrier, and the orcs turned their heads towards the attacker. Stand and shoot your arrows. Thankfully, they also faced the early stages of overflow. They couldn't attempt an attack equivalent to that of an 8-star magician. But if Heavenly Defiance recedes, they'll begin to fire their magic at will. If possible, he had to finish the job without using excessive mana. If what Auden said was right, the other enemies would find them immediately. Ka-ak! The orcs scurried here and there, picked up their bows and pulled its string. About half of the 20 failed to pull the string back, and about 4 or 5 successfully fired the bow. The arrows hit Enya's barrier and made loud, hollow sounds. Brother, what should we do? If I use Lord Ulta's power, I might be able to deal with some orcs. However, breaking the 8-star magician's force field by myself, save that power, and just block a few more arrows. All right. A strange smile stretched across the 8-star magician's face. He felt that the heavenly defiance above was getting weaker. He probably noticed that Jin's mana was rapidly decreasing. As such, the 8-star could only think that time was on his side. That kid probably thinks that I'm out of mana. It was true that Jean would face overflow effects if he didn't deactivate the spell. I guess I took a hit. Did Kiddard have a hidden apprentice or something? The 8-star shouted at Jean. Thanks to the mana whirlpool getting smaller, he regained enough strength. You're going to die soon, so why do you need to know? Nonsense. You would have taken a hit from losing focus, but since I already identified that you are only a 7-star, I am Raltjo. I'm sure you've heard of me? Raltjo, the younger brother of Andre Zipfel's arch-nemesis. Cold Joe piqued his interest. I've heard that Cole Joe had an underachieving younger brother who was talented in earth magic. I would have never known his name was Ralt Joe. I'll tell you straightforwardly. Join the Dark Magic Association, apprentice of Kiddard Hall. What if I decline? The moment your mana depletes, I'll end your life. Isn't it obvious? You had no chance of victory the moment you didn't finish me off with that spell. Jean didn't reply, so Ralt ordered the orcs to lower their weapons. I am showing mercy because your master, Kiddard Hall, had good relations with us. There isn't much time left before your heavenly defiance dies out. Your mana is almost all gone. What will you do? According to you, I don't have a choice, don't I? If I don't join, I only have death. That is why I said I'm showing mercy. Jean sighed and then flicked his eyes to Ralt. Ralt Joe, what line of the Dark Magic Association are you? Are you asking for your friend? I'll say that it is within my 10 fingers. Even if Kiddard Hall wasn't our good friend, we would still appreciate your talent and ability. As soon as you join, we will immediately promote you to a higher position. Within 10 fingers? Jin's eyes narrowed. So you're telling me that the association has at least 9 others as strong as you? I thought you guys were garbage that used your old name to scare others. But the offer is still compelling. Jean spoke as if he wasn't shocked, but he hid his true emotions. If Ralt's words were true, the association would not only be considered the remnants of course, we will accept you after fixing your disrespectful attitude. Well, you achieved a lot at such a young age, so I do understand your ego in the skies. But don't you want to know why I came here in the first place? As a follower of Academy magicians, on top of that. We'll find out soon enough during the conversion process. Well, alright. You must be itching to try out your overload spells. I'm sure Kiddard would have told you that the world will be below your feet as he transferred the Tome of Overload. Jean smiled and nodded. Alright, I will join the Dark Magic Association. However, I have one request. One request. Try to take me down. I can't go under someone weaker than me. Right? Puhaha. You are something. You still have enough energy to flaunt your prowess? I can see why Kiddard took you in. I think you were stuck in a delusion, but I am not Kiddard's apprentice. It seems that you haven't learned my name yet. The Tome of Overload was my prize for killing him. What? Whoosh! The heavenly defiance shrunk to the size of a head, and the mana spiral turned black. The whirlpool spun again, bathing the surroundings in darkness. The spiritual energy strengthened the power of the heavenly defiance. Spiritual energy of the same amount had the same strength as aura or mana that was 2 levels above. Since it was 5-star spiritual energy, it was no different than 7-star mana. You hup! Gak! Ralt reactively covered his mouth and threw up blood. It had only been a minute since he suffered from the early stages of overflow from his mana spell. Before, he used his strength as an 8-star and managed to prevent the worst reaction. However, this time was different. He was certain that Jean was out of mana, and he suffered from the aftershock of overflow. He had to resist another attack. Yet that was impossible even for someone like Ralt. Shit! One name appeared in Ralt's head. The name written on Kiddard's lab wall. Jean Grey? No way. And that dark power. Spiritual energy. The dark, omnipotent power that all magicians desired. Hopelessness shone in Ralt's eyes. So he's Soderet's contractor that Kinselo was searching for. Not just heavenly defiance, but also spiritual energy. There was no time to calm his frantic mind. The orcs stumbled backwards, in fear, and Ralt realized his unrecoverable mistake. You said that I lowered my guard, but you were the one who did. Kurg, Arg, Shing. Jean unsheathed Bradamant, and from its pale white blade, aura flickered. Why, you bastard! PSSSSHT. Glug glug glug. The overflow took over. Checking that Ralt leaked blood from every hole on his face, Jean stopped his magic before walking towards him. Kiddard Hall showed similar reactions. I want to let you live and ask you a lot of things. The size of the Dark Magic Association, your main base, and your objectives? Kerark, Kurg. but I can just use fake Autumn who is soundly fainted. Above all, I might have a little fight with the one who enjoys hunting game. Slash. Thunk. Jean lightly swung Bradamanti and beheaded him. The orcs immediately began to run away. I'll take care of that. Enya swung her wand in the air and shot icicles. A herd of orcs was usually not suitable for a 4-star magician, but it was easier since they were running away. The orcs that were hit with an icicle fainted near the group of fainted magicians. Good job, Austin. Thank you, brother. But now you have to do one more thing. I think some big guy came into the cave. Boom, boom, boom. They had just finished their fight with Ralt. Yet from the path they came from, far away, heavy footsteps came towards them. A humanoid silhouette emerged, and this time, Jean couldn't hide his anxiety for the next opponent. The one who returned from playing with the remaining magicians that fake Autumn separated. A White Wolf Tribesman? Chapter 163. Remnants of the Dark Magic Association. 4. Towering at 3 meters while looking muscular and nimble at the same time, covered in white fur, and has wolf-like eyes, just like their name. Rather large for a White Wolf Tribesman. Blood stains were painted across the hammer slung behind his back. Evidence that he slaughtered the magicians outside the cave. I can see why the fake Autumn said they enjoy lively hunting game. Being the most notorious fighting tribe amongst the beastmen, the White Wolf tribe treated humans like food or toys when faced with a significant opponent. Whoa! What the hell happened here? Shit went down. The White Wolf tribesman looked around and clicked his tongue. Seeing the dark magicians on the floor, he looked very conflicted. The giant was surprised, but not scared, even after seeing close to 50 of his underlings dead or unconscious. Man, I wondered whose head that was, but it was Ralt's. Kiki, unbelievable. Let's see, I guess the betrayal didn't work out. As soon as he appeared, Enya pointed her wand with a stone-cold face. She no longer wanted to shudder in fear, determination fully evident on her face. You're going to learn a lot from this experience, Enya. If they could resolve the situation and safely return to Tychon, that is. The Beastman pointed at the two with exaggerated movement, as if he were in a play. You two kids, this is your doing? It must be 'cause I'm never wrong. You induced mana overflow to all of them? Ralt said that there was a human magician who was crazy for overload spells. Everyone knew that a magician going through mana overflow threw up blood and fainted. The finger pointed at Jean and Enya had the girth of a steel bar. Instead of answering, Jean met eyes with him. Ha! Well then, you're a little kid magician, and you dare look at me like that? It's all right to be a little scared. Jean had immediately concealed his sword after beheading Ralt, causing the Beastman to think that he was a magician. There was nothing good about telling the enemy that he was a magic swordsman. Thanks to his decision, the Beastman thought he and Enya were magicians. It won't be too late to determine that after I hear your name. Jean spoke, and the Beastman shuddered. Then he clapped loudly before howling. Amazing! On a different level than the ones outside. I like you a lot. My name is Goltep Hafalep. It feels awkward telling you my name when our battle will end very quickly. Haha. After hearing the name, Jean internally sighed in relief. I thought he was Tuzard Raker or Buteau Wens because of his large body, but thank goodness. Tuzard Raker and Buteau Wens were famous warriors of the White Wolf tribe for their massive bodies. In human terms, they were 9 stars and were still a hard fight for Jean. Either way, he had never heard of Goltep's name. It was highly likely that his opponent was not some talented warrior. Despite it not being Tuzard or Buteau, Jean couldn't just relax since all White Wolf tribespeople were born and raised for combat. Goltep Hafalep, you say? First time hearing it. I'm Jean Grey. This is Austin Grey. Well, don't you think you should be a little scared? We too wiped out your entire team. What do you mean, team? Other than Ralt, they were all just heads of meat to fill the numbers. Don't be proud of killing some of the peons. The White Wolf tribe was specifically covered in magic textbooks. It mentioned that they were difficult to injure with spells that were 6-star and below, and their fur had magic reflective properties. Hence, Jean and Enya didn't scare Goltep despite being in his very talented magicians list. Goltep also assumed that the two acted fine but had depleted mana. Since Ralt, Fake Autumn, and over 50 other peons either suffered from overflow or were dead, Goltep could only make the conclusion. Well, since Ralt is dead, it'll be a little problematic if I just return. Goltep grasped his forehead, then clapped his hands. All right, I will make a deal. Your ability has been proven since you killed Ralt and the other meatball. How about this? Instead of being minced by my hammer, you will join the Kinzalo group. Jin's eyes widened. Kinzalo? Isn't this the Dark Magic Association's cave? Oh, that's Kinzalo's, what do you call that again? A branch of some sort. Only knights and warriors are part of Kinzalo. So the magicians are part of the Dark Magic Association. He heard something interesting. Ever since the seven-colored peacock identified Vishical and Bouvard as affiliates of the Kinzalo group, the organization became Jin's next target of interest. Now that I think about it, on my first mission during my cadet days, Quasito Truca also seemed to be affiliated with Kinzalo. And the Dark Magic Association at that. The Kinzalo group and the White Wolf tribe, what was their relationship? Along with the assumption that the entirety of the White Wolf tribe might be a part of the Kinzalo group, Jin felt that the organization was a bigger and more threatening force than he had initially thought. Because there were at least 9 more magicians over 8-star in the Dark Magic Association. In other words, you are going to become a part of the Dark Magic Association under the Kinzalo group. You'll be perfect in Ralt's spot. I'll be seeing the leader soon too. Who's your leader? I'll tell you after you join. Work with us. I think you guys have more worth than the trash over there. Especially you. The Beastman pointed at Jean. I just know you're made of good stuff. Dead Ralt over there said the same thing. I basically got invited twice. It seems Kinzalo is running low on people. I think you guys are picking people too carelessly and are giving out leadership positions like spraying water. There's always not enough people to fuck with the world. And you said this was the second time? There usually isn't a third chance. Your life is too young and too precious to lose yet. My mercy stops here. Goltep's smile disappeared, and he began to emit waves of energy. Within his body, as soon his aura began to engulf his body, the cave's air got heavier. Enya glared at the Beastman, and Jean raised his wand. Do you want to know what I answered when Ralt invited me to become his underling? Speak. I can't work under someone weaker than me. That applies to you as well. If you want me in the organization, take me down. If I lose, then I will take your deal seriously. Murderous intent grew in Goltep's eyes. His energy isn't anything normal. However, I don't feel any threat at all. Goltep drew his hammer. Thud. It was bigger than Luna's axe sword, Crantle. Even though the hammer only lightly hit the ground, the cave rumbled. Your skill doesn't match your intelligence. I see now. However, as I already said, there will not be a third chance. No more chivalry, only punishment. Whoom! As soon as Goltep jumped into the air, Enya flinched and raised her wand. She was startled from losing Goltep from her wand's trajectory. Even a 4-star warrior wouldn't have been able to detect the speed. A black silhouette flashed across the cave, instantly closing the gap. At minimum, a 6-star warrior would be able to barely react to such movement. Boom! The hammer fell onto Jin's barrier. From the strike, cracks traversed across it, and it broke to the second strike. For the third strike, Jin had to cast another barrier. Yu-woo! In the short moment that the first barrier broke, Enya shot wind shards. However, a 4-star wind spell wouldn't be effective against the Beastman's fur. On that note, Enya had the abilities and actions of a talented magician. Instead of the body, she went straight for the eye. However, hitting a fast-moving target with magic was not an easy feat, Goltep scoffed. He didn't even block the attack. Instead, he opened his mouth and ate the projectiles, which surprised Jean. As expected, the girl isn't much. Why don't you stop making the barrier and use that egotistical ass of yours, Jean? Gray. 2. Goltep spat, then licked his lips. The spell didn't even leave a scratch in his mouth. His saliva didn't have blood mixed with it. Huh! How'd he know I was a girl? Who are you trying to fool with that stupid disguise? Everyone. Which is why humans are pathetic. Anyway, move aside, side character. I want to see Jean Grey in action. Boom. Tum. Boom. The speed of the hammer made it look light. Blocking with a barrier would no longer be possible. I guess acting like a pure magician was futile. I wished Enya would at least pop an eyeball before the real battle began. Like Enya, Jean also went for the eye. However, noticing that it was basically impossible, he didn't need to waste any more mana. Moreover, as he examined Goltep's swings while in the barrier, he thought that playing defensive was no longer needed. Is it because I got stronger that he doesn't feel too threatening? Crash. The moment the fourth barrier broke, Jean threw his wand away and unsheathed Bradamanti. Quickly ducking under a swing, he thrusted Bradamanti forward. Thanks to his mind's eye, he could be certain that if he dodged the hammer, it still wouldn't hit Enya. Yuwa! Enya ducked, covered her head, and screamed. Goltep got slashed by Jean from the unexpected swordsmanship. Plop, plop. From his thigh, blood splattered everywhere, and Goltep trudged to make distance. Shit! You were a magic swordsman? Everyone falls for it. Whoom! Jean engulfed Bradamanti in aura. Goltep stopped momentarily. Then, forgetting the problem, he covered his hammer with aura once more. I thought the decapitation on Ralt was too clean, so you did it with a sword instead of magic. But nothing will change, Jean Grey. Oh, there is one thing. I won't kill you. I have to show the boss. Whip, ist. Jean twirled Bradamanti in his palm and took his stance. I want to advise you to not lower your guard. It's been some time since I fought a white wolf tribesman. It'll be sad if it ends bitterly. Chapter 164. Remnants of the Dark Magic Association. 5. Crumble. Every time Goltep's hammer fell to the floor, rocks exploded, and shards flew everywhere. Seeing the crater on the floor, Enya gulped, and Jean confidently dodged. It was leisurely for Jean, but a little too close for comfort for Enya. It was unavoidable, since her eyes weren't adjusted to the movement of a 7-star. Brother! Stay back, Austin! Enya shouted frantically, but Jean felt a shocking feeling through his spine. He could feel his entire body shuddering. Boom! Crash! Crack! The massive hammer restlessly slammed on the floor and minced it. Every time Goltep recoiled for another swing, there was a sound of wind. The hammer moved erratically. White wolf tribesmen held weapons before they even walked, and Goltep was a veteran who had over 300 battles worth of experience. From the left to the right, right to the left, then left to the right again. The trajectory scarily chased Jin's dodges. The hammer danced through the air, basically summarizing all of the experiences from past battles. There was flow amongst his movements as well. The swings were optimized to crush the opponent. Only high-achieving warriors wouldn't recognize the niche, and Jean was one of those high-achieving warriors. No wonder his body was shuddering. Since when was dodging the enemy's attacks so exasperating? The only thing that had been successfully crushed during the 30 seconds of rapid swinging was the floor. The scattering rocks didn't even skim Jean. How long will you evade like a rat? Goltep wasn't dumb enough to say those words. From his sparkling sapphire eyes, astonishment grew. Amazing! Stopping his swings, he looked into Jin's eyes. Goltep's breaths were the same as before he started swinging. Who are you? I have never heard of someone as young as you who rose to the main stage of warriors. Are you fooling people with your disguise? Think whatever you want. I can no longer classify you as just any hunting game. You are worthy of sacrificing to Javier's altar. The greatest warrior in Beastman history, the White Wolf Tribe's Javier. He was a figure of respect across other beastmen, but considered a god amongst the White Wolf Tribe. There were only two reasons someone would sacrifice another to the altar. Either the enemy was strong enough to fight for honor, or they were a run candle. Goltep thought of Jean as the former. I, Goltep Hafalep, will put the honor of the entire Hafalep tribe to fight you. As compensation, bet your soul to Javier. It seems the Kinzalo group allows free religion. Of course, is actually a great regime. It's a shame we won't work together. Wong. Goltep's hammer grew, an inconceivably bright light shining on his serious face. So it's for real now? Well, if your shoddy swings were all you had, that would have been pathetic. Another layer of aura engulfed Bradamanti. Jin's eyes sharpened. He took a deep breath, and Bradamanti made the first echo. The blade that remained stationary near Jin's face suddenly flew towards Goltep like an arrow. It was fast. Jin felt it, Goltep saw it. Flash. Following the trajectory of the sword, Jin's pupils quivered. Goltep raised his hammer. Clang. The sound wasn't that of a sharp weapon clashing against a dull weapon, but that of two dull weapons meeting. Goltep furrowed his eyebrows and prepared for the next strike. He could only hide his surprise. How? What kind of power is this? It had a 7-star aura, but it was impossible for it to be a fully developed boy's aura. However, the moment he blocked the attack, he felt like his hands were ripping apart from the impact. He overcame the weight gap and dominated close combat. After every strike, Goltep's image of Jin changed. It wasn't the power of a 7-star knight. There was only one explanation for such a mysterious power. A run candle. There would be no difference whether he knew about Jin's blessed bloodline or not. Jin didn't answer and continued to concentrate on his swings. One sword diverted the direction of the massive hammer, throwing sparks everywhere. A light-bodied human making a white wolf warrior stumble backwards, the great run candle that he dreamed of becoming since his past life. Jin had engaged in many battles since his regression, but there wasn't a day like this. Indeed, a run candle's fight had to be like this one-sided. Every swing should make the opponent stumble, eventually making them kneel in fear, making everyone in the vicinity quiver in fear just by holding my sword. That was what the run candles aimed for at the extreme. He felt like many messages hid within the shine of his blade. Kra-wea! Whoosh! Chhhhhk. Goltep stepped back and swung his hammer with all his might. He swung at full strength to force Jin to back off, fully knowing that he had less choices the closer the run candle boy got. His big weapon had immense destructive power, but it wasn't suitable for pushing away a close enemy. Do I dodge? Or do I deflect it? If he deflected it, he had to minimize the impact on his body. Even if he had the blessed body and 7-star aura, Goltep's full blow would still take a toll on his body. I'll take it. There was only one reason for ignoring the more efficient choice. He wanted to enjoy his run candle name a little longer. To show that he was part of the clan full of monsters, the monster that shone the brightest, no longer a banished failure. That he would never forget the miserable memories. He suppressed his emotions that wanted to scream to the world. Clying. The moment they clashed, he felt his body was floating from the impact. However, the impact from the blade traveled through his body, then just exited somewhere. Jin just backed off 2 steps. Instantly, there was a bitter taste in his mouth. Blood from his throat climbed up his esophagus and Jin repositioned himself. Goltep was also managing his hammer. He too spilled blood, and he looked flimsy with 2 broken fingers. If a run candle gave some skin, the opponent gave up bones. If a run candle fell into a little ditch, the enemy fell into a bottomless cliff. Seeing Jin charge again, Goltep would only feel the defeat. Getting him off, pushing him away, hitting or shouting. The boy would not let him gain any ground. He blamed his lifelong weapon for the first time. God damn it! Still, Goltep prepared his hammer. He was a warrior. He had pride and honor and was a warrior who knew how to accept defeat. As long as Javier's name was spoken, the battle wasn't over until someone died. As if his broken finger was nothing, he continued to move the hammer violently. However, he wouldn't last long. The moment Bradamanti deflected the hammer, the suddenly mustered aura would cause a small congestion effect within his body. Pant! Gasp! Jin and Goltep's heavy breaths filled the surroundings. The blood from their mouths evaporated at the heat of the aura between the 2 weapons. Clang! Cocklang! Ting! The scattering sparks and loud echoes made Goltep's desperate face look expressionless. His aura slowly extinguished, and Jean lowered his aura to adjust. There was no need to push it anymore. The victor was already determined. If I spare you, would you tell me information about Kinslow? He didn't know whether he would meet another Kinslow associate. There was Bouvard Gaston, but due to Kinslow's massive presence, approaching him would be difficult. Puhu, you don't know much about the White Wolf tribe's rules. Even if not in the Kinslow group, a snitch would only face death. And as long as we're in an honorary battle, there's no stopping Jean Runcandle. I know that. However, life can be more valuable than some rules, so I asked. There isn't a coward like that in the White Wolf tribe. Then I won't ask if you would like to become a snitch. To your people. You seem nice for a Runcandle. Clang. Goltep began to squeeze the last bits of aura. For each instantaneous moment, he could muster a little more than what he had left. The ability of warriors, gathering aura using the life force. Seeing the hammer burning with aura, Jean stepped back for the first time. Man, it was getting fun. But you're actually going for an efficient fight at the end. If he didn't fight him, burning away his life force was futile. If Jean dodged, then Goltep wouldn't have enough energy to even retaliate. Jean shook his head. No, as a knight, like you, I show my respect. I salute your final moments. He remembered his fight with Myron Zipfel. The moment he cut the Hell's Gate that the magician opened, and the place he went to when he lost consciousness, the barrier walling off an area. Cut. No one told him about it. Like the ancient magic swordsman of Runcandle, Jean murmured a spell. Cut. Cut that. Hush. From the body of the blade, darkness spread. The burning spiritual energy wrapped around Bradamanti and made a figure of a blade. Whoa, Goltep let out sounds of admiration. Spiritual energy, the power that the first patriarch used to put Javier into eternal sleep. Some White Wolf tribesmen considered it a curse. However, Goltep thought facing the same death as Javier was something glorious. Come forth, Jean Runcandle. Cut. Jean muttered a spell and charged forward. Goltep swung his hammer down. For a moment, both their faces glowed from the aura. Slash. Bradamanti's dark blade swallowed the light and cut the hammer. The hammer was perfectly split into two, falling to the left and right. From the gap between the two pieces, Jean was visible. Seeing Jean, Goltep flashed a grin. H. Half a beat later, Goltep's body split into two. Jean sheathed his sword and breathed deeply. Looking towards Goltep's direction, Jean bowed before walking towards Enya. A great battle, Goltep Hafalep. I will remember your name. Along with some words of sympathy. Chapter 165. Remnants of the Dark Magic Association. 6. Enya bowed 90 degrees. She was the sole witness of the historical fight involving Jean as a Runcandle. Despite intentionally creating an inefficient battle, in Enya's eyes, it was a one-sided victory. I am inspired, brother. Inspired? Well, you were probably surprised, Austin, since I started to beat the peon up. Jean pointed at the dead and unconscious magicians. When he cast the Heavenly Defiance, 40 of the 50 magicians died, and the other 10 fell unconscious with severe injuries. However, the unconscious ones were on the verge of death, excluding Fake Autumn. Without the assistance of healing magicians, the low-level magicians could not handle the effects of the Heavenly Defiance's overload. I was surprised. For many reasons. She tried to keep a straight face, but she was a 16-year-old girl who had never experienced real battle. She was not used to the mass death brought about by battles like Cirrus and Jean. It's your first time seeing so many dead people? Yeah, I feel a little sick. But I realized what kind of people I'm around and what I have to do in order to not become a burden to those people. Jean remembered what Quicantle told him. Jean Runcandle. Everyone here is your ally. That means that we will also offer a hand when you become a flag-bearer and join the battle for hegemony. It will be an all-out war. Do you mean Enya to be deadweight when that happens? If it's fine by you, I don't mind at all if you remain as a non-combative member. I believe that, at most, one person can stay comfortable. Jean moved between the magicians' corpses. One by one, he checked their pulse by either the throat or wrist. Those with a pulse, he exerted a little more mana to accelerate the overflow effects. To prevent any remaining magician from staying alive and reporting back to the Kinslow group, he had to confirm his kills. He made them look as if they suffered from mana overflow instead of finishing them off with a dagger in order to confuse the Vermont Imperial family when they send someone to investigate. As Jean checked each death, Enya clenched her teeth. I don't want to force you into this blood-flinging life. Obviously, it isn't a normal life. If you want, you can have a nice, warm, comfortable life. Confirming all of the deaths, Jean made a bitter smile. Enya shook her head. As you said, it's abnormal. Killing others. Most people would hate it. Anyone would choose an easy and comfortable life. She slowly approached Jean. Tearing up, she grabbed both of his hands. However, I don't want to make you and everyone else do all of that nasty work. I will stand and fight with you. She resolved to play her part as one of Jin's companions. That meant taking many lives in the future. Jean overtaking the Runcandle clan, waging war against the Zipfels, conquering Siren. How many people would they have to kill? Jean and his team faced a destiny they could not evade. Even remaining in the free city of Tychon would have been impossible without war and death. Many powers existed in the world, and those powers had their eyes on Tychon. Each passing day, the eyes on the city would only grow. For now, it was only Kashmir and the seven-colored peacock. However, if it became known that the Black Dragon, Silver Dragon, and a Runcandle magic swordsman resided there, Tychon would become the essence of a storm. It wouldn't be immediately, but I will play my part someday. I don't want to be some damsel in distress like today. So please, don't tell me to sit comfortably. Austin? Enya stepped back and looked at Jean with her teary eyes. Then, she placed her hand on her chest and bowed once more. I am Ulta's contractor, Enya. Someday, I will become your most trusted grand magician. Once she returned to Tychon, her days would never be the same. Jean stopped at Enya's formality, but then he returned the respect. My thanks. I too will strive to become someone you can always trust. They raised their heads, and an awkward silence passed. Couldn't be helped, since they just finished exchanging their solemn vows. And now each was at a loss of words. Ahem. So, do we just leave? Or is there more to do? We have to take fake Auden. I kept him alive on purpose. Since you have a lot to ask about the Dark Magic Association and Kinslow, I guess you have to torture him? Ahaha. I swore to play a role myself, but torture is a little... Jean smirked, then burst into laughter. Usually we'd make him open his mouth with torture if he doesn't speak up on his own. However, we don't need to do that. We have Lathri. The Dragon of Verity. Since Yuria can't do it herself yet, and though it won't be perfect, we'll be able to filter out some lies to some extent. With Lathri's resonance through Yuria, we can borrow some of the absolute eye from her. Historical figures sought A.Z. Mills' contractor not only to predict the future. The absolute eye could read the lies from anyone's expression. Those who weren't intensely trained to lie with immense mental focus would succumb to this ability. Well, if it doesn't work, we'll have to torture him. Jean curled up fake Auden's body and wrapped him in his robe. He wore the human ball on his back, looking as if he were carrying a sack of potatoes. However, it looked suspicious up close. At some point, fake Auden would wake up and begin to flail. It'll be tiresome to take this thing across the transfer gate security. Low-pitched groans echoed throughout the cave. The pitiful sounds were coming from the fallen novice magicians. As for them, they were all alive. Compared to the dark magicians, it was thanks to Jean directing the spell towards the other direction. They were possible enemies, but killing all of them on the spot would just escalate the situation. And as Enya mentioned, at least one of them would be a decent human being. One owner of such groans was Chip. Was his mana on the greater side? Or is his resolve just that incredible? Maybe the spell was weak on his side. Jean walked over, and Chip barely raised his head. SSP. Do I still look like I'm from the Special Forces? And if you think I am, you shouldn't mutter those words. You weren't. Special Forces. Chip shuddered. He knew that Jean wasn't part of the special forces as soon as the heavenly defiance was cast. Jin's spell satisfied all qualities of an overload spell that he learned at the academy. He didn't know it was the heavenly defiance, but he knew it was a special overload spell that not just anyone could cast. Now, Jean looked like a politically neutral grand magician to Chip. And if it weren't for this grand magician, everyone, including himself, would be dead. Who are you? And why did you? A groggy voice. He had just regained consciousness, but the overflow effects hadn't died down. He was still drowsy, as if he were drugged. Why did I save you? It was because my little brother wanted so. Be thankful, novice. Your little brother, Austin Gray. He met Enya's and Jin's eyes. He nodded without needing Jin's explanation. Rip. Enya took off her hood, ripped her fake mustache off, then unfurled her hair. She spat out the cotton in her mouth that gave her a defined chin, and she revealed her real face. Pascal Chip. Remember me? Enya? His eyes widened, enough to seem as if his eyes were about to roll out of their sockets. He just breathed harder, finding it hard to believe it was reality. Sorry. If you know you're sorry, why'd you do that? I'm sorry, I'm showy. With slurred speech, he repeated these words. Chip's eyes began to water. It was hard to tell if it was tears of sincerity or tears to get out of the situation. Either way, Enya was unfazed. During my days at the academy, your little gang teased and bullied me. But I saved your dying asses. I'm sore. I could have had my vengeance whenever I wanted, but I'm different from you guys. I took off my disguise to say that. Chip swallowed his wails, and Enya replied to these sounds. Do not evade my eyes even if you're shameful and scared, just as I acted when you bullied me. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But remember one thing, that Jean Grey and I saved you. One day we will return for you to repay the debt. Understood. Chip nodded, and this time Jean spoke. If an investigation begins afterwards, you can give away as much information as you want. If you want to see the fall of your clan, that is. It didn't matter if Chip kept his mouth shut or open. Preventing the Vermont Empire's investigation was impossible, since the novices outside the cave were massacred and the inner cave was devastated. They will cover up and sugarcoat it as much as possible to maintain the Academy's honor. On the other hand, the investigation team and special forces will be dispatched to figure something out. They will realize that the heavenly defiance occurred from the witnesses. I'll make the 7-colored peacock alter and manipulate some of the information. Jean slowly turned to Enya. Just a moment ago, she faced the past that stifled her since. Against all odds, Chip made an unexpected response. Someday, I will return the favor. He squeezed out those words with his remaining energy before falling unconscious once more. Jean and Enya looked at each other and shrugged. Whatever. Yeah. I thought he'd say something much worse. Jean went through Chip's pockets and found the badge with the Chip clan seal. If he showed the badge to Chip's horsemen and used them to bypass the gate guards, he would be able to dodge all of the annoying stuff. Now, let's go back and see what fake Auden has to say. Bovard Gaston. Perhaps Jean would hear something about him from fake Auden. That glutton was the only person who could fool the novices who knew the real Auden. Chapter 166. The Fragmenter of Chaos. Splash. A bucket of cold water drenched the sleeping fake Auden. Startled, Auden woke up and realized that he was tied to a chair. He shivered. Oof! In front of him, Elisa was filing her fingernails. The 7-colored peacock agent, who splashed Auden, quickly bowed and exited the room. As the agent closed the door, all light from the room was eliminated. Darkness filled the underground interrogation room, surrounding fake Auden and Elisa. When I face fellas like you, I remember a past that I don't want to recall. CHCH. The sound of fingernails being filed was abnormally loud. As the knife flickered the little amount of light that was left in the room, Elisa's expressionless face occasionally came into view. In exchange for opposing Yuria and Lathri's resonance, she volunteered herself to conduct the interrogation. She was worried that Lathri might make a mistake while using resonance and cause her daughter to witness the most horrid and treacherous events or villains. As of now, she was an able and bright leader of Tychon's Central Defense Force. However, her past was filled with time spent in the Vermont Special Forces 2nd Division, the division, mainly focused on protecting the Vermont imperial family. Protecting had more roles than just being a bodyguard. For example, finding out the subordinates of an assassin, or investigating those kinds of cases, and torturing if needed. Amongst the members of Jin's party, Elisa was most used to hearing screams. There probably weren't many people who were as used to screams of pain as she was. Shit, what is? Who? Stopping the file, Elisa lightly blew on her fingers. Let me write a letter. If you are doing this for ransom, then I will contact the main base. Who are you? I can't believe Kiddard Hall's apprentice attacked us. There must be some mistake. There was no mistake. The chair you are sitting in right now is your world as of now. Ha! You going to torture me or something? What do you want from me? Information about the Dark Magic Association. Everything you know. It seems that Kiddard Hall's apprentice doesn't know something, but there's nothing good about knowing more about us. Even Kiddard Hall managed a distant relationship with us. If the main base finds out about torturing, you are dying to find out what I can do with this nail file, aren't you? Hessam's serial killer, Matto Baker. How do you know my name? Fake Otten. Hessam's serial killer Matto Baker's eyes grew wide. During the 4 days he was unconscious from mana overflow, Elisa used the 7-colored peacock to uncover some information about him. They identified the time that the real Otten Melson, who was a vegetarian, disappeared and easily found out fake Otten's identity through the intervals when he was disguised. Since Matto was someone famous for enjoying murder, he was a pain in the ass for the Hessam kingdom that was small and weak. CHCH. Elisa began to file her fingernails once more. I'm the co-leader of the 2nd Division in the Vermont Special Forces. And the one who attacked you was not Kiddard Hall's apprentice, but the Vermont imperial family's 8th prince. What? Hard to believe? Same here. I couldn't believe that some rotten old man could transform into a high-standing academy alumnus. Now, let's have some trust for each other. Tish the 8th prince. No way. Wait. Then the one that killed Kiddard of Profusion. See, if you want to end your life comfortably, that's beyond the scope of the topic right now. Matto Baker began to scream even before Elisa started anything. He knew that there was no way for him to make it out of the room alive. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata *****. Elisa walked out of the underground interrogation room an hour later. Good work, Miss Elisa. Young Master Jean Enya. The two had been waiting in the first-floor guest room for her to return. Did you get anything out of him? Of course. He unraveled some shocking stories. The main base's location and list of affiliated magicians of the Dark Magic Association was only a fraction. We also got some information about the Transformer. The Transformer? Let us get into further detail upstairs, young master. In only an hour, she came back with just what he wanted. Jean genuinely marveled at her skill while Enya's face lost all color, imagining the horrors that occurred during the interrogation. Elisa saw her expression and smiled. Please do not think of anything too scary, Miss Enya. Interrogation is just an environment to elicit the information. The intel came in naturally when I mentioned young Master Jean being the 8th Prince of Vermont and myself being in the Special Forces 2nd Division. Impersonating my past organization for the sake of interrogation felt a little weird. Oh, I merely thought that you would be tired because of that man. Fufu, Matto Baker is scum that enjoys mass murder. Honestly, I felt a little bummed out when I went too easy. Looking at his past records in the Hessam Kingdom, he's done some horrendous things. She dealt with the problem very easily, without torture. Jean and Enya thought about whether that statement was the truth or not, yet they just shook their heads. If they had to choose the scariest person of them all within their group, they would choose Elisa without hesitation. Then what will happen to Matto now? That is none of your business, haha. You understood. They walked to Cashimir's office, where everyone had already gathered. All right, since everyone's here, let's sort things out. Young Master Jean brought such a valuable person back. The Dark Magic Association's main base is surprisingly in Oterium. Oterium? Oterium? Isn't that Vankella's old capital? Murakan and Quicantel responded simultaneously, and Elisa nodded. Correct. It is the old capital of Vankella, located in the southwest side of the eastern region. The war was about 500 years ago, so Miss Quicantel would have seen it herself. It was when Murakan was in his slumber. However, just as Elisa said, Quicantel exactly remembered the Vankella that was on the verge of anarchy. I wasn't there at the location, but I remember it clearly since I was around back then. About 500 years ago, the Holy Kingdom of Vankella was raided by monsters to recover their sacred item, known as Jito's Eye. At the time, the Runcandles and Zipfels cooperated to help the neutral kingdom Vankella and dispatched knights and magicians. One of the only wars where the two strongest powers cooperated, the victory of the defense of the Holy Kingdom went to Vankella, but there was no way of saving the devastated lands. As a result, Vankella moved most of its main city to a new location and rebuilt the kingdom from there. The old capital remained as an unsupervised area, becoming a breeding ground for the surviving monsters. Murakan yawned as Quicantel summarized this story. Jean had to conceal his perplexed feelings. Lyall Zipfel's inheritance, the Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre Final Forms Magic Tome, is there in Oterium? Why the hell? Are those bastards residing there? The Dark Magic Association most likely didn't claim that land unintentionally. They were eradicated in the past by Lyall Zipfel. At first, he planned to defeat some bad guys, but the more he learned, more unexpected problems kept spilling out. How long have they been in that location? About 50 years. Anyway, if it's as young Master Jean says, the Dark Magic Association is no longer just the remnants. As expected, Ralt Joe's brother, Cole Joe, is also affiliated with the group. There's more where he came from. Elisa continued to read off some names affiliated with the Dark Magic Association. Everyone in the room let out a sigh. 3 9-stars were identified. Vermont Academy's Great Elder, Hudrin Henserk. Lilistar's ruler, Susan Lilystar. Anza's Grand Magician, Chukan Tolder. The rest were beyond Matto's knowledge. Before I killed Ralt Joe, he said that within the Dark Magic Association, he fell into at most the top 10. I guess he was the 10th. What are they? If they're that strong, I guess Kinslow is even stronger. Jean, too, could only be surprised. He couldn't have imagined that so many powerful and important people gathered in an evil organization. Even in my past life, I hadn't heard about the Dark Magic Association and the Kinslow group growing that strong. I just found out, but I'm sure the main house and Zipfels already knew. They probably did. The organization was filled to the brim with all kinds of people, so there was no way the Runcandles, Zipfels, and Vermont Imperial family didn't bat an eye. Yet why? It was a problem to start uncovering, but one wrong move and there'd be too many people to deal with. The main house, Zipfels, and Vermont Imperial family probably have a reason to ignore this issue. Either they have something to recover from them or they know they shouldn't mess with the Dark Magic Association. All of the world powers. Remembering that the world powers didn't intervene with Kinslow's business, Jean grew more certain of the reasons. And there's some more shocking information. It seems that the Kinslow group has Bouvard Gaston the Transformer in their hands, and Matto Baker's transformation into Autumn Melson was his doing. Elisa unpacked the rest of the information, and Cashimir's eyes widened. It was the information that Jean had been waiting for. Wait, Bouvard Gaston. That's the name that came out when we investigated Vishical Ivliano's name. Although I am not sure, it is possible that Vishical is part of the Kinslow group. Once a week, he visits the Curano Dukedom, and he always goes to this one fragment workshop. The owner of the strangely titled fragment workshop, Artistic Explosion, is a man named Bouvard Gaston. According to what we found, Bouvard is an executive of the Kinslow group, and Vishical visits him every week, which raises suspicion. Kashmir looked astonished while recalling his old conversation with Jean. The dragons focused on the word transformation. How the hell does that human transform? And he can transform other people? Not just give them a disguise. That's something I'm hearing for the first time as well. Transformation is a blessing just between us dragons. Matto didn't know the method for his transformation either. He said he swallowed a sleeping pill, and when he woke up, Bouvard had already transformed him. I have met transformed assassins prior to Matto. When I left the Storm Castle, zipful pursuers transformed as guardian knights went for my head. When Jean mentioned his story, all eyes were on him. And I almost killed Bouvard at the banquet. I will go meet him, personally. Chapter 167, The Fragmenter of Chaos 2. Had Jin's group noticed the Transformer's existence back then, they would have looked for him and ordered a confession. How he transformed people and what he was trying to gain with such power. However, the situation was different. The Kinzalo group was dangerous beyond compare, and the infamous Transformer had to be an integral member of the organization. If anything happened to Bouvard, the organization would not let it slide. Thank God we found out. I was going to deal with Bouvard pretty soon. When Kashmir reported that Bouvard was an executive of Kinzalo, he was a little surprised. He didn't think that dealing with him would be that much of a problem. We almost made a fatal mistake. I was about to touch a wasp's nest. I'm going to have to thank the dark magicians sometime. Jean didn't really have a reason to seek Bouvard immediately. However, having a light encounter wouldn't be too bad, since he gained an ample amount of valuable information from the dark magician's hideout. The young master? I don't think capturing and dealing with him like Matto Baker is. No, Miss Elisa, I just want to disguise myself as a customer and enter his fragment workshop once. I don't think the Kinzalo Group and the Dark Magic Association have such high security. But how can we know for certain? What other information can be dropped? The Kinzalo Group and the Dark Magic Association gave Jean their information not because their security was poor. They just didn't know about Magic Swordsman Jean Runcandle. Seeing their plan to capture the Academy magicians, Jean knew that they had been doing this the entire time, even in his past life. I should take advantage of the situation presented before me. Once the world begins to divert their attention towards Magic Swordsman Jean Grey or Jean Runcandle becomes a little too famous, it'll be much harder to take action. At that point, gathering intel would be harder by tenfold. The moment that people find out about Jean Runcandle, they would also find out that Tychon was under his wing. If you say so. Seeing his face at least once isn't a bad idea. And Kinzalo doesn't know your face at all. Will you be going alone? Kashmir asked. Jean shook his head and responded with a smile. No, I got just the person to go with me. Oh, and Sir Kashmir, please make the seven-colored peacock gather some information about the relationship between Kinzalo and the White Wolf tribe. *****. Meanwhile, the Vermont Special Forces diverted all of their attention to investigating the novices at the Dark Magic Association eradication mission. Looking into the case were the leader of the 3rd Division Ratch and 3 of his subordinates, together with Special Forces of Magic 1st Division 3rd Lieutenant V and 5 of his subordinates. Did seriously no one remember their faces? Pascal Chip, you, Kinmora, and Maz Oral are the ones who brought them as followers. Does it even make sense that you don't know their faces? We really don't know, Lieutenant. We lost almost 20 magicians that would have protected the Empire, and 2 6-stars along with 1 7-star died. If you don't tell me at once, the Empire will be in great danger. V shouted at them, and the 3 novices clenched their eyes shut. The courageous one was Chip. But sir, we really don't know anything. It's probably because of the overflow, but I have no memory of the event. We told you everything we know. You little? And above all, if it weren't for them, not a single novice would have survived. Honestly, we want to find them to repay the debt. If that's right, Lieutenant. We only remember the names Jean and Austin Gray. If you find them, will you please tell us? Not just us 3, but I'm sure everyone else is of the same mind. As respected Academy novices, we should never forget our indebtedness. Ratch and V sighed. All of the novices were the same. They definitely knew something, but they all kept their mouths shut. Mora, Oral, and Chip said that they just wanted to return the favor. Nothing good would happen if the two agents found out that the novices got tricked by a pair of Special Forces impersonators. Plus, their fear of Jean was greater. As for the other novices, they had different reasons. Amongst those who experienced the heavenly defiance, they just thought that Kiddard of Profusion returned from the dead. To magicians, Kiddard's notoriety was nothing to be compared to. Although the novices haven't seen it for themselves, many of their parents experienced Kiddard's magic firsthand. And following their parents' footsteps, the novices gagged in the presence of overload spells. Regardless, it was either Kiddard's second coming or his apprentice killed the dark magicians. So they knew that the Special Forces had no reason to pursue him, compared to buying Kiddard's hate. Making the Special Forces a little more disappointed was better. The novices' parents thought that as well. In reality, the ones that the Special Forces should be pursuing should be the Dark Magic Association, not Kiddard. V spoke once the novices went away. Phew, the Emperor said to never torture the novices. This has got to be a joke. I don't understand why they're doing that. It must have been that much of a shock. Sir Ratch, what do you think? I'm sure of one thing. Jean Grey was Kiddard's apprentice, maybe even the man himself. If not, he would have never obtained the magic tome for the heavenly defiance from Vankella's eternal storage. I agree. When I first heard that Kiddard died, I just thought that he died to an assassin. However, from all the press all over the world, they said that the tome for the heavenly defiance was still in the eternal storage. In the case where Jean Grey is Kiddard himself, we can't forget about the assistance from the Transformer. For many reasons, he could have faked dying by Jean Grey's hand and changed identities. Ah, the mysterious Transformers that Groups 1 and 3 are pursuing. If so, then did Austin Grey kill the White Wolf tribesman? Ratch didn't answer and looked around the scene. Austin was smaller than Jean Grey and had an unfitting mustache. They also said that his voice sounded weird. Estimated age is mid-teens to early 20s. That was the evidence provided by everyone other than Chip, Mora, and Oral. Even though their parents would have told them to keep their mouth shut, not telling the Special Forces anything was still a little suffocating. Because of their late arrival, Goltep's corpse had already decomposed a little, but not his hammer. Ratch couldn't get his eyes off the weapon that was perfectly split into two. He could only think of one name: Dante Hyran. Small body, weird voice, and a boy who could split that hammer in half. From my knowledge, Dante is a strong suspect. I must go to the Hyran clan sometime. That night, Ratch took both halves of the hammer and sought the Hyran clan. Then he heard these words: I am not at a level where I can split it this cleanly. Looking at the cross-section, the person you're looking for has to be at least 8-star. Anyway, who was the one who killed the dark magicians? Jean Grey. Thanks to that, Dante had more to talk about with Baradin. They also got more to talk about with Jean on their next meetup. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata ***** October 30th, 1796. On the way to meet Bouvard in the Curano dukedom, Jean had to go through the Khan Kingdom's transfer gate. He then stopped by the bar where he drank with Baradin and Dante. He spent the day like that. At around lunch, he bought the ticket to transfer from the central region of the Khan Kingdom to the Curano dukedom. In the afternoon, the transfer gates were filled with traveling nobles and workers on business trips. With glasses on and without a sword, Jean had gloves to hide all his calluses. He looked like a businessman. Ladies and gentlemen, the transfer gate will open in 15 minutes. Until then, please remain in your seats. The stewards checked the passengers. Clop, clop. Jean heard the sound of shoes, ones that recently went trending in the Khan Kingdom. The owner of the footsteps stopped next to Jean and spoke. Can you move your bag? This is my seat. Jean looked up at a woman with gorgeous red hair and a suit, then awkwardly smiled. Ah yes, sorry. A little later, the transfer gates opened, and the passengers were swallowed with manna. As soon as he arrived, Jean sought and found the street with the fragment workshop. Bouvard's fragment workshop was not in the street where all the workshops were located. It was intentionally far away in the outskirts of the capital. Jean could buy suspicion, so there was nothing bad about being careful. He decidedly went from workshop to workshop and naturally asked each one about the most talented fragmenter, to which everyone brought up Bouvard's name. I don't know which clan he's from, but it seems he's searching for a genius fragmenter. I wanted him to fragment a bust of someone I truly respected. In a little corner on the west side of the city, you can find Bouvard Gaston's workshop. Try going there. If you think he's still lacking, then there's no one else in Curano who can satisfy you. I was actually looking for a famous fragmenter on the way. It's the first time I heard of such a name. Bouvard Gaston? Never heard his name in the Vermont art magazines. The most talented ones aren't always famous. If only Bouvard's personality was fine, he would have become the Emperor's sculptor. Maybe he would be scouted by Emperor Vermont. Is he that great? Between those who know, Bouvard is said to be a god of fragmenting. TSK, I don't understand why the gods gave such a horrible person such great talents. I'm so jealous, I could kill him. Ha. Calm down, sir. You wouldn't know, since you're not from here, but Curano's workshop street used to be twice as big. But after Bouvard appeared, many fragmenters saved his creations and stopped their work. Ha! The Bouvard Jean saw at the banquet didn't have that kind of image, but it seemed he was treated as the best of the best. What's the relationship between transformation magic and fragmenting? With that question in mind, Jean began to walk towards the fragment workshop. After a while, he arrived in a forest and spoke. Is it okay to reveal yourself now, Elder Sister Yona? Chapter 168. The Fragmenter of Chaos. 3. Rustle. Along with the sound of rustling leaves, a woman emerged from the shadows amongst the tree branches. Red hair and a suit, the woman who sat next to Jean at the transfer gate. The woman examined her surroundings, then hopped down from the tree. Oh, brother. Jean. A very excited voice. She had been following Jean ever since she found him at the Khan Kingdom. He had used his mind's eye in order to even detect her. He never had this planned in mind, but it was perfect. I was so tired of ignoring you on the train. Me too. How have you been, sister? Also, what is that disguise? I thought you dyed your hair with blood. At the transfer gate, that is. I heard from Owl that if I meet you again, then father will kill you. So I dyed my hair with my favorite color. Fixed my face with some makeup too. I don't know how those relate. Jean put his emotions aside and remembered one warning. He also warned me through you, to never even think of using Elder Sister Yona. Siren's warning that came, with the black light cuirass to not use Yona. However, Jean shut his eyes and wanted to use Yona's power. He wasn't killing Bouvard, just a light favor to eavesdrop. Even if father finds out, wouldn't he be fine with it? Well, it wasn't illegal if no one found out. And even if he did get caught, he could nullify the punishment by offering a majestic bust of Siren. What the hell am I thinking? If father was someone to glance over crimes, then our clan would have never become so great. I'll just not get caught. Never. Don't worry. Owl said he'll keep it a secret too. Also, I've had my senses heightened, and there wasn't anyone chasing us. Thank goodness. Though, I was also moving while keeping an eye out. So, why did you call for me? Half because I just wanted to see your face again, and the other half is to ask for a tiny favor. Anyway, take a look at this. What is it? Jean took out a mysterious vial containing a black liquid. He unscrewed the cap and downed the bottle. Thousand poison antidote. I'm using it well. I should show off the present you gave. Me, you know? Ahahaha. Jean, you're too funny. That's black moss poison. Really hard to get your hands on. Did your friends get it for you? Yes. I'll kill them. How could they give my brother such a thing? I asked them to get it for me. Be quiet. I don't like it at all. Yona's eyes became sharp, and Jean shook his hands frantically to calm her down. If she also found out that he was fed poison as soon as he woke up from his coma, Yona would actually kill them. Heh. Still, seeing that the antidote worked out well, it feels good. Reuniting with Yona after 2 months, she was still hard to read. However, Jean didn't hate her for that, and he didn't even feel any pity. Yona didn't like sympathy for whatever weird actions she did. So, what's the favor? From here on out, I'm going to meet a fragmenter named Bouvard Gaston. If you can, please eavesdrop on him. Whether he's just muttering to himself or conversing with another person. Simple, all right? Instead, when I'm done, you have to play with me. You're gonna have to watch him for days. If you're okay with it. The siblings chattered and walked through the forest together. As they walked for about 2 hours, they saw a sign that read, Artistic Explosion, Bouvard Gaston's Fragment Workshop. The workshop sat atop a shallow hill, dyeing itself in the sunset. Tons of fragments, big and small, laid in front of the workshop. The fascinating thing was, from each and every fragment, a strange aura could be felt, even from their distance. Shocking. Even for someone who's not an expert, I could feel it. Enough for other artists to feel hopeless. Getting closer and taking a gander, it was true. Anything fragmented to look alive looked as if it would move when touched, and every single inanimate object felt more dimensional than an original object. Yona glared at the fragments. Instead of falling into admiration, her eyes looked uncomfortable and angry. Sister, these fragments. Are you all right? Ah, yes. This is a little embarrassing. Someone like me made this. I just know. Excuse me? Someone like you. Is it something about her special powers? That thought shot through his head. But he didn't ask. Very interesting. Can you tell me now how you found this place? Jean thought for a second, then unloaded the information he earned from Maddo Baker. Yona was someone he could trust as much as he did Luna. So that's what happened. The transformer, this fragmenter, and you beat him up at the banquet. Not too sure just yet. I just came to see if I can uncover some things. First, I'll erase my footsteps. Even if you can't detect me, don't think I abandoned you. Right after she finished her sentence, she disappeared. No matter how much he opened his mind's eye, he couldn't detect Yona's position or her existence. So this is her full strength. It seems she hid between the fragments. Before that, her reaction was weird. Elder sister Yona and Bouvard being similar people? Clang, clang. He first shook the bell on the door. Curano's fragmenters often operated underground, so they couldn't hear customers knocking on the door. Thud, thud. Footsteps echoed after shaking the bell for some time. Bouvard lugged his heavy body up the stairs, as if he were pissed. The door swung open. What kind of runt? Failing to continue his words, Bouvard stared at Jean for some time. Bouvard Gaston. Long time no see. Eek. What do you think you're doing here? He grabbed a handful of salt from his pocket and threw it at Jean. To his standards, the ones seeking his workshop were dirty lowlife customers, which was why he always had salt prepared. And amongst the lowlife, Jean was the worst. Fwing. Fwhip. Jean quickly evaded the projectiles and didn't get hit by a single salt crystal. That's a bit harsh. I came as a customer today. Customer, my ass. I don't take customers like you. Oh, you're gonna be like that? I'm no different than your savior. Savior? Savior? If my siblings or a guardian knight heard what you did at the banquet, your limbs would have been ripped off. You would have never dreamt of crafting such beautiful fragments. Shut up and die. Crack. Bouvard's fist hit Jin's chin. Phew, stop it now. Even if I am a prospective successor, this is crack. Getting hit twice, Jean felt something snap. The strings of his patience were snapping apart. Yeah, maybe beating up this guy might not be too bad. No, but does he have no fear, or is he just stupid? The moment the third fist flew, thunk, Jean dunked his fist on top of Bouvard's head. Kook! The short battle was different from the battle at the banquet. Jean went through an amazing transformation while Bouvard remained as a pitiful 5-star. Bouvard lost balance and fell backwards, but Jean caught his wrist and kept him upright. Then, another person emerged from inside the workshop. Bouvard, what's the matter? Young master. Jean. Lord Vishical? He didn't expect Vishical to be at the artistic explosion that day. Young Master Jean, why are you here? Are you not in the middle of your provisional flag-bearer trials? About that, Lord Vishikal. This guy embarrassed me at the banquet and sought me again to cause a disruption. Aha! Please kill him. At that moment, Vishikal's eyes met the salt on the ground. He also glanced at Jin's slightly swollen chin and forehead. This disgusting fat ass. It's obvious what he did wrong. Swallowing those words, Vishikal took a deep breath. Please come inside, Bouvard. Apologize to him. Who are you telling me to kill? Why should I? You threw the first punch and incited violence. And you're telling him to apologize? You have anything to say for yourself? Vishikal scolded Bouvard, whose face wrinkled in a frown. Vishikal had been very stressed because of him recently. Irk. Still, I can't apologize. Yeah. Then I'll do it for you. I'm sorry I hit you, Bouvard. Jean conceded and pushed Bouvard into the workshop before shaking hands with Vishikal. So this calm and cold man is also in the Kinsalo group? Sir Kashmir told me that Bouvard was above Vishikal, but it doesn't seem like it. And Vishikal had no idea Yona was nearby. As much as Vishikal is an 8-star, he must have a more polished mind's eye. I'm sure elder sister Yona will adjust accordingly. Letting go of Jin's hand, Vishikal shrugged. I apologize, young Master Jean. No worries. I came knowing that this would happen. I should have been more patient. I apologize for causing you stress. No need. Anyway, what brings you here? I wanted to have a bust of my father created, and all of the fragmenters in the workshop street recommended this place. This was my last straw. I see. I do have a rough past with him, but it's still my father's bust. Seeing the fragments in the front, it seems I came to the right place. I couldn't hide my astonishment. From Bouvard's pieces. Vishikal's eyes narrowed. Young Master Jean. Yes. Everyone knows that Bouvard's fragment work is amazing. However, I don't understand your demeanor as the Runcandle clan's youngest child. Ah. Did I act disrespectful in any way? Correct. The young master I saw at the banquet wasn't someone who'd act upon such an extraneous situation. In fact, if you needed a bust of Lord Siren, anyone from this area would have been just fine. As if admitting defeat, Jean shook his head. You saw right through me. Indeed, there was an ulterior motive. The one I wanted to meet wasn't Bouvard, but you, Lord Vishikal. Jean glared at Vishikal with burning eyes. Chapter 169. The Fragmenter of Chaos? 4. It was a blatant lie, but it was Jin's only choice since he slipped up in front of Vishikal. Vishikal Ivliano. Just one mistake and he'll become a pain in the ass. I have to conjure something that he'll believe. Vishikal tilted his head, shook it and kept a sharp eye on Jean. To meet me instead of Bouvard? Yes. For what reason? Oh, that's why. Jean looked hungry for a fight as his expression looked inviting. Vishikal smiled in interest. Would you like to duel me as a provisional flag-bearer? Not a bad reaction. It's embarrassing to admit, but that's true. Since I can't personally go to the Ivliano clan with my current status as a provisional flag-bearer, I first sought Bouvard, someone who Lady Margila referred to as a friend. Vishikal flinched at the word friend. So you're basically saying that you tried to meet me through Bouvard. Vishikal didn't ask Jean as to how he found the workshop's location. There was no reason for the Runcandles to not investigate Bouvard, who dueled the banquet's host. Although, I wasn't lying about having a bust of my father created. If I knew that Bouvard was the most talented fragmenter of this city, I wouldn't have searched the streets this entire time. A silence passed. Jean didn't know if his lies worked on Vishikal, but he wasn't desperate to find out. Vishikal took out a cigarette. Scritch. He scraped a match on the box's match striker, and smoke fluttered into the air. Vishikal took a second puff when half of the cigarette was burnt as he organized his thoughts on Jin's unexpected appearance. That day, the duel was quite memorable. I also waited for the day to duel you. Thank you for the compliments. However, now is not the time. Why not? Even though a rose grows some thorns, I should never step on a growing flower. Young master, as someone older than you, Allow me to advise you. Excessive bloodlust is poisonous. Jin's pupils shook. Look at this guy. It was a lie-turn challenge, but he didn't need to be this patronizing. However, Jin shouldn't rebuke it. After becoming a provisional flag-bearer, I fought many enemies. But it seemed my opponents were always a bit lacking. I don't get the same rush that I got when I fought you. The feeling of using the mind's blade. Please don't embody your current achievements as your whole self, young master. Those achievements almost caused some horrible accidents on the duel that day. The level of provocation rose. Nonetheless, Jin knew that Vishikal wouldn't want to fight him anyway. He isn't someone to fall for these provocations, and he won't earn anything out of a battle. Vishikal was currently an 8-star. Jin was announced to be a 5-star at the banquet. A sizable skill gap existed between them. However, Vishikal knew that Jin's achievements weren't small after 1.5 years since the banquet. Though he didn't think that those achievements were relevant towards the outcome of the battle. Vishikal rubbed the ashes of the cigarette on the wall, then sighed. Please stop, young Master Jin. I don't want to get tired from such extraneous business. I came here on vacation. Don't you think it's a little disrespectful? I apologize for that. Whip. Vishikal created a palm-sized blade with his aura and cut Jin's bangs. Before the blade disappeared, before the hairs fell to the ground, he cut the falling strands once more. Realizing what happened half a beat later, Jin felt a cold sensation creeping up his back, and Bouvard thought Vishikal beheaded the run candle. I'm showing you in case you didn't understand. Do you think you'd stand a chance after failing to react to that? He was right, excluding the fact that Jin didn't react on purpose. I almost instinctively dodged it. Shoot, I would have dueled him for real then. Jin didn't want to duel either. The goading was all just to wash his body off from Vishikal's suspicion and catch his attention so that Yona could do her job. Bouvard smacked his lips after seeing that Jin was still alive. Why didn't you just cut this insolent bastard, Sir Vishikal? It would have felt great. Bouvard, are you out of your mind? What are you going to do when young Master Jin becomes a flag-bearer in the future? That kid will definitely die before he does. I can tell just from him fearlessly challenging you. He thinks he's on top of the world just because he's a run candle. Bouvard Gaston. Jin turned and stomped towards Bouvard. What? Why? How will you deal with me? Humph. You think I'm scared? Shing. Jin unsheathed Bradamanti. Young Master Jin? I admit my hubris and discourtesy, Lord Vishikal. I am no different from a child who can't even clash swords with you. However, this fellow talking bad of Runkadel is another problem. Jin wasn't simply making a scene, he really wanted to kill him. Bouvard flinched and tried to scramble behind Vishikal. One more step and I'll kill you, Bouvard. Young Master Jin, please stop. Lord Vishikal, if your clan was slandered, would you remain still? Vishikal could not answer. It was true that Bouvard spoke poorly about the run candles. I could take some of Bouvard's comments towards me since you were in front of me. However, towards my clan, he's one crazy fellow. Watching the situation unfold, Bouvard didn't blabber a single word. He realized that he would actually die if he moved a muscle. I understand. However, in this case, I'm gonna have to stop you as well. Then do so. And what if you die? Even if I die, I will kill him and protect the run candle name. Of course, since I am a provisional flag-bearer, you will face no consequences. If you kill Bouvard at this moment, I will kill you. If that happens, what's the point of protecting the run candle name? Even if the clan doesn't find out, I will not be ashamed of myself. Must you do this? Vishikal raised his voice for the first time. Shit, it's my fault for not controlling that damned bastard's mouth. The young master isn't joking right now. What to do? Cold sweat dripped down from Vishikal's nape. His desire to kill Bouvard was stronger than Jin's, but in order to finish Kinzelo's project, he had to keep him alive. However, Jin and Bouvard were too close to stop. The only way to stop Jin would be to cut his arm or throat before he could move. Yet Vishikal was not confident in cutting his arm. In his waist was only his belt. Before Jin came, Vishikal was eating sweet potato croquettes, so he unarmed himself. He could conjure a blade with his aura, but a small blade like that wouldn't work. To cut the arm, Vishikal needed a longer sword, but with that size, Bouvard's head would go off first. Hence, Vishikal's only choice was to cut Jean by the throat. If Jean Runcandle dies, will Lord Siren really do nothing? Siren was not the type to seek such vengeance. It was true that he valued Jean, but the moment the Runcandle clan reacted to the death of a provisional flag-bearer, they would be labeled as hypocrites. Vishikal couldn't be certain, however. The first provisional flag-bearer to have an honorary banquet after Luna killed in the hands of an Ivliano. What if that rumor spread? He predicted that, on top of the Ivliano clan, the Kinsalo group would also take a toll. I just need to hide it. No, I can't. Too many people saw his face in the workshop street. Putting the panicking Vishikal behind him, Jean opened his mouth. I will count to 3, Bouvard. During that time, kneel and apologize with your life. 1. Kneel, Bouvard. Vishikal screamed. If Bouvard just kneeled, this awkward situation would all come to a close. 2. Knee. Thump. Bouvard's chubby knees hit the ground. Vishikal sighed in relief, and Jean put his sword on Bouvard's throat. I did as you. You're not done. Now apologize. I should hear something I like before my hand slips. Bouvard trembled in anger and shame, and Vishikal's heart dropped. I did you wrong. Jean sheathed his sword and smiled. If it weren't for Lord Vishikal, I would have killed you. That is the usual consequence for slandering the Runcandle clan. Thank him, Fragmenter. Jean then walked to Vishikal and bowed. I have committed many acts of discourtesy, Lord Vishikal. If it'll help, you may beat me as much as you like. Vishikal smacked his forehead. I knew that Runcandles were like fire, but you are on another level. You were in no wrong to punish Bouvard. I show approval as the patriarch of the Ivliano clan. He was genuinely impressed. He's definitely a handful, but no other flag-bearer of Runcandle would do this. Jean Runcandle, you have surprised me many times since the banquet. He made sure to make Bouvard shut up in front of any stranger since then. However, I hope we don't have such chaotic encounters in the future. Please don't forget that I didn't attack you because Bouvard deserved his punishment. I won't forget. You are free to leave. Jean left the workshop, and Vishikal stared at his figure getting smaller and smaller. Once Jean was no longer in sight, he finally spat curses. After hearing 5 or 6 horrible words, Bouvard grabbed Vishikal and let out depthless excuses. Then he silently went to the basement. It's my first time seeing Sir Vishikal that angry. Jean Runcandle, that bastard. He was so disrespectful. Bouvard would never realize that Vishikal's anger was towards him instead of Jean. When Bouvard returned to the first floor, he had many croquettes in his arms. Rustle, rustle. Please eat this and calm down, Sir Vishikal. That rat bastard will never live a long life. Chapter 170. The Fragmenter of Chaos. 5. Vishikal pushed the sweet potato croquettes aside, hands trembling. Oh, I'd love to kill him. I very much would love to kill this annoying bastard. If he didn't scream his heart out, Vishikal would explode. Bouvard. Yes. Please go outside for 10 minutes. Why? Just, please. I beg you. Aha. All right, I will. Oh, because there's no milk. Ararg. Crash. Vishikal destroyed the wooden table and screamed. Bouvard frantically scrambled outside. Even then, he tried to pick up and spare some of the croquettes that fell on the floor. Wow, Bouvard Gaston. Considering that he's a human made of chaos, he's definitely a special hunk of meat. Hehe. Even Yona had to sigh in disbelief as she watched the series of events from the window. Vishikal went down to the basement and screamed as if he were in an asylum. Arg. Please. Die. As the roars continued to echo in the basement, Yona watched and smiled. Phew. Vishikal returned to the first floor after calming down, then rearranged his hair. Bouvard re-entered with only 1 croquette left in his hand. He awkwardly glanced at Vishikal before cramming the snack into his mouth. Chew chew. Even watching this pitiful sight, Vishakal didn't react. Are you all right? Let us continue our previous conversation, Bouvard. The conversation that had been interrupted by Jin's unexpected arrival. Oh yes. The leader officially wants to end all alliances with the Zipfel clan. Vishakal started with important information. Yona put her ear closer to the window. Normally, she would keep a distance. Approaching an 8-star night was hard even for her. Despite this, Vishakal's senses were weakened due to him enhancing his patience beyond the boundaries of human capability just to tolerate Bouvard's bullshit. Please tell them that was a great decision. The Zipfels are much worse and more evil than Jean Runcandle. Using the demon god's orb and breaking it, we should have ended it from the start. It's not the best situation. In order to execute our big plans, we needed their support. Whenever you craft artifacts, the quality of your ingredients won't be as luxurious. Wait, there was that problem. But Sir Vishakal, it's fragmenting, not crafting. They are two completely different disciplines. And they aren't artifacts, but pieces. Pieces of art. How many times do I have to explain this? Yeah, fragment, piece. Vishakal barely contained his contempt and hatred. How big is the difference in quality for the ingredients? We will never get any remains of deceased gods. As for the remains of old civilizations, we won't get half of what we used to get. Ha! Instead, according to the deal, we will retrieve all of the pieces that we gave to the Zipfels. The compass! Bouvard's eyes glimmered. We must retrieve the compass. With that, we will easily find gods and get more ingredients. The compass will definitely be one of them. Honestly, if we just get that back, we can let them have the rest. My best piece after the demon god's orb. Compass. My baby, you're coming back to daddy? Bouvard. Even then, you shouldn't be too happy. Why? When they first received the demon god's orb and compass, how did they behave? Just like I did. They were about to lick the leader's toes. And with the terms of cutting alliances, they are willingly giving it back. Do you really not have a single clue what this means? They're done using it? No. It means that they are able to make tools like the compass by themselves. No way. There's no way. It's impossible without my talent. Their magic is beyond your comprehension. It wouldn't be weird at all if they can replicate it, let alone fix the orb. On top of that, we will retrieve such items on the first day of June next year, which gives them more time to experiment. Why so late? The leader gave them that much time. It's because of the revocation clause. Since we initiated the revocation, I couldn't refuse. Vishakal bit and lit a cigarette in frustration. Bouvard nodded. 1st of June next year. Would there be any way to shorten that time? The leader said that he will go all out if the Zipfels don't keep the promise this time. So it's basically impossible. As long as the Runcandles stand, they can't fight us. That's a relief. 1st of June next year. Where will the rendezvous point be? The Bellard Empire's southern island. The land of the pirates. Thankfully, it isn't anywhere with annoying monsters. Please take me too. Why? I must be there so that the returning pieces won't get tampered. We can't have any issues afterwards. Vishakal's eyes widened. He couldn't believe Bouvard could speak sensibly. That's right. I will tell the leader. Oh, and Sir Vishakal, did we ever find him? The one that I transformed into a Zipfel magician. Matto Baker? Something like that. Because of that case, the headquarters are having a hard time. Vishakal cut off mid-sentence and stopped moving. After slowly examining the room, he checked every single window. Heh, man, I got too close. SSSS. Shuffle. Shuffle. Yona backed off from the window and hid. As she ran across the yard, not a single blade of grass bent or deformed. I sensed a faint footstep. Was it just me? Vishakal went out to the yard and shuffled through the lawn. The only thing he saw was Jin's footprints. What's the matter, Sir Vishakal? Bouvard waddled out and shrugged. Nothing. When I look at you, I think you're such a snowflake. Compared to you, Lady Margiela's optimism makes me happy. How are you siblings so different? Vishakal remained still for a second. Starting tomorrow, we will move your hideout. Somewhere the Zipfuls don't know. Ugh, that's annoying. Vishikal stared at the spot where Yona had been. He didn't know, however, that she was ever there. And Yona ran into the forest, giggling. I don't know what that chaotic hunk of meat and poor snowflake talked about, but I'm sure Jean would love it. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata *****. Whoa. My goodness. Listening to what Yona heard, Jean had his jaw dropped the entire time. Yona repeatedly grabbed her stomach as she laughed while narrating. They're that interesting? That face is hilarious. So you can look stupid like that too. This is packed with facts. I can't believe I got all of this in one day in a few hours. This is more surprising than digging through the Runcandle clan's archived documents. That much? Tell me about it too. So what you told me was... Oh, before that, you can't tell Owl any of this. Promise. Jean explained his experience with the Kinslow group as well as the information brought today. However, Yona couldn't understand any of it. She tilted her head to the side. In reality, she just thought that her little brother was cute, so she wasn't listening at all. So now you know why I'm so shocked. Yeah, sounds super fun. Either way, it wasn't very important to her. She only remembered that Bouvard was an entity of chaos. But Yona, what did you mean when you said Bouvard was like you? That seemingly small detail was stuck in his mind. How could that fat pig be similar to his sister? Oh, that. I can't tell you yet. You're gonna play like that between us? You have your secrets too. Jean conjured up spiritual energy and showed it to her. It was his way of saying that there were no more secrets between them. Ack. Yona scrambled backwards, as if she had seen something she should have never seen. Die. Confronted with the spiritual energy, the endless whispers within her became louder. A voice strong enough to compel her to slice her brother's throat open. She and Bouvard were born from deeply concentrated chaos. However, Bouvard's chaos wouldn't react similarly in the face of spiritual energy. Get rid of it. Jean dispersed the smoke on his hand. The voices in Yona's head died down, and she was able to be freed of her impulse to kill Jean. The spiritual energy only lasted for about 2 to 3 seconds, but her entire body was covered in sweat. She gasped for each breath. If she didn't truly love Jean, she wouldn't have been able to hold herself back. Yona, from now on, never show that thing to me again. Don't ask any further. What? Jean deduced a conclusion. She definitely backed off to not attack me. The spiritual energy stimulated her. A few seconds ago, Yona's widened eyes filled to the brim with fear. The fear of almost killing her own brother. Jean suppressed his feelings of horror and shook his head. I don't understand, but I apologize. I didn't know. If I see spiritual energy, then I lose my consciousness. No need to be sorry, since I never explained it. Heh. I thought you'd hide that secret until you actually became a flag bearer. Why would I? Am I someone to be trusted that much? Or is it because you might not like me? The former is completely wrong, but the latter sounds honest. It's true that I wanted to hide that bit. Until we spent time together in the flower fields, that is. It wasn't the smoothest reply, but he didn't want to lie. If he had his spiritual energy out for a little longer, Yona would have killed him. On the spot. Jean had no intention of making her sad. I should be more careful. We'll naturally solve this problem when I get strong enough so you can't do anything. Don't worry too much. Heh. Dream on, kiddo. Now play with me like you promised. Afterwards, Jean and Yona traveled around the area and hung out. Not only were Joshua's knights stationed in the area, although they were already dead, but Siren's knights were also guarding it. And naturally, news of their little playdate reached Siren's ears. Chapter 171. Temporary Farewell. 1. PSSSSHT. As always, one man was plowing through the monsters of the Black Sea with a concealed letter in this chestplate. Guardian Knight Khan. However, that wasn't the only message he was delivering that day. After 4 days of monster slaughter, Khan handed the letter to Siren. I was told that young Master Jean spent time with Lady Yona, my lord. Siren did not answer. He merely opened the letter, the first ever since Kashmir was called to the Black Sea. On the first sheet you will see a list of young Master Jin's actions and results. On the second, there are descriptions of the series of events directly quoted from the young master. You may skip as you please. I hope you do not find this letter arduous to read. From there, the letter was written in an organized manner. Like previous letters, it wasn't too verbose, nor was it too curt. Kashmir, that fellow, is finally sending some normal letters. Seeing each short description of Jin's travels, Siren's eyes narrowed. 8-star magician Ralt Joe and a white wolf tribesman. Half-Alep, haven't heard that in a while. Siren also fought a white wolf tribesman. In his youth, after his 20s, he fought the chief of the Half-Alep tribe as he aimed towards achieving 10-star. The chief was a memorable opponent. They dueled for 5 hours, and the result, of course, ended with Siren's victory. After surpassing 10-star and becoming a feared Genesis kite, the tribe chief he fought wouldn't stand a chance. However, Siren noted that the warriors of the Half-Alep tribe retained battle skills that surpassed those of the regular white wolf tribesmen. Then the one that Jean killed would be the old chief's son's generation. If the Half-Alep tribe is still filled with powerful warriors, it would be a meaningful victory. He flipped the page and the specific descriptions began. As if reading a novel that he had been waiting for, Siren read each word carefully and religiously. When cutting Goltep's hammer in half, he said he chanted some spell. Cut, or something like that. I think that's just a placebo of some sort. Whenever he encounters something that is challenging to cut through, that word helps him gain the concentration and strength to slash through his target. Siren was very interested in that section of the letter. It isn't just any placebo. An old technique from the ancient run-candle magic swordsman. It's the same as the ones in the archives. As the patriarch, Siren knew every single secret of the run-candle clan, and he was able to weave it into Jin's actions to make sense of them. The history of the era of magic swordsmen that the Zipfel clan couldn't get rid of, or how those with Sodaret's blessing wielded the sword. With this knowledge, only the patriarch could confirm Jin's actions. Not even flag-bearers or elders could encroach upon these sacred concealed texts. The chant, the blade, the spiritual energy. After becoming the patriarch and reading the archives, especially when he read the few lines left of Timar's battle history, he remembered one question he had the entire time. Are his achievements as a magic swordsman far greater than mine? That one unanswerable question set a ripple through his body. The record called it Shadow Blade. He wanted his son to cast it this very moment, but he had to patiently wait. Either way, Jin's would be incomplete. The technique had been discontinued for years. Completing his thoughts while reading, Siren closed the letter. Khan. Yes, Lord Patriarch? What did Jean and Yona do for 2 days? It seems they just hung out. The youngest lady is very sensitive, so supervising her 24/7 was impossible. But they were just fooling around. Just the two of them? Yes. Anything that Jean requested of her? According to the Guardian Knights stationed in the Khan Kingdom, there was nothing to be reported. After he received the 1,000 poison antidote you warned him through Gilly, I'm sure the young master wouldn't dare to break such promises. Siren blinked. He's a fascinating kid. Fearless and all. Do you mean young Master Jean? Yeah. I would have never imagined Yona getting along with another person. Even Owl, who received some of her love, still got assassination threats often. Even Luna keeps her afar. Khan lowered his head and Siren smirked. Tell the Guardian Knights in the Khan Kingdom to loosen their supervision on Yona. If I disturb her play, then she'd kill them all, even if she knows they're my troops. Understood. Translator J. Proofreader Yukitokata *****. As soon as Jean returned and told everyone about his trip, the group at Taiken held a meeting. The information was shocking. The Zipfels and Kinzelo's recent alliance is groundbreaking, and the dissolution of the alliance was because the Zipfels broke the demon god's orb. And that was all because it was broken by none other than young Master Jean. Jean destroyed the Zipfel's little artifact when he fought Andrei Zipfel on an uninhabited island in the Vermont Empire's waters. More accurately, Luna broke it. However, her introduction into the entire affair was because Jean met Andrei in the first place. Thanks to that, Jean changed Enya's and Yuria's destinies, and the Zipfels lost both their second-in-command and wind dragon that day. And Bouvard made that thing incredible. In his past life, Jean thought Bouvard was just the psychopathic transformer who put the world into chaos. However, as they uncovered more and more information, he seemed to be the center of the Kinslow group. In fact, with his special little talent called fragmenting, he can make artifacts like the orb or transform another person using the remains of dead gods. Murakin had a rather more serious expression than usual as he spoke. By remains of dead gods, do you mean things like numerous blood and tears? Yeah. But kiddo, back when I went to help your division at the unsupervised zone near the Curano Dukedom, I told you that I met a cemetery giant. Cemetery giants. The golems had already disappeared without a trace around 2,000 years ago. They were tasked with protecting the graves of the deceased gods, but the dragon race had exterminated them. Murakin and Quicantle joined in their eradication. At first, I didn't know why a cemetery giant was there, but now I do. That was one of Bouvard Gaston's pieces. And that guy's contracted with Well, the god of fragmenting. Well, god of fragmenting? Never heard of them. Excluding Murakin and Quicantle, no one else knew of the god. Not many people knew about Well's existence. Not surprised that none of you know. If anything, it'd be weird if you did. Just like Cullum back in Colin, Well is one of the gods that disappeared in history. There in the graves of the deceased gods. Well was also the one who participated the most in the creation of the Orb of Origin. After the orb was destroyed, many centuries passed. They lost their position as a god and descended as a normal human. The place where these descended gods gathered was called the graves of the deceased gods. The cemetery giants were golems created to protect and honor the dignity of these gods. Murakin explained it as such, and Quicantle just nodded. To most dragons, the eradication of the cemetery giants was not a fond memory. In essence, they annihilated the graves of the entities that were treated like gods. Then you're saying that this Well guy resurrected and reclaimed his god title, then contracted with Bouvard. Is that possible? That's the thing. It's impossible. However, if Bouvard isn't Well's contractor, all of these feats and phenomena are impossible to explain. He's transforming people too. So honestly, I think he's not just a contractor but Well himself. It's weird how after I become a provisional flag bearer, I'm constantly being intertwined with gods and divine entities. Just as Lord Murakin said, Bouvard seems to be a very miraculous human. Why is that man with the Kinslow group? That's probably because he's related to their big projects, Strawberry Pie. First, we need to know what's up their sleeve. It's kind of obvious after seeing the orb they handed to the Zipfels. They want to become the only god in this realm. Thanks to his memory. From his past life, Jean knew what Kinslow's revolution was about. To make themselves the king of kings, the king of the world. The same thing as the Zipfel clan trying to make themselves gods of the realm. The most concerning item is the compass thing. As Vishical and Bouvard said, that compass can find contractors. I'm concerned about that too, kiddo. They're definitely using the compass to find the contractors and then absorb them with the orb. For Enya's case, the higher-ups of the Vermont Empire already know who and where she is, but not AZ Mill's contractor. With that in mind, how did Violetta approach Lathri in the first place? Seeing that Violetta hasn't returned Lathri yet, I'm pretty sure he knew of the existence of AZ Mill's contractor. On top of that, the fact that the contractor is young. For sure. For the 1,000 years I was asleep, was there a spell that could detect contractors? There's no way something like that could be developed, whether it was 1,000 years ago or today. No one could tell who the contractor was until the contractor discovered their own powers. The conversation that Jean and Murakin had when they first met Quicantle. Remembering that conversation, the three nodded. It seems the compass doesn't work exactly as intended. They couldn't find Yuria, so they kidnapped Lathri instead. Next year, on the first day of June, Jean spoke and everyone stopped talking. That's the day the Zipfuls return the compass back to Kinsalo. The location is the Bellard Empire's southern island, the land of the pirates. A little over half a year left. Until then, we have to uncover as much information about the Kinsalo group and Zipful clan as possible. And if doable, identify how we can intercept the compass. No one contested, nor did anyone ask for the reason behind it. 3 contractors resided at their main base. If the compass were to point towards Tychon City, Zipful magicians and Kinsalo hunters would storm in. Recalling the final battle with Andre, where he stated that Jean was the best ingredient for the demon god's orb, and blabbered that 12 gods were within him, further banished all doubt. Thankfully, they haven't snuffed us out, but we don't know when they will. The Zipfuls and Kinsalo are doing some serious shit right now. We can't just let them be. Chapter 172, Temporary Farewell, 2. A few days passed. Until mid-November of 1796, the group at Tychon continued their congregation. An artifact that could find contractors. They predicted that the Zipfuls had such an item ever since Jin's battle against Andre. However, only after hearing the word compass did they feel a little uneasy. First, Kiddo, send ice cream and Enya somewhere else. Before we get the compass, we should send the contractors somewhere else. A consensus. What would the Zipfuls do before returning the compass to the Kinsalo group? They would try to hunt as many contractors as possible. Granted that they hadn't successfully duplicated the artifact yet. Tychon was a great hunting ground for them. The city had 3 contractors packed together, was not associated with any of the world powers, and did not have any all-powering being residing within. However, they just assumed that the artifact was imperfect when they failed to find Yuria and kidnapped Lathri. What if the compass then pointed towards one of the contractors in Tychon? A horrible problem would arise. Even after they return the compass, they could definitely craft a similar item. But I've never heard of an artifact that can find contractors. If it isn't the god of fragmenting, then that kind of item can't exist. Murakan and Quicantal did not think of Bouvard as a mere contractor, but the resurrection or second coming of Well. Even if the Zipfuls crafted something similar, it'd definitely be imperfect. It won't be as good as Bouvard's. It'll be a little dangerous when that happens. They're probably ramping up their contractor hunting game while they have an actual compass, which is right now. The group decided to send Jean, Enya, and Yuria away from the city for that reason. Enya, Yuria, and Miss Elisa should request protection from the hidden palace. They somewhat know our situation, and even if the Zipful clan finds them in the hidden palace, they can't do a thing. They decided to send Enya's brother, his old dog, and Lathri to the hidden palace as well. Meanwhile, Murakan, Gilly, Kashmir, and Jet decided to stay in Tychon. Despite the fact that he was about to leave his wife and daughter for an unknown amount of time, Kashmir looked calm. Who would want to be far away from their loving family? However, this was a problem with his daughter's life and Tychon's well-being on the line. Above all, Yuria was already a priority on the Zipfuls list. They needed to be careful. What happens if the hidden palace denies our request? To Gilly's inquiry, Murakan shook his head. The master of the hidden palace wouldn't do that. She'd think of this as a chance to repay the debt for her daughter's special fiancé, Strawberry Pie. Fiancé, do you really think so? I guarantee it. If it fails, I'll pull some strings. That woman seems to have some interest in me as well. I heard her say the word handsome so many times back in Colin. Murakan bragged a bit, then glanced at Gilly. No, everyone in the meeting room very obviously waited for Gilly's reaction, hoping to possibly see a hint of jealousy. She just sighed worrisomely. No specific reaction. Showing no sign of envy, she was clearly distant from Murakan. Ehem. Anyway, don't worry too much. I will trust you, Lord Murakan. Chee, I know that this is all I can do as a nanny with a sealed aura. I can't do anything this time either. To those words, Murakan shook his head again. Just your presence is more than enough, Strawberry Pie. Then where will young Master Jean go? Kashmir cracked the awkward stuffy air, and all eyes were on Jean. Oh, the kid has somewhere else to go. Even if this situation didn't happen, I was gonna send him there anyway. Well, the time is right. Is there somewhere else that's as safe as the hidden palace? Murakin's smile faltered. He shrugged. Considering that magician clan's tracking, there's no other place that's safer. It's a land they can't find even with a tracking item more miraculous than the compass. Even if a god descends, they can't enter. Jean heard of this place right after returning from Hosen City. You're probably wondering why I can't send Enya and ice cream to that place if that's the case. Can't be helped. That land is reserved only for Soderet's contractor. And amongst the contractors, only Runcandle magic swordsmen have access to it. As of now, no one other than the 1,000-year contractor can enter. So where is it, dipshit? Quicantle frowned. Land of the noble legends. Noble legends. They are the beastmen who went extinct 5,000 years ago. Many beastmen used to roam the land, crossing the southern border. Of the Zhan kingdom, the land of the beastmen began. In that land, there were tribes so peaceful and so weak, no one knew how they were still alive. There were the Watertail tribe and Gold Snow tribe, little rat-like creatures addicted to gold. There were also the isolated craftsman tribe, who lived in a secluded area, and warrior tribes like the White Wolf tribe and Orange Tiger tribe. At the mention of warrior tribe, everyone would think of either the White Wolf tribe or Orange Tiger tribe. However, the earliest instance of such a tribe was the noble legend tribe, who reigned over all of the lands. After their extinction 5,000 years ago, any literature regarding their history was difficult to find. However, not all of their records were erased from existence. Even now, many scholars and archaeologists tried to uncover their secrets, because they wanted to know how the entire tribe disappeared when they dominated the lands. Where is it? And how is it still intact? It remains in the Great Mithra Desert. I can say that there was one contract between Soderet and the noble legend tribe. It's hard to explain the specifics. Anyway, Jean goes there. The name of the location, the group began to murmur. Isn't it too dangerous? Knowing that the entire White Wolf tribe might be related to the Kinselo group and the Great Mithra Desert is where even indigenous beastmen get lost. It's dangerous, of course. But it's a place where the kid has to go through multiple times. It's basically a trial for him to become a real magic swordsman. And since he didn't reveal his face to Kinselo, it'll be fine. All eyes were on Jean, and as always he looked determined. They knew there was no stopping him now. We should reunite next May. If we gather and leave together in Tychon, the Zipfels and Kinselo might have suspicions. So let's meet in the Bellard Empire. Towards the end of May, we must have everyone to intercept the compass. Afterwards, they strategized the interception of the compass and talked amongst themselves regarding possible problems. Thankfully, the Hidden Palace accepted their request, relieving Gilly of her worries. As soon as Murakin arrived at Manji Island, Talaris came to greet him herself, asking what happened to her daughter's fiancé. Nothing much, just went to take some test. Humph, what test? Secret. Anyway, we're going to send some fellas to your place within 4 days. Also, say hello to your daughter for me. That night, they had a little farewell party. The day after, Tychon would become very empty. ***** translator, J. proofreader, Yukitokata ***** at the southern border of the Zhan kingdom. Revisiting the location of his first mission as a cadet, Jean held new emotions regarding the place. I wonder how my division is doing. Hope they're doing well. He remembered his subordinates from advanced cadet training. He wanted to see their growth once he returned to the Garden of Swords. On him were travel robes and one big backpack. In the bag were dried food, water, a blanket, some medical herbs, a travel artifact, and some salt. The Great Mithra Desert, occupying the center of the land of beastmen. The Great Mithra Desert wasn't a force to be reckoned with. Even crazy veteran travelers and adventurers didn't dare to enter this land. In this land, no ruins, gold, or divine resources remained from the noble legend tribe, as proven by investigation teams and explorers from many different kingdoms and empires across centuries. Many explorers entered the Great Mithra Desert following myths, legends, and dreams. However, the result was always brutal. Most adventurers couldn't fight against the heat, so they became one with the desert. And those who completed their journey said that all of the stories about Mithra were lies. Even for those in the White Wolf tribe and Orange Tiger tribe, traversing the Great Mithra Desert was suicide. Why do you enter? Small human, did you break up? So you wanted to die? That happens often. Those stupid humans. At the southern border of the Zhan Kingdom, Jean met the Watertail tribe for the first time in a while. These questions were not weird at all. No breakup, just going. Also, you guys are smaller than I am. The Watertail beastmen clicked their tongues and shook their heads. Ah, and you guys, do you know about the Watertail tribe that lived over there 2 years ago? At a village around 2 hours west from here. Oh, their village. Us. Russell. Jean went through his pockets and pulled out a small gold coin and a gem. I'm finally paying the price for the fish I ate back then. Why don't you use it? To barter with other humans or the Gold Snow tribe? Wait, back then. You! A Watertail tribesman noticed Jean. The little creature knew that he and his team were the ones who took fishes from the village. This. A lot. Too much. I don't have any need for money in the desert. Suicide. Yes. No, it's not. Anyway, I gotta go. I'll catch you later. Jean moved, about to leave. Yet one Watertail creature grabbed his belt. Do you have to really go? Yes. Really? Beastmen land. Right now. Orange Tiger. Ganging around. Use our trails. If you just go. Gonna encounter them. No good. The Watertail tribesmen always did their money's worth even when they didn't have to. Chapter 173. Mirages of the Great Mithra Desert. 1. According to the Watertail Beastman, the Orange Tiger tribe seemed to be taking over the land of the Beastmen recently. The Orange Tiger tribe usually treated other tribes with contempt and had been stealing gold and valuables from passersby as a toll. Those evil bastard. Get caught. You're done. What do you mean by toll? That renowned combat tribe is doing some back-alley gangster shit. Anyway, you lucky. You met us. Jean previously planned to enter the land of the Beastmen through the forest where a branch of the Kinslow group resided. Had he not met the Watertail tribesmen, many problems would have arisen. It seems the Orange Tiger tribe doesn't know the path you take? Don't know. Definitely. Follow me. Other than the isolated craftsman tribe, the Watertail tribe was known to be the most evasive from predators. Jean bantered a little while walking with them. Most of the conversations were him making bad excuses or explanations on why he was going to the Great Mithra Desert. About 2 hours passed. He crawled out of a hole that the little tribesman dug, and Jean could only let out a big sigh after crawling out of the tight passage. At the end of the tunnel, a waterfall roared. New water, drink. He filled his water bottle with fresh water. Past the waterfall was another tunnel leading to a rocky cave. However, compared to a normal cave, he couldn't even count the number of paths within it. You dug this? No. Craftsman. Dug. I see. The craftsman tribe's cave was a maze. It was obvious that they wanted to mislead strangers. Each path led to a completely different set of paths. From thousands of possible ways, there was only one correct exit. Like a game, they went through dozens of seemingly random paths. Near the end of the cave, there was a group of beastmen about the size of the Watertails, reaching only Jin's waist, gathered and napping. Little furballs with rat-like faces, the Gold Snow tribe. Hey, what? Why did you bring that thing here? As a tribe that specialized in trade, their words were well enunciated and spoken quickly. Then, the Watertail tribesmen and Gold Snow tribesmen conversed in both an understandable language and their tribe's native language. Jean thought it was cute. The conversation ended with a Watertail tribesman lending a small gem. Ah, your business in the Great Desert isn't really our problem. But I wish you luck, human. They passed the little furry creatures, and a big wooden door emerged. Behind This door. Desert. General market. General market? Gold snows. General market. Outside. Yuka Yuka. A marketplace. Ah, the cave is connected there. The Yuka Yuka market was where all of the beastmen bartered. It wasn't any different from a human marketplace. However, they offered guidance for explorers. Since many human explorers visited, every marketplace in the land of the beastmen had guides for those who explored. Guidance. Gold Snow recommend their own. Gold Snow guidance, bad. Ignore. Use Canis tribe. Honest. Work hard. No scam. I am very thankful. Before we part, how about you tell me your name? Me, Dark Flame. What? Dark Flame. My name. Fascinating. You won't go telling my name to everyone. No worry. All right. In that case, I will repay the favor as a run candle. Kriak. As soon as he opened the door and left, Jean was met with the inside of the marketplace. Just as Dark Flame said. A Gold Snow tribesman, who looked like the owner, escorted him. Jean ignored the owner and immediately went towards the area with the explorer's guides. Many other humans were in the market, so he pulled up his hood. Locating the booth with the big Canis tribesman wasn't too hard. Soon, Jean traveled with them to the Great Mithra Desert, and he didn't encounter any orange tiger tribesmen. Instead, he saw humans who were definitely members of Kinzalo. They had the organization symbol, a broken sun, on their clothes. In the mainland, with those clothes, they would immediately be captured or dragged away by patrols. They weren't famous, but most areas considered the Kinzalo group a terrorist organization. And since they were active in the land of the beastmen without any consequences, Jean felt it strange. It's possible that the White Wolf tribe aren't the only ones affiliated with Kinzalo, but also most of the beastmen are. The Canis tribesmen arrived at the entrance to the desert, and then promptly returned to the Yuka Yuka market. For a while, Jean just stared at the empty, barren desert. Trekking a desert alone required a lot of courage. Leaving his first footsteps upon the sand of the Great Mithra Desert, Jean felt more pressure than ever before. Jean had the confidence for combat against a strong opponent as well as fighting for his life. However, against no enemy, under a cloudless sky, and in the presence of a sea of sand with no answers, Jean felt like he was suffocating just by staring into the vast emptiness. If I die here, no one will find my body. Even indigenous beastmen wouldn't leave a single bone when they lost their way. Jean remembered the awe of the explorers who trekked the Great Mithra Desert. So the Shadow Blade's land of inheritance. The sensation he felt when he lacerated Myron's Hell's Gate, as well as the time he split Goltep's hammer. The sensation of becoming one with his blade and spiritual energy, and chanting the spell. That sensation was called Shadow Blade, a unique technique used only by run-candle magic swordsmen. The noble legend tribe, thought to be extinct, first created and passed down this technique. Somewhere in the desert was a location where their special tasks to fully inherit the skill could be found. How did the noble legend tribe become the ones to develop such a skill? There was an inscription regarding their background, unknown to the world. The noble legend tribe didn't believe in any god, so they challenged them and miserably failed, ultimately leading to their extinction. 5,000 years ago, they yearned for total reign, but got wiped out. In a day? Kiddo, how did Quicantle react when she saw the demon gods or back when you fought Andre? She trembled in fear. Even as the Orb of Origin's cheap duplicate, the demon god's orb is powerful. The difference is that the Orb of Origin is made from the power of gods. Their power is like that. When the noble legend tribe challenged the gods, the Orb of Origin was already destroyed. But they still didn't stand a chance. When the gods cooperated to destroy the noble legend tribe, there was only one god who treated them with pity. Sodaret saved a small minority of the noble legend tribesmen and turned them into humans. I don't know much about their agreement, but you can't learn the way of the Shadow Blade from anyone other than them. Timar learned it from them as well. Looking back on the discussion he had with Murakan before leaving on his journey, Jean remembered that Timar Runcandle mastered Shadow Blade from them. I might hear stuff about the first patriarch. Timar Runcandle. Despite being the first patriarch, there weren't many records of his history. All that could be found on him were him bestowing the name Runcandle upon his followers and founding a clan, taking down Murakan, and his precious sword Barasada. Furthermore, his name didn't have a spot in the mausoleum in the Garden of Swords despite being the dawn of the clan and the greatest hero. Because the Zipful clan erased all records of Timar. SSSSSSS. SSSSSS. Splish. Whenever Jean took a step, the water inside the canteen on his side sloshed. He would last a few days, but he would never know if he could get a refill at an oasis once his canteen emptied out. He didn't even pack a compass in the first place. If his compass worked properly in the land, the indigenous beastmen would have never gotten lost. He just had to look forward and walk. And he walked for hours. As his head began to clear of all thought, he looked back. The scenery behind him looked no different than the front. The trees and forests that he saw from the entrance completely disappeared. Not even my footprints are here. The sand in the great desert shifted even to the slightest of winds. The sand hills far away would suddenly collapse or move away. Footprints disappeared without a trace like a ripple in a lake. If he were to give up now, would he even be able to return? Impossible. Quickly coming to that conclusion, Jean shrugged. He felt a little excited at the fact that death was a natural and common occurrence in the desert. He took a deep breath and continued forward. The first night was brutal, and the next day's sun was scorching. It took a week until it became December 1st of 1796. His canteen no longer made a splashing sound as it dangled on his waist. No oasis in sight either. A normal human, an average explorer, would have died. The despair he experienced in the Colin ruins before Cullum's descent was worse. Remembering that he succeeded back then, Jean remained determined to walk forward. When the third mirage ends, release your spiritual energy. Then the noble legend tribe will appear. Enduring the Great Mithra Desert was a trial to inherit Shadowblade. Fighting against nature inherently meant that he was fighting against a god. Jean realized what this test truly meant. He only had a few drops of water left, and each step felt heavier and heavier. However, he continued to pace forward. Ha! The first mirage appeared when he completely emptied his canteen. Not a single drop remained. Could he even say that was a mirage? Nice to see you, brother. You finally found us. Man, I wanted to see you so bad. Without you in the main house, our life was so boring. Out of nowhere, he heard the Tana twins. Their voices were so clear that he couldn't treat it as a hallucination. It's just some tricks. It's fake. Just a few seconds ago, his surroundings were only filled with sand and sky. It was impossible for the Tana twins to appear before him. The only other plausible explanation was that he was faced with a hallucination. However, the Tana twins walked towards him, leaving clear footsteps in the sand. Moreover, the colossal sword and chainsword that they wielded emitted aura alongside their killing intent towards Jean. Oh, so it wasn't just any mirage. It'll be difficult if all three mirages are like this. Jean slowly drew Bradamanti and gathered his aura. Chapter 174. Mirages of the Great Mithra Desert. 2. Ka-clang. Clang. Haytona's chainsword shot forward like a whip. Compared to the normal long sword, the chainsword's attack range was inconceivably long. The blows were quite strong and heavy. The impact through the blade and handle was enough to make Jin's hands sting. In Jin's opinion, the Mirage's sword skills were similar to what the Tana twins actually had. Had I not known they were mirages, I would have believed that this was real. Murakan never would have thought that the mirages would be like this. He had never heard of a type of magic or God-given ability like this anywhere in the world. Even if they were mirages crafted by some ability, if he didn't dodge or parry their attacks, he would get cut. Every impact he received, his entire body felt like it was in a real battle. Haytona spoke with a smirk. You're blocking it well. Then, Daytona charged in. His weapon was a colossal sword slightly smaller than the Axword Crantle. Its weight should still be beyond belief, but his swift movements didn't make it look heavy at all. SSSSSSSSSST clang. The blade dragged across the sand. Then, flew up like lightning. Jean took a step back and parried the attack horizontally. He felt that his strength wasn't like before. Daytona only stopped for a second to recoil, then continued swinging. I would usually end his posture in one swing. Unfortunate. He had eaten only 20% of his normal amount of food and walked the barren wasteland for a week. His body would never be the same. Still, with his current normal state, he would be able to take down the Tana twins within 5 minutes. However, due to the lack of strength, the skill gap significantly shortened. Daytona shouted, swinging his chain sword once more. Gonna cry? Gonna panic? We waited for you to be exhausted. As the Tana twins began to attack together, Jin's movements got busier, making small gaps to dodge the mid-range attacks from the chainsword and deflecting the colossal sword. It's been a long time since we've met, and this is how I get greeted? As he spoke, Jin's eyes bolted in every direction to find the most optimal path to dodge. Shut up. Die. Ting. Clang. As the 3 blades clashed, sparks flew everywhere. Although his stamina was low, Jin's aura was simply stronger. Coming into contact with Bradamanti, that burned powerfully and shed blade mist, the chainsword and colossal sword weakly got deflected. Their cooperation is immaculate. If I try to focus on one of them, the other will immediately get aggressive. However, that was it. At 18, the Tana twins weren't beyond Jin's comprehension. Jin lauded their movement as one, but there wasn't a single strong blow. They were provisional flag-bearers just like Jin. Yet they didn't learn a single decisive killing move that could change the game. If I were in my best condition, I could take them down in 3 minutes. Only if they were as strong as I expect them to be. Maybe I'm overestimating their strength. Even if he couldn't go full force at the moment, the skill gap was too great. Remembering the Tana twins who bullied him to death in his past life, Jin thought it was unfair. He vowed to wreak vengeance since his days at the Storm Castle, but he didn't. Eyes cold with killing intent, he glared at the twins. Kill me right then. I'm getting pissed. Blabbering more shit, are you? Still out of your mind? Don't be too proud that you beat us once. Swish. Fwum. The chainsword and colossal sword took turns swinging at Jin's head. The aura decreased a bit, so Jin didn't dodge it. He had finished analyzing it. The aura they could conjure was barely mid-5-star. That kind of skill wasn't threatening to him, even with his current stamina. Clang. With all his might, he swung Bradamanti upwards. As soon as the 2 blades contacted Bradamanti, an explosion of sparks occurred. The twins instinctively backed off. Jin then kicked the sand. Ist! The cream-colored sand spread like a net through the air and concealed Jin's body. The twins fixed their posture and blocked each other's blind spots, waiting for Jin's attack. The sand settled, and where Jin stood before was now only a blue sky. Hop! While the sand was settling, Jin took position right beside the Tana twins. Reacting first, Daytona oriented his colossal sword to block Bradamanti's blow. However, trying to block the sword flying at his face, he made the mistake of hindering his view. Jin wouldn't miss this chance. Slash! Daytona's stance fell apart, and Jin gashed his thigh. Blood splattered and dyed the sand red. He started to wonder if this really was a mirage. Yet he decided to not hesitate. Whether his opponents were the Tana twins or not, they really wanted to kill him. Daytona! Daytona turned quickly and grabbed Daytona by the collar. Simultaneously, he whipped his chainsword, but Jin deflected it just like how he parried the deadly hooks from nameless assassins. Ching! One of the grooves of the chainsword met Bradamanti's tip. Like a snake pierced by a needle, the chainsword stopped in place and rattled. Daytona let go of his weapon. With another quick stab, Jin aimed for his throat, but was barely evaded. SSHHHT. However, the blade still scratched Daytona's eye. Arg! Bleeding profusely out of his eye, Daytona stumbled backwards. Watching this sight, Jin gritted his teeth. He took his brother's sight in one of his eyes. He planned to never hesitate, but he felt completely different from when he gashed Daytona's thigh. A completely different emotion scratched at his heart. Unlike the leg, the eye couldn't be healed. Daytona, your eye. We will kill him. We will kill him. Were they really mirages? The Tana twins spat curses with faces of anger and hate. Perfect replica. Was it okay to swing at them? Why am I thinking this? Whether they're real or fake. They're trying to kill me. The goddess of victory was on Jin's side. He could end the battle if he wanted to. However, why did he feel molten metal on his heart and confusion in his head? Do I not want to fight the Tana twins? Did I think that they could be on my side just because I spent time with them at the Storm Castle? Did he want to build a different relationship with them than in his past life? Just like with elder sisters Luna and Yona? Looking back, even in this life, Jin didn't have any great memories with the Tana twins. Before Jin showed them who was boss, they constantly scoured for an opportunity to mess with him. It was the same during their training as beginner and intermediate cadets. Despite that, there was a hint of sadness. Jin, are you okay? Did father say that he'll let you live? Why did you even do this? You guys act too cute sometimes. I'm fine. Besides, I have a favor to ask. He remembered the conversation he had with the Tana twins when he met Siren after breaking provisional flag-bearer regulations and meeting Luna. At the time, no one, other than Luna, worried for Jin. Though he didn't know of it, Mary also didn't want him to die. However, that was it. If he died, then it couldn't be helped. And if he lived, then she would be thirsty for a duel. Only the Tana twins came to Jin after holding their breaths at the bottom of the staircase. They awkwardly walked up to him, confessed to him about their worries, and asked what he did. They were so anxious that they bit off all their fingernails. After seeing those nails, there were times where Jin smiled at the thought of it. I'll rip your limbs off. Shit, you dog. Arg. Those very same Tana twins were now screaming at Jin. They appeared for no reason and suddenly swung their swords at him. Their eyes were wet in fear. They only barked loudly like dogs in fear. They didn't dare to attack. Because they knew. They knew that they were no match for Jin. So instead, they poured their frightened and hateful emotions. Staring at the twins, Jin's glare turned dark. I have to kill them. Whether they were mirages or real, he had to kill them. Otherwise, he wouldn't progress in his journey. Because he was a run candle. Spiritual energy enveloped Bradamanti's blade. I'm sorry. Shut up. Because I wasn't strong enough, you guys got hurt. Now there will be no pain. Jin slowly walked across the sand, and the twins scrambled backwards. Thinking they were pushed to a corner, they looked around. Yet they were in a desert. Nowhere to run away, nowhere to hide, nowhere to back off. Don't come. Shit, fuck off. Immediately, the Tana twins fell into despair, voices quivering. Jin didn't dare to evade their eyes. Each step he took, he felt something falling apart in his heart. Faced with the opportunity to strike, he hesitated. The moment he failed to swing Bradamanti, Haytona let out a screeching scream and swung his chainsword. Filled with nervousness, his attack was heavily flawed. Jin subconsciously smacked the sword away and charged towards Haytona's neck. Swoosh! Before Haytona's head even fell to the ground, Daytona's colossal sword flew at Jin. He turned to dodge the massive blade. He cut Daytona's wrist before stabbing his throat. Thunk! With a single scream, the Tana twins died. The sand red. Jin emotionlessly stared at their rolling heads. Time passed, yet the corpses still didn't disappear. Why? Are you not disappearing? You're just mirages. They remained even after 1 hour. So he dug a grave for each brother and placed them gently in the holes. He stabbed their respective swords in the ground in place of gravestones. Jin then continued to walk, his hands shaking. Not much longer after, he found an oasis. He plunged his face into the water for a long time. As he rose and opened all of his water canteens to fill them up, he saw the bloodshot eyes in his reflection. Yeah. Killing anyone in your family is a painful experience. Hiding in the barrier of the great desert, a woman watched him drink without him noticing. With pitch-black hair akin to Murakan's, she was Murakan's sister, Black Dragon Misha. You have chosen a great child, Lord Sodarit. She spoke to herself, then whipped her hands in the air. The two swords that were once erect in the sands disintegrated into dust. The wind blew to whisk away all evidence of the mirage. In the place where the Tana twins fought Jean, only cream-colored sand remained. Chapter 175. Mirages of the Great Mithrid Desert 3. Every time he exhaled, Jean felt his mouth drying, as if his breath was filled with sand. Every day he walked. Every night, he shivered alone in the piercing cold. Whenever he woke up, he found that his blanket turned very dry and brittle. One time, he got stung by a scorpion that was never named. Every creature in the Great Mithrid Desert had deadly venom. If he hadn't obtained the 1,000-poison antidote, his journey would have been far more dangerous. Jean ate the scorpion to conserve his food. Every bug or two-headed snake with black scales that he saw, he immediately consumed it. Was it because he swallowed too much sand? The creatures he cooked lazily with his magic smelled and tasted horrible, but he didn't feel it at all. Crunch, crunch. The snake got minced between his now thin cheeks. He let the venom be a substitute for water, and he thanked Yona once more. Then, for days passed since the first mirage. He would have never known how much time had passed if the sun and moon didn't set. That was the harsh reality of the great desert. Everywhere. And anywhere he went, it looked the same. There really is no one in this desert. That was the most agonizing part. He had never had such a lonely moment in his life. About 10 days had passed since he left Tychon. But the time in the desert passed at a completely different pace than in the real world. Another week passed. No snake or scorpion appeared. Jean trekked and trudged through the desert in complete solitude. It would be better if he talked to himself, but his water canteen seemed to have bottomed out. Entertaining himself was not an option either. And for him, things couldn't get any worse. December 11th, 1796. There was no other perfect statement to describe the Great Mithrid Desert. My food that I rationed is all gone? As soon as he woke up, he could only scream. However, only a shallow shout came out of his dry throat. The food he conserved in the bag he hugged as he slept was all gone. All other items remained as it was, but just his consumables had disappeared. Not a single jerky or grain left behind. He shoved his head into the bag and even the smell disappeared, as if the food was never there. Ha! He began to curse. He threw his empty canteen across the sand and swore at the sky. Why are you doing this to me? Do you want to fight? His voice didn't even leave an echo. It just scattered into the emptiness of the desert. He had to keep walking. The only thing waiting for him was the sweet release of death if he just complained. Even if it was unfair, he couldn't let that stop him. Even the strongest warriors couldn't survive without food or water. Jean was using his transcending grit to move forward, but it was only because he had no other choice. A day passed, and the yellow didn't return. 2 days passed, and his frail body began to tremble. Surviving the desert without food or water for 2 days straight had to be a miracle. For 4 days, there were no ponds or oases, no creatures to eat. Thump, he took a bad step and fell to the ground. All strength left his ankles and calves. In his open mouth, a handful of sand slid in. His mouth was so dry, no sand stuck to his tongue. He only tripped once, but he felt the exhaustion rapidly spreading through his bones. The desire to sleep forever overtook his brain like a tsunami. Resisting the urge was not an easy feat, especially in a hopeless situation. Shit, it's just one trip. I only tripped once. 2. He grimaced and spat out the sand. He stood up. He felt dizzy at the sunlight reflected by the sand. His weak legs didn't feel like they were his own. Then he saw a hand holding a canteen. Someone showed up right next to Jean and handed it to him. Obviously, there was no person like that in the desert. A mirage. Whether it was a mirage or a real person, it was important that he or she walked up without any footsteps and offered the canteen. If it were a sword inside of a water bottle, he would have died on the spot. Shing. He hit the canteen with the pommel of his sword and fully unsheathed Bradamanti. Without even confirming the person's face, he turned quickly and oriented himself behind them, holding his sword at their neck. Thump. Before the canteen even hit the ground, Jean held the opponent's lifeline. His speed was like that of a bullet. His body reacted so quickly, he didn't even understand how it had enough strength to move as fast. The owner of the canteen didn't flinch despite having a sword close to their neck. Then Jean realized it was a woman in a robe. The woman held a staff in the opposite hand. A staff made of silver pine, an item he had seen many times before. The woman's red hair was also familiar. Jin's eyes widened. In his memory, there was only one person with magnificent crimson hair and a silver pine staff. Valeria? Can you move your sword if you aren't really going to kill me? Jean slowly lowered the sword near her throat. She sighed and turned around, welcoming Jean with the face that he longed to see greatly. Valeria hissed her. It was her who taught Jean the secrets of magic. How? No, it wasn't how. She was a mirage. Jean saw a 26-year-old Valeria. Just how she looked when Jean left her in his past life. Was it because he couldn't take the strenuous days in the desert anymore? The loneliness and depression that he suppressed for the past 2 weeks as well as his yearning were all about to burst out. It's the same as when I gave my hand to you 3 years ago. That day you were on the ground as well. Just like back then you aimed your sword at me, though your skills weren't as sharp. That was Jean in the Garden of Swords 3 years ago. However, that was not the case for Valeria. In her memory, Jean just got exiled and started roaming the land like a loser. Valeria, no master. Are you the second mirage? I guess so. What's this? Are you aware that you're a mirage? Yeah, I am. Well, the real me who's going to turn 15 soon doesn't, though. Then what I have to do is to kill me and go along. It was cruel. The first thought in Jin's mind. Jean felt it. The mirages of the Great Desert weren't born from magic or an ability. The mirages until now were all real people who existed deep within Jin's heart. In his heart and memories were the people who were important to him. Hence, when he killed the Tana twins, he felt like he really killed his own siblings. And now, he could only feel like he really met his own master. I didn't want to reunite with you this way. It would have been better if we met in a better way. Don't do this, master. Why does it have to be you? Valeria picked up the canteen from the ground and threw it to Jean. Drink up. If you fight me in that condition, you'll die on my first cast. Is there no other way? You know what's best. Don't deny it. I heard you were reborn and got so much stronger. Your concentration is also much better than the apprentice that I remember. Don't sound like such a pussy. Thump. The canteen fell to Jin's feet. With quivering hands, he picked it up. He walked the living hell of a desert for many days, and the water he had been searching for was now right in front of him. However, he didn't want to drink from it. If he drank it, then afterwards, I'll have to kill her. Killing her was incomparable to killing the Tana twins. If it weren't for her, Jean would have never gotten a second chance at life. He would have died alone after regretting his 25 miserable years in the Runcandle clan and roaming the streets like a wild dog. Because she lent her hand, even when Jean smacked her hand away and wielded his sword. Because she came back to save him. Jean could exist today. You've gotten a lot more disrespectful, my apprentice. Noticing Jin's hesitation, Valeria raised her staff. She cast mana release, and a deep blue mana whirlpool appeared at the tip of her silver pine staff. 7-star magic. You're not thinking that you can defeat me with only that, are you? Drink, Jean Runcandle. I'm also your inner voice. I'm sure you're ready to fight me. Click. He opened the canteen. One more moment of indecisiveness, and she would throw a barrage of spells at him. In Jin's memories, Valeria Hister was more sword-like than any other warrior. He then made up his mind. About the love and the hate, the connecting and the severing, the fighting and the fleeing. What am I to you? My most valuable one and only apprentice. So all you need to do is to not disappoint me. Would you have really done this? I would have shown you more love than this. I would have hugged you by now. Maybe even kissed you on the forehead. That doesn't help the situation at all. Then stop asking. Kill me and move along. There's one more, you know? Another mirage is waiting for you. Glug. Glug. Jean chugged the water. However, unlike normal water, It filled Jean with energy. You can use any trick up your sleeve. Swordsmanship, spiritual energy. Bring whatever you want to the table. Was the master in his memory that strong? Enough to pour everything into this battle? He couldn't make a decision quickly. However, he was certain of one thing. The mana gathered in Valeria's staff was stronger than he remembered. I will regret it if I take you down with my sword. You were everything for my magic. And forevermore. Well, I remember the best part about your looks not matching your recklessness. PZZZT. Valeria's mana immediately took the form of electricity. The spell that instantly cooked Jean during his apprentice days. And that recklessness got me in trouble every day. Flash. Before he could even finish talking, 5 bolts of lightning fell from the sky, so fast that Jean could barely react. Flaming with mana, Valeria's staff was already prepared to release another spell. Chapter 176. Mirages of the Great Mithra Desert. 4. Lightning rained everywhere. Whenever a lightning bolt struck the ground, an ear-splitting explosion occurred. The power of a spell around 7-star to 8-star. But Jean didn't know of its name. It was the same with the second spell. The lightning gathered and spiraled around the tip of the staff and turned into a spear. The spear then flashed towards Jean. Valeria Hister, Jin's master in magic. The lone descendant of the Hister clan. The level of her magic was beyond comprehension. Her mastery of the art was immaculate. She enjoyed using modifications of her magic, utilizing different spells in her own style. Flash. The lightning spear shattered Jin's magic barrier. Before the sharp, shattering sound could reach his ears, blood dripped from his earlobe. The spear skimmed his ear. Even the strongest warrior with the fastest blade couldn't make such a fast strike. Jean frantically cast another shield and gritted his teeth. She's really going to kill me. In his past life, he sparred her over 500 times. Jean had over 500 losses, and not a single time did Valeria try to kill him. Dodging well, my apprentice. Shaik. The spear that Jean dodged turned around. As it charged towards his back, Valeria shot another spear at a slight delay. The timing made it so that dodging both was almost impossible. After barely dodging the first, Jean instantly dropped to the floor. Simultaneously, Valeria conjured and shot a third spear. When Jean cast his first spell, 5 spears were already flying around. Valeria gathered all of the spears in front of her. Jean could no longer gawk at her limitless power. He took a battle stance and eyed her. Now you want to fight. It's your last chance. Grab your sword. Valeria pointed to Bradamante, stuck upside down in the sand. Jin's hand slowly moved towards its handle. However, before he could touch it, he shook his head and refused to grab it. I can't. You're too stubborn. You'll die. We can only find out about that after the fight. And Valeria, I will play your way. Valeria smiled. Then her eyes narrowed. My way, you say? We'll see, my apprentice. The 5 spears moved, each angled in different directions. And from Jin's left hand, an overload vortex emerged with a screech. I see you have a new master. Well, it would have been a waste of talent if I weren't there. But Kiddard Hall was the best you could find. His only master and her only apprentice. They always called each other that. No other grand magician could become Jin's master, and no other genius could become Valeria's apprentice. Knowing that, Valeria carefully selected and intentionally used vocabulary that was brutal for Jean. All to take him down a little more easily. To make his heart and emotions waver just a bit to find an opening. That was how Valeria played. If she planned on killing someone, she would never discriminate between different methods, even the petty ones. However, the moment she first bet her life and the moment she let him grab his sword were all in kindness and love for her apprentice. Screech! The mana from the lightning spears slowly got sucked into the vortex. Absorbing Valeria's magic was hard. If he wanted to induce a mana overflow within her through her strong mana release, the only answer was Heavenly Defiance. I have to buy time until I can cast Heavenly Defiance. Valeria probably already knew Jin's plan, so he also started thinking ahead. She won't. last long with 5 spears, so she'll probably only keep 1 or 2 and the rest are probably fakes. Jean had to rely on identifying which spear was fake. Sheeing, Shaik, Shwik. While dodging what he can, he altered the course of more accurate projectiles with his vortex. With the pulling force of the vortex, he made small deviations in the course of the trajectory which gave him room to dodge. At the same time, he multicast to prepare Heavenly Defiance. In 3 minutes, he could cast the spell at about 70% of its power. Of course, Valeria wouldn't only throw lightning spears. Despite the multiple lightning spears, it was all just one spell. And just like Jean, Valeria was a multicaster. PSSSHHH, Valeria stuck her staff into the sand, and a magic circle appeared. One that enclosed her and Jean, who was busy dodging all of the spears. Fwum! An eerie sound echoed through the battlefield. Valeria's lips moved quickly, and the magic circle turned blood red. Within the magic circle, chains of fire emerged. Flaming chains akin to massive snakes gathered around Jean to swallow him whole. Beyond his vision, hazed by the fire, the spears continued to fly around. One of the spears skimmed by Jin's neck. If it weren't for the overload vortex, it would have pierced through his throat. Koof! A burning heat traveled throughout his entire body, the burning sensation stifling him. Dodging the chains of fire that were closing in was impossible. A force field would only delay his death by a few seconds. As he thought of his next move, one chain grabbed him by the ankle. He held his breath to not lose focus the moment the scorching pain reached his brain. Thankfully, Jean recalled his overload vortex and opened the summoning gate. Fwoosh! A blue flame cut through the surroundings like a blade. Caw! A blue phoenix emerged from the summoning gate with a majestic cry. Valeria's eyes shook. And you got Tess? Blue and red flames mixed together. Tess stomped on the chains tied to Jin's ankle and disintegrated them. Jean fell to his knees and regained his breath. His ankle bones were exposed. However, there was no time to heal. The flaming chains were no longer a problem, but the lightning spears continued to charge towards him and Tess. 1 more minute. If he held on for a little longer, his ultimate spell would be complete. He only had 1 chance. However, within that 1 minute, if he didn't find the real lightning spears, it would be impossible. Krah! Tessa's wings violently flapped, forcing powerful winds in all directions. However, it wasn't even close to the phoenix's true strength due to Jin's lack of mana. The hydration from Valeria's water helped him recover a bit, but he didn't recover fully. The desert just destroyed his body overall, and he poured in the rest of his mana into preparing Heavenly Defiance. Summoning Tess was scraping up the rest of his energy. Thunk! 1 spear penetrated Tess's chest. Valeria had immediately realized that it couldn't use its full strength, so she had changed targets. Thunk! Thunk! 3 spears pierced through the phoenix's chest. Jean was dripping in sweat just to complete his spell. Tess screeched, then limped to stand between Jean and Valeria. An apology from the Lord of Flames. That was enough. Before the last 2 spears could pierce Tess, the cast on Heavenly Defiance finally completed. Tess immediately became a small ball of flame before flying into the dimensional portal, and the broken chains of fire shattered. On the floor, Karong. In the clear skies, the massive mana disk floated up and filled it. The overload magic filled the entire area, and the lightning spears slowly lost their form. A stream of blood dribbled out between Valeria's lips. Heavenly Defiance messed with her mana pool. Jean also threw up a clump of blood. Bending over, a black blotch of blood splattered on the ground. He quickly examined his surroundings. The early stages of mana overflow began. However, the lightning spears remained hovering in the air. She's still a monster, just like I remember. No other 8-star in the world could mimic her ability. In a short amount of time, she cast 5 lightning spears and a flame spell. She should be barely preventing herself from losing all her mana. If she lost concentration for only 1 moment, she would succumb to overflow. However, Valeria worked through Heavenly Defiance. She held onto her mana tightly. In fact, she had been waiting for the spell to be cast. Mana overflow is only for those who can't control their own mana. She spat blood into the sand, then recovered her stability. The fading lightning spears regained their color and flew around her. I assume you got something else in stock? There's no way it can just end like this. Jean didn't answer. He looked up and met her eyes. Valeria slowly walked towards him. No, I lost. I have nothing else I can do. Liar. I want to see you up close one last time. Jean slowly limped towards her. Every step he took, blood dropped from his ear and soaked the scorching sand. Thump, thump. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll use my spears. You definitely prepared something. When have I ever lied to you? Did I anticipate too much? Am I not enough for a 16-year-old? That prevented you from growing. You could definitely get stronger. Now stop. I will use my spears. There were only 10 steps between them. One more step. As he walked, he identified which lightning spears were real. Heavenly Defiance was cast solely for that reason. The top left one. It was the only one that didn't flicker. If I charge in, then all 5 will shoot towards me. But only that one will remain. Her mana has probably emptied out by now as well. Just dodging 2 would be half of them. He would block 2 of the other 3. As for the last one, it would chase him until the end. He had to catch it. Was it possible with the current state of his leg? With his ankle that was ripped apart? Thinking about those things was pointless. If he couldn't do it, the only result was death. The moment Jean lifted his other leg. What are you doing? Valeria's eyes became alert, and she swung her staff violently. As the spears shot towards Jean, he threw his body towards her with a short jump. The first spear missed. The instant it missed, it disappeared into thin air. The second spear hit him square on the back. Had he not obtained the black light cuirass, he would have died then and there. Clang! The spear hit the armor, the impact causing Jean to spit blood. Valeria didn't expect this. The second spear disappeared as well. Dodging his tackle, Valeria carefully aimed the spears to prepare for Jin's next attack. It seems you're out of mana. Seeing that the spears are dying out, Valeria continued her onslaught. However, beyond his expectations, the third spear was the real one. The fourth and fifth quickly followed. The remaining spears flew towards Jean, and he activated Myalta's rune. The real spear that had been flying towards his head deflected off his helm. The other spears went for his thighs. 5 steps left between them. Jean just fell to his knees. The lightning spears that should have pierced and damaged his thighs disappeared. The only spear left was the real one, just as Jean predicted. Before his head could fall to the ground, he pushed his body up with all his might. He had to close the remaining gap between them. Humph! Valeria backed off and whipped her staff around. Following its movement, the lightning spear flew towards Jin's back. In the air, Jean had no way of dodging it. Instead, he revealed a blackened dagger that had been waiting in his sleeve. Using all his might, he threw it towards her throat. Chapter 177. Mirages of the Great Mithra Desert. 5. Jean intentionally didn't use Bradamanti for this moment. If I used my blade from the start, her battle style would have been drastically more defensive. In that case, fighting Valeria would have been more difficult. Her defensive stance was essentially impenetrable. Initially, he threw away his sword to respect their battle. However, after engaging in battle, he concluded that he made a wise decision. He merely obeyed what he learned from his master. Do whatever it takes to trick and lower the enemy's guard. That would truly be showing admiration to Valeria and her teachings. The battle had reached its final moments. Irk! Valeria frantically reinforced her barrier. She wasn't absolutely clueless about Jin's hidden tricks. However, she never would have imagined it to be a melee weapon instead of magic. Jin planned to go all out from the start. He lied about fighting her only with his magic to show his respect. That so-called respect. She knew damn well of the vehement admiration. Valeria gasped the moment Jin threw the dagger. If Jin played his trump cards, his swordsmanship, and his spiritual energy earlier, when the chains of fire grasped, His ankle, when Tess died to the lightning spear, when he confronted the flurry of lightning spears. He had all those opportunities. Yet he waited all this time until now. Valeria didn't dare to blink. With her widened eyes, she stared at the black dagger flying towards her. It had already reached her barrier. Crash! Like thin ice breaking apart, the barrier shattered. As soon as the dagger point touched it, fragments flew everywhere. It didn't even alter trajectories. The same fate befell the staff that was swung on reflex. She was no warrior. She was a magician. She didn't have the physical capabilities to deflect the projectile. Instead, the lightning spear charged towards Jean. A spear and a dagger. Regardless of which would hit its respective target first, Jean already guaranteed his victory. While the dagger aimed straight for Valeria's throat, the spear did not aim for his. One last shot. Valeria was already taking her last breath. And the lightning spear missed Jean completely. Crack! The dagger broke through her collarbone. From the impact, Valeria flew and tumbled backwards. Blood flew in an arc through the air. The two fell to the ground right next to each other. The mana in her staff quickly extinguished, the lighting spears evaporating into thin air. They vomited blood. Neither of them could stand. Jin's legs had been pierced by the lightning spears, and Valeria struggled to even vomit the blood creeping up her throat. Your excessive trust is your downfall. I'm sure that I mentioned that I would beat you with your own tactics. Is that why you didn't use your sword? I know you more than you think. If I didn't take lethal damage, you would have never believed me. Valeria breathed heavily. Jean. He didn't turn his head. Even if she were a mirage, he felt an ache in his chest, just like when he killed his own brothers. He refused to continue the conversation. He wanted to ask why it had to end this way, but he held back his tears. Jean merely fought an enemy and won. That was Valeria's way. She smiled. You've gotten stronger. By a lot. Her body slowly disintegrated into dust and flew away into the horizon. The holes in Jin's thighs slowly sealed up. His ripped earlobe also recovered, and his charred ankle regained its true color. As if nothing had happened, Jean stared into the sky. He felt molten lava broiling within him, but he had to keep on going. Phew! Jean stood up and picked up Bradamanti. The final mirage awaited him. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukidokata *****. The third mirage came that night. He swore it was midnight, but the flaming sun lingered atop the horizon. A midnight sun. Beneath the surprisingly bright night sky, far away, stood a man with the sun to his back. His sword was stuck into the sand. Two of his hands were on the pommel of the sword. Father! Jean first thought it was Siren Runcandle. No one other than him could create such pressure throughout the entire desert. It felt like the field of sand was a dark forest. He felt as if he would die immediately if he wasn't cautious. Jean then stopped dead in his tracks, the pressure constricting his body. If the sun fell on top of Timar, he could split in half. No, that's not father. He couldn't see the man's face at that distance, but he knew who the man was after some thought. 1,000 years had passed since his death. Although Jean had never seen his face, he recognized him. Timar Runcandle, the Runcandle clan's first patriarch. The man, the myth, the legend. It had to be him. So this is the last test. An absurdly strong opponent. Although he just stood there, Jean felt his entire body soak with sweat. If someone could cut the entire desert in half with one swing, the only person who could do such a feat would be Timar. Jean could feel the insane strength even from a distance. He felt like he would be immediately decapitated if he made one wrong move. And he really isn't a god, but a human. Compared to the Tana twins and Valeria, Timar wasn't someone who existed in Jin's memories. He conjured Soderet's ability in order to give himself a physical form, returning from the dead. And yet, he managed to suffocate Jean from afar. Jean had to continue, through the millions of unseen blades. My foot! It wouldn't move. It wasn't because of the certainty of death or the fear of being attacked the moment he moved. He couldn't move due to Timar's radiating energy. Jin's body didn't listen to him at all. What do you want me to do? I can't even move because of you. Timar said nothing. He just stood like a mountain and looked down upon Jin. He wouldn't be able to pass the final test at all. He stood as if his feet were nailed to the ground. His body wouldn't even move forward or backward. It was driving him crazy. Not even his vocal cords dared to vibrate. He felt as if he were a rock that sunk at the bottom of the sea. Wait. This is a trial. Jin remembered something. Trial. Everything he experienced in this desert was a trial. He slowly went through his experiences the past few weeks. The first hallucination was the Tawna twins. The second was Valeria. They all had something in common. If I didn't fight, I wouldn't advance. If I didn't have the gumption, there was no way to proceed. When swinging the sword, there was something more important than swordsmanship. The desire to swing. The belief. The strong will to cut through anything. Without it, there was no reason to wield the blade in the first place. Just as Luna, with her 10-star swordsmanship, couldn't kill Taemyun, Jin couldn't finish off Dante. That wasn't because either of them were weak, but because they were affected by emotion. They didn't have enough will to swing the blade. If Jin hesitated when slaughtering the mirages of his own brothers, he would have never made it past the first trial. The same applied for the second trial with Valeria. Timar, run, Candle. I will walk towards you. With only that much courage, he didn't stand a chance against this final challenge. I will defeat you. I can defeat you. Even if you can cut the sun in half, I will defeat you. I will slice him in half. Repeating those words in his head like a mantra, Jin convinced his mind and body to move forward. His legs that were once rooted to the ground began to lift. The best warriors should be able to do anything with will. Jin was one of them. However, he needed something much more than just that. Shit! The moment he lifted his foot, his knees forced to bend. As if a cold knife was shoved deep into his leg, a shocking pain coursed through him. Not a single drop of blood was shed, but his fear ripped him apart. If controlling one's will was the qualification for any great warrior, then the strength of that will was what made a legendary fighter. This was what differentiated between warriors who were famous and those who were legends. There existed those who never held a sword but were the epitome of pure tenacity, and there were those who wielded a sword but couldn't take a single life. To pass the final trial, Jin needed the strongest will that he had ever mustered. An eternal fire that would never extinguish. If I didn't have that urge, then this life wouldn't be any different. Timar. Crack. While gritting his teeth, he broke his own molar. Struggling to stand, Jin spat out the broken tooth, and then took another step. Timar smiled. At that point, Jin's vision was black. Beneath the blue sky and midnight sun in the great desert, he walked alone in the darkness. Fum! A dark smoke appeared beside Timar. The black dragon who had been hiding in the desert, Misha, stood next to him. Timar, did you just smile? Are you okay? She spoke as if Timar had never smiled in his entire life. The ancient king didn't answer. Misha reached for Timar's shoulder. Ah! Her hand passed right through Timar. Thump! Misha lost balance and fell to the ground. She stared into the sand and scoffed in disappointment. Was I mistaken? No, he definitely grinned. As for her, it had been 1,000 years since she saw a loved one smile. Misha turned her head to Jin. The boy who made Timar smile was only dozens of steps in front of the mirage. She quickly shook off the wetness in her eyes. Chapter 178. Inheriting the Shadow Blade 1. It felt like walking to the stars. Jin knew he was walking forward, but he didn't feel like he was getting any closer. Just as he would never reach the stars, he felt as if he would never reach Timar. He painfully drew Bradamanti, hands trembling. He struggled to even gasp for each breath. Every time a breath of hot air traveled through his throat, it felt as if he were swallowing a bundle of knives. Cut. I will cut him. In his blank mind, it was those words that echoed. Not letting his will bend in any situation, he swung his sword 10,000 times. The first swing the same as the last. To someone who was almost deemed to be a strong warrior, what else would be better? Despite the torture, Jean was feeling more and more accomplished after each step. Even if I can't see it, I'm advancing. He didn't feel like he was getting closer, yet he knew it was so. No one knew how long he walked. Slowly, his pitch-black vision slowly regained its colors. In his hazy vision, Timar's silhouette was ever so close. Beside him was a woman whose presence Jean could detect. Who is that? He didn't even dare to ask about her presence. More specifically, he couldn't. Filled with the thought to defeat Timar, Jean had no room for any other thought to take place. The person next to Timar was not at all important. Paying her any mind could waver his focus and will. Timar smiled again. Clenching her fists, Misha intently watched as Jean struggled to walk through flat sand. She couldn't see his smile. He's a child full of surprises. I would have never thought he would make it this far, Master Soderette. The goal of the third trial matched Jin's expectation. To have the will to defeat anyone, no matter who he met. To not lose a glimmer of hope even when met with someone like Timar Runcandle. However, walking all the way to Timar's feet was never part of the trial. This place was not built only for Jean Runcandle, but also for all Runcandle magic swordsmen who wielded spiritual energy. Because of the humiliating oath between the Runcandle clan and Zipfel clan, a new successor appeared 1,000 years after Timar's death. Any Runcandle magic swordsman had to go through this place. If the contract weren't signed, at least 10 others would have sought this land. However, amongst them, how many would make progress like Jean did? With a body that hadn't reached 20 years of age, no less. Besides Siren Runcandle, no one would compare. No, not even he would make it this far. Not even 100 steps remained between Timar and Jean. An incomprehensible amount of mental strength would have been depleted just for this task. However, it seemed like Jin's steps were getting quicker. If the pressure created by Timar was fire, then time was a hammer. That fire and time constantly beat Jean. The closer he got to Timar, Jean was getting sharper. He was becoming a blade. And ultimately, the sword reached Timar. Bradamanti no longer shook. The midnight sun soaked the blade sky blue. One more step and a swing, and Timar would be finished. No! Jin's eyes widened. As soon as he was ready, Timar disappeared. He came all this way to swing his sword, yet the mirage just disappeared. Those who pursued an oasis just to find a mirage would never face as much disappointment as Jean had. Timar! He screamed into the empty desert. In his splitting voice was a genuine shout. Timar! Where did you flee, Timar? Jean swung his sword in the air as he screamed his ancestor's name. Yet Timar didn't return. The man who once stood in the distance, emitting immense pressure, no longer existed. Damn it! The thousands of strings that kept Jean together, the will that kept his body intact, snapped all at once. Disappointment filled that void. A sense of loss swallowed him whole. Jean then swung his sword 5 times. The woman! That woman next to Timar might know something. Recalling Misha's presence, Jean glanced around. However, she had already fled to her hiding spot beyond the Great Desert's barrier. From Jin's perspective, she was just a mirage on a sandy hill. Ha! Thud! Jean fell on his knees. He couldn't comprehend it. To kill Timar, he slaughtered his brothers and slayed the master he loved. It would have been the same even if it weren't the Tana twins and Valeria. Murakan, Gilly, Luna, Yona, Kashmir, Enya, Elisa. No matter who it was, he would face the same or even greater internal conflict. Swallowing his emotions, he finally arrived at the finish line. And it was an empty conclusion. Along with a void in his heart, rage emerged. However, he couldn't even throw a tantrum at the sandy winds around him. He couldn't wait for Timar to reappear either. Even if he waited, he probably wouldn't return. Compared to any other moment, his gut had a stronger premonition than ever. Jean calmed himself down and looked around. To achieve internal tranquility, he needed a lot of time. Hilarious. I came all the way here, preparing myself for the gates of death. Now that he's gone, I just remember that I no longer have any water or food. By the time he met Valeria, the second mirage, his supplies bottomed out. The short regeneration after his fight was all he had left. However, just because Timar was gone didn't mean he was going to stop. Though he no longer had the will to advance anymore. It would have been better if he never met Timar. When the third mirage ends, release your spiritual energy. Then the illustrious legend tribe will appear. He decided to cast spiritual energy release, just as Murakan instructed. Either way, all of the trials had finished, and he thought it was the time to meet the illustrious legend tribe. Hush! Jean emitted black spiritual energy. He didn't notice it, but his spiritual energy had become much stronger and darker. His accomplishments after the third trial. Sitting in the sand for a while, Jean continued to emit the dark smoke. Yet the illustrious legend tribe was nowhere to be seen. The three mirages ended, though? Had Murakan been mistaken? Or did the land of inheritance for the Shadow Blade not exist in the first place? The anxiety hit him. He released as much spiritual energy as he could. But no one approached. The night arrived. The sun continued to burn in the sky, oozing a disgusting heat wave. Jean blankly stared into the empty desert. Ha ha ha! He howled in laughter. If he didn't let out something at the top of his lungs, he would have never been able to alleviate the suffocation in his chest. These dogs. Yeah, I'll fucking do it. Ha! Let's see who comes out on top. He didn't even know who he was talking to at this point. Jean decided to walk. Even if he didn't reach the land of inheritance for the Shadow Blade, he couldn't let his life end in this godforsaken desert. The moment his right foot left the sand, he heard a voice. You pass. Jean stopped in his tracks and looked around. A beast man he had never seen before stood a distance away. He looked almost exactly like a human, save for his two hands covered in black fur, the fist-sized gemstone stuck in his chest, and the tail. Illustrious legend tribesman. Jean blinked and rubbed his eyes. Maybe his eyes were too dry. Standing 2 meters tall, the beast man blocked the sun. Expressionless. Jean didn't even want to know where the beast appeared from. He was used to the desert being full of surprises. If you had only sat, complained, and given up or just asked the gods to save you, it would have been over for you. What? After the third mirage disappeared, you thought the test was over. Well, in Sodaret's standards, it is. Yeah, so you're telling me that the test was over a while ago. When the third mirage disappeared, the beastman shrugged and nodded. Basically. However, that's not enough for our standards. If you're not a warrior who doesn't lose your spirit until the end, you don't deserve to be taught what we teach. For that reason, you pass. Sheeing. A fire sparked within Jin's eyes as he drew Bradamanti. He immediately charged. Clang. The beastman effortlessly flicked the blade away and smiled. Why are you angered, Sodaret's 1,000-year contractor? Do you want to fight? Jean didn't continue his onslaught. He sheathed Bradamanti. Compared to a moment ago, where he was filled with rage and bloodthirst, he looked rather calm. No. Simply put, you guys have been toying with me this entire time. I needed to get some rage out of myself. Yeah? You stopped not because you don't stand a chance against me? Jean burst into laughter. Do I look scared to you? I will fight you if you want me to. The beastman found Jean very interesting. He stared down at the child without a word. Then he smiled. I like you a lot. You differ from all of the other humans that I've met. Usually, humans pissed their pants when meeting us. You only chose weaklings to fight. Ha ha ha. Who knows? You could take that however you want. Back then, we were undefeatable. The beastman saw Jean speechless, so he lightly patted Jin's shoulders. I'm Tantel. What is your name, child of Sodaret? Jean Runcandle. All right, Jean Runcandle. I'll give you one piece of advice. I'm on the tolerant side, so I can take your disrespectful attitude as cute outbursts. But be careful when you meet the brethren of the Battle Temple. Battle Temple? Just as the name goes, brothers who are worshipped in the halls of battle gods. Crazy strong. Anyway, your current demeanor would earn them a valid reason for an extra meal. They don't like you as much as they do Sodaret. Tantel swung his sword in the air towards the sky. A massive dimensional portal opened, and the forgotten civilization of the illustrious legends emerged. Chapter 179. Inheriting the Shadow Blade. 2. Beyond the dimensional portal, Jean saw a city. Tantel stepped through the portal and waved to Jean to follow. Jean trotted behind him. The moment he stepped in, the sand disappeared, and he felt a hard cobblestone floor. Tantel tossed a canteen of cold water to him. Catching the metal container with one hand, Jean drank its contents all in one gulp, almost gagging at how fast he drank. Because it wasn't water that was in the canteen. It was wine. On top of that, its strength was something that he never experienced in his entire life, regression included. It felt as if he swallowed fire instead of some liquid. Jean glared at the chuckling beastman. Ha ha ha. We call it La Ferosa, you humans call it black light. That's the name of this disgusting wine? No, the name of this legendary city. Anyway, TSK, it seems humans don't know the true taste of wine. We refine diamonds to make it. Just give me some water. La Ferosa, black light. Jean was looking at the city that was built during the illustrious legend tribe's prime. La Ferosa boasted amazing architecture. No one would believe that it was built 5,000 years ago, and it was a bit extravagant. A golden road. I finally know why many explorers came to the Great Desert in search of gold. Jean received another canteen, and he put his nose to the spout. It was actually water this time. He chugged its contents and looked around. Everything was covered in gold. Every building around him was decorated with gemstones, usually the doors. Every door had a gemstone stuck to it like Tantel's chest. Tantel, what's the gem stuck to your chest? Are you a door? Heart. Tantel gave the most curt answer possible while carrying the heaviest sadness in his voice. Jean didn't continue his question and just continued walking the golden path. What was the point of all these luxuries? Jean and Tantel walked the road alone. No matter how much it sparkled and shined, La Ferosa was a ghost town. A city stuck in time. The once great illustrious legend tribe that bragged about their glorious civilization fell. Only a small minority spared by Solderet remained, breathless in the secluded dimension. The gemstone at the front of each door was the heart that once burned brightly when its owner was still alive. They walked for 2 hours and reached the end of the golden road. Yet there were still many paths that he hadn't walked with more gold than he had ever seen. Past the end of the golden path was just a cobblestone road. On either side of the road was an endless row of statues, honoring the warriors of the tribe. We're going to the battle temple. As I said before, Jean run candle. Watch your mouth in front of the brethren of the temple. Understood. Duly noted. Well, the brethren aren't labeled as gods or fighting legends. How many people are left in your tribe? Including the goddess of battle and 12 fighting legends. There are 77. We've all been waiting for you in this eternal hell. You say that as if they'd disqualify me as soon as I act up. Even if we wait a longer time, if you don't fit the criteria, then we can't teach you. These beast men didn't seem to be the nicest creatures. Jean shrugged. The battle temple, just as its name suggested. The temple was a sacred place built for legendary warriors, a breeding ground for ego. Still, the existence of this hierarchical system piqued Jin's interest. Was because, from far away, he could feel the burning energy from the temple that was barely visible from the distance. It isn't anything compared to Timar, but I still get chills up my spine. If he never walked the Great Desert, he would have never detected these changes in energy. Just from passing the 3 mirages in the trials, Jean had developed a lot. The battle temple looked bigger than anything Jean had ever seen. The outer wall was made from steel and stone, and there wasn't a single decoration there. The steel door, that alone felt like an entire castle wall, had countless gems implanted on its facade. Tantel laid his hand on the door, and it slowly opened. Rumble, rumble. Whoa! Hoo-hooah! It wasn't Jin's voice. The voices of astonishment were from a group of illustrious legend tribespeople. They were stuck to the other side of the door. Who knew how long they waited? Is our apprentice finally here? Damn, he's kinda cute. 1,000 years after Timar. 1,000. Tantel smacked his forehead at the immaturity. It seemed these beastmen also blushed when embarrassed. Shit, he doesn't have to blush. The beastman's eyes sparkled, following Jean wherever he went. Indiscriminate of gender, they were all at least 2 meters tall. My brethren, how many times did I say to not act like this? They ignored Tantel. All of their attention was on Jean. How old are you? How is La Ferosa? Have you eaten? What's your favorite food? Seeing them giggling and conversing in their deep voices, Jean really wondered if they ruled the land in the past. There probably aren't any gods or fighting legends here. There's chatty people like this in every friend group. While Jean debated whether to answer or not, one woman raised him to the sky. Jean tried to escape her grasp, but it was futile. What is this strength? He knew that the illustrious legend tribe was strong. Even more so after seeing Tantel and the others. However, when Tantel deflected Bradamanti, Jean didn't feel such strength. Jean tried his best to escape the woman's grip, but she looked as if she were playing with a little child. She put Jean on her shoulders and giggled. Jin's face turned into a tomato, just as Tantel's face had. The kid's face is a little dirty. Gotta wash him up. Pelos, did you prepare the bathwater? Of course, 7th legend brethren. She was the 7th fighting legend, Bella's. Jean sighed. I guess there's no point in resisting. He felt that they were genuinely welcoming him, so he didn't feel the need to decline such hospitality. Jean had to inherit the shadow blade from them. He came to learn, not fight them. Amazing! Haha! Who's going to wash him? Rock, paper, scissors. The last one standing gets to wash the second historical apprentice. Rock, paper, scissors. Again. Chaos took over the group. Tantel looked like he had already given up. The first human after over 1,000 years. Also a candidate to inherit the Shadow Blade. It was hard to understand. No, this isn't right. It really isn't. If he left them alone, one of those bulky, muscular beastmen would bathe him. Even Jean hated it when Gilly washed him when he was only a year old. I'll wash myself, Jean shouted, and silence consumed the area. All eyes were on him, who was still sat on top of Bella's shoulder. No, that's not allowed. Why not? You're about to meet the goddess of battle brethren, so you can't greet them in such a condition. You said there was bathwater? I can just wash myself. Ah, not enough. You must be very clean. Not a single grain of sand can be in your ear. Yep, humans are normally very dirty. Wearing dirty clothes, eating with your dirty hands, eating food that went bad and stuff. Those were the humans back in their day. The beastman's history was also frozen 5,000 years ago, and people at the time were far from clean and civilized. I'm not like that. He felt weird for even answering. In fact, Jean had to explain how well he bathed. The beastmen nodded in dissatisfaction. He knows more than we thought. What shall we do? 7th legend brethren. He completely refuses our hospitality. Bella's scratched her chin, deciding whether Jean was capable or not. Okay, you will wash yourself and come out. Then we will judge whether you meet our standards. If you fail to meet them, then you will not complain about our future actions. Understood. Understood. On one side of the battle temple, Jean washed for over 3 hours. He meticulously cleaned every nook and cranny of his body just because he didn't want to deal with the aftermath, but it still felt nice. After all, it was the first bath since he entered the desert. They also prepared fruits and traditional cookies, so Jean made sure to indulge in them. Returning from the bathhouse, Jean realized that the battle temple was more like a town square than a temple. The residents barely left the temple and instead remained on the first floor, reading or talking with one another. You pass. Tantel spoke as he handed Jean their traditional robes. They were prepared for the new visitor. You wash well. I burned and destroyed the clothes you had before. I didn't think I'd ever get a compliment for washing up well. Your people are rowdier than I thought. They looked like crazy maniacs. We're people too. It's been thousands of years since Timar left and time halted since. Everyone's a little worked up. Jean tried to latch his sheath around his waist when Tantel shook his head. When you meet the goddess of battle, you can't carry a weapon. Is it something like that? You sound scornful. You think they'd feel threatened just because you had a sword? What is it, then? There's just no need to have it while you're here for the time being. It looks like it's Barasata's brother's sword. You must use another sword when using Shadow Blade. Why? Because the sword will support your spiritual energy, you won't be training anything. We're going to stop by your residence. So leave your sword there. They arrived in Jin's quarters. A bed and a small bookshelf. Compared to La Ferosa, there was nothing to see out the window. If you go to the main house, you'll see the 7th fighting legend. The environment will be completely different. Don't get nervous, and just respond to what they say. Just as I said before, don't say dumb shit. When do I get to inherit the Shadow Blade? That's what they'll decide. Passing the trials is only the minimal requirement. If the council decides you're not worthy yet, you will return to where you came from. To those words, Jin's eyes sharpened. It's all just horseshit. Shouldn't we be careful when passing down such a strong technique? If we fought with gods with Shadow Blade, then our life would have never been this way. The closer they got to the main hall of the battle temple, Tantal's heart grew. Brighter and brighter. It seemed to be affected by the presence of powerful entities. Chapter 180. Inheriting Shadow Blade. 3. The goddess of battle had a rather small body compared to the other beastmen. Compared to Jean, she wasn't as big. However, just by her presence, the goddess absolutely dominated the 12 fighting legends beside him. The gemstones seemed to glow like the sun because of her presence. Their hearts shone so brightly, Jean would have covered his eyes with his hands. Did you say your name was Jean Runcandle? A clear but deep voice. Yes. Weird. You look completely different from Timar, but your aura is very similar. Jean didn't answer and just looked into her bottomless eyes, her long hair waving in the air like fire. It didn't take long for her to judge and make a decision about him. I like it, prospective apprentice. After looking at what? Just because my energy is similar to Timar's. He had questions shoot across his mind, but he didn't dare ask them. I can see the first patriarch left a lasting impression on these arrogant people. Remembering their confrontation, it was obvious. The one warrior who could have dominated the land was none other than Timar Runcandle. Certainly, his aura is similar to that of Timar. However, he may be able to become a more overwhelming warrior in the future. Don't get your hopes up too much, Garmund. That's very greedy. The fighting legends exchanged some comments as they examined Jean. He basically received the approval from the head of the temple, but he didn't feel too good about it. They're all thinking of me as Timar's shadow. He couldn't deny that Timar was the most legendary warrior in history. He also couldn't deny that Timar basically built the Runcandle clan, so Jean would have never existed without him. However, he never wanted to be remembered as Timar's subordinate. Jean didn't think that surpassing him was impossible. Furthermore, although it wasn't a real fight, Jean defeated him before coming to this place. I am Jean Runcandle. Do not speak when not spoken to by the goddess. You spoke of my ancestor, so I wanted to clarify my name. You little. One legend stomped forward, but the goddess slowly raised her hand. All of the legends kneeled and bowed. Fufu. All right. We did dwell on the past with our future in front of us. Jean Runcandle, my name is Vaughn. She didn't have any name. That signified her clan or family. Whomever's womb they were birthed. They all treated each other like siblings. No need to add any prefix or suffix. Just Vaughn is fine. Is that all right? We don't share hierarchical respect like your human society. It doesn't matter if you just call me by my given name. However, there is one thing you should be careful of with your words. What would that be? Before the entire tribe accepts you, you must never call them your brethren. Jean nodded. Some of the legends swallowed their smirks, the look in their eyes saying the same thing. This bastardly human will never receive our approval. Yet Jean didn't care. Those who easily revealed their emotions weren't problems at all. Those who were honest were simple, and those who were simple were easy to convince. The legends who hid their emotions, Convincing them would be a challenge. Goddess of Battle Vaughn too. She said she likes me, but I don't know if she's being honest or not. Vaughn stood up from her throne and walked towards Jean. She unbuckled the sheath on her side and handed the sword to him. It was a very normal sword. Nothing that a legendary beastman would use. Use this sword when learning the shadow blade technique. The smirks on some of the legends grew. Jean understood their glee as soon as he held the sword. My spiritual energy. The sword was absorbing it. It appeared to be a normal sword at first glance, but it drained Jin's spiritual energy like a leech, leaving no evidence behind. A completely different experience from when he awakened his blade by concentrating his spiritual energy into it. It's the shadow vacuum. I'm sure you've never felt this before. Ever since you contracted with Soderette, spiritual energy never left your body. If I hold on to it all day, then I'll be completely drained. Your ancestor, Timar Runcandle, overcame that sword fairly quickly. Just as you confidently claimed your name, can I anticipate some achievement? It was hard to answer. The speed at which the sword drained Jean was ominous. As soon as he realized its hidden features, he tried to control his spiritual energy. However, the more he resisted, the stronger the vacuum got. Shit's annoying. Jean initially nodded. If he couldn't do what Timar did, he would be treated like a successor forever. He just needed to find a way. Just as always. We begin tomorrow at dawn. You are dismissed. Understood. Jean exited the temple, and the legends clicked their tongues. He should be thankful for even being compared to Timar. Our second successor will face the consequences of his arrogance so soon. Seventh legend Bellas shrugged and responded. Don't you think that's a little harsh, Vaughn? What is? Timar received the sword after completing Shadow Blade first form. He was way past 20 as well. I don't think Jean is suited to deal with the sword. What's wrong, Bellas? You already love the second one? It's true that we're hyped for the second inheritor in history, but we must remain strict within the temple. Garmund responded, and the goddess smiled. Our time is frozen, but it has been 1,000 years since Timar died. It won't be strange if someone stronger than Timar was born. I just want to know if humans, Runcandle, got stronger in those years. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukidokata *****. The night was long. No one was supervising him, but Jean constantly held onto the sword. Before dawn even came, every bit of spiritual energy disappeared from his body. Weird. The moment he opened his eyes, he tried to release spiritual energy. A weak black dust wrapped around his body, as if the training he had done to achieve 6-star had disappeared. After detaching the sword from himself, the release got better over time. However, in order to recover his original state, he had to constantly practice without laying a finger on the weapon. The first to teach Jean was the 8th legend. Who's the 8th legend? Tantel? Brethren Garmund. The tallest and the one with the longest beard. Ah, that man. Garmund was one of the legends who openly showed emotion. Compared to the shadow vacuum homework, it looked as if convincing his first instructor would be easier. Anyway, how does the hierarchy amongst the legends work? Does a lower number mean a higher rank? If I exclude the chief brethren, there is no hierarchy. We only use these terms to show respect. So, essentially, we're equivalent troops in human terms. The number is just to signify the order at which we attained legend status. That's an unexpectedly fair system. We have never clashed swords within our tribe. We don't need that kind of pathetic hierarchy. That's funny. They walked to the training area at the center of the temple, a massive open space that took a majority of the temple's estate. There was no training equipment, just a jagged stone floor that looked like it hadn't been managed for years. However, the moment Jean stepped onto the warm stone floor, he instantly knew why it was built in such a way. This floor is inconceivably firm. It wasn't just any stone. It could be compared to Bradamanti and the black light cuirass's 1,000-year steel. Cracks and crevices littered the flooring, making Jean wonder how much training this tribe had done before their extinction. And is that one from Timar? There was a giant sword mark that stretched across the entirety of the training grounds. A crater approximately 100 steps long. At the end of the crater, Garmin stood with his arms crossed. Well, 100 steps isn't too big if I think about it. Can I, as of this moment, leave such a sword mark on this flooring? He would never know if he never tried. Jean hadn't mastered the shadow blade at all, but just as he cut through Myron's Hell Gate and Goltep's hammer, just as he walked all the way to Timar, he knew it was possible as long as he had the will to do so. Well, that's only if the shadow vacuum didn't take away all of my spiritual energy. Jean adjusted the cursed sword on his belt. There was only half a year until the compass interception operation. He had to overcome the shadow vacuum and master the shadow blade before returning to his team. Your ancestor left this mark. Second one. I thought so, Garmin. Then Garmin turned his head towards Tantel and glared. Did you tell this damned kid my name? Ah, eighth brethren. Shouldn't this fellow know his teacher's name beforehand? I don't even think of this human child as my apprentice. Of course. Anyway, I shall take my leave. Hopefully, our first apprentice after the past 1,000 years won't die on the first day. Humph. You say the same things as the seventh brethren. That's up to this kid. Hold your sword, child. Before our training, there's something I need to confirm. If you can't even do this, I will not train you. The moment Jean unsheathed the sword, Garmin smiled. Swing your sword 10,000 times. And make it consistent. Jean let out a refreshing shout within. That was the one thing he was confident in. Chapter 181. Inheriting Shadowblade. 4. / For exactly 5 hours, Jean swung his sword 10,000 times. And with the swings being consistent in quality and speed, Garmin couldn't keep his jaw from dropping. Phew, I finished. Jean flicked his sweaty bangs. Although Tantel said that he would return to his quarters, he remained to watch Jean with his task. After around 3,000 swings, other beastmen came to watch. At 5,000, the color in Garmin's face drained. And at 7,000, he was sweating. At the 10,000 mark, Garmin realized that he had been underestimating Jin's prowess. The boy genuinely astonished Garmin. I would have never known. This situation, I didn't think it'd happen. What the hell? Hoo-hooah. Disregarding Garmin's conflicting emotions, the other beastmen shouted and screamed. The normal warriors had different perspectives than the fighting legends. They had been waiting for thousands of years for someone to contest Timar's absolute dominance. They wanted to verify that their frozen time was worth it. Garmin, why are you speechless? A smile grew on Jin's face, and Garmin cleared his throat. His brethren enjoyed the sight, so he had felt a little guilty for being the only person who wanted Jean to fail. Well done. I didn't think you would execute it so perfectly. No, I didn't want to hear some patronizing compliments. Humph, what do you want me to say? Then, please confirm that I am ready to receive your teachings. With your own mouth. Jean wasn't provoking Garmin without any deep thought. In fact, he relied on all of the spectators around the training grounds. He knew that Garmin was becoming conscious of the others. Amongst the legends, Garmin had the strongest ties to his people. And if he didn't accept Jean, then he would be disappointing his brethren. TCH, all right? I accept you, Jean Runcandle. You are now ready to learn the secret technique known as Shadowblade from yours truly, the 8th fighting legend. Whoa, so cool. Garmin, Garmin, Garmin. The spectators chanted simultaneously, and Garmin began to blush. His heart began to shine a little brighter, moved by his emotions. All right, everyone go on your way. The real training is about to begin. The audience continued to cheer as they left. With gratitude, Jean also waved his hand in the air. Again, the two stood together in the training grounds. How old are you, apprentice? 16. After December, I'll be 17. Garmin's eyes widened. Even within the tribe, not many others could achieve Jin's level at that age. Jean had already stepped into the domain of Mind's blade. This is interesting. Garmin swiftly drew his sword. Is it a spar? Oh ho! You overestimate yourself. A spar is only when you are even a tenth of my power. Jean clearly could not conceive how strong these beastmen were. How big is our skill gap? You're not even close to moving my sword. Right as Garmond finished his sentence, Jean stabbed him in the throat with shadow vacuum. Clang! Garmond easily deflected the sword, furious. Fire sparked in his eyes. What's this? You said that I wouldn't even be able to move your sword, so I decided to try something. Turns out that I was wrong. You moved your sword. Garmond's face crumpled. Embarrassment after embarrassment befell him. This was not his day. I was going to make him try to move my sword when he was speechless. Garmond had been talking about strength. No such warrior existed such that no movement of the sword was necessary to block Jin's attack. That's not what I meant. I meant that, no matter how many times you strike my sword, you won't be able to move it. Oh, that's what you meant? I knew something was weird. I failed to read between the lines. Of course, Jean knew what Garmond meant this entire time. He just wanted to embarrass him. There was nothing bad about magnifying his strength through these little conversations. More than anything, this guy is fun to annoy. Jean didn't hate people like Garmond. Alright, then try again. Don't go for me, but my sword. Understood. Jean stepped forward and swung the cursed sword. Clang. Whoa! Jean could only be impressed. He didn't exert any aura, but he did use a lot of strength. However, Garmond's sword didn't budge. And of course, Garmond's stance didn't falter either. On the other hand, Jean lost his balance temporarily from the impact. Garmond let out a snort, seeming to know that this would happen. Just as I said, you can't make my sword move. I'll try again. As much as you want. Jean backed off and breathed slowly. He closed his eyes, focusing his energy and concentrating. The blue aura from his palms wrapped around shadow vacuum. Hop! He swung with all his might. It was a strike that he would never use in a real fight. What kind of enemy would let him close his eyes? Clang! Blade to blade. A loud sound echoed throughout the grounds at the collision. However, Garmond's sword didn't even vibrate, and Jean flew opposite him. From his mouth, a stream of blood leaked. Ugh! Garmond originally planned to laugh. He had already imagined the expected result, hoping to see a pathetic sight. However, my sword almost broke. For the first time in 1,000 years, Garmond felt like his palms were ripping apart. The heat scorched his hands, and his arms throbbed in pain. He wanted to smile. It was equivalent to an 8-star in human terms. Jean was still a 7-star, but as a run candle who just crossed the godforsaken desert, he had already grown a lot. However, that's not enough for me to treat you well. It had only been a day since he came to La Ferosa. If Garmond gave him the respect he wanted, the bastardly human would want more. As such, he had to be tough and strict. Complete a swing. That is able to move my sword. Will you tell me the process? Didn't the 3 mirages already teach you that? The key is to believe. Believe. The most important aspect of Shadowblade was belief. Subliming the belief into spiritual energy was the core of the technique. It was the equivalent of using Mind's Blade, except Shadowblade had the expanding property. The secret technique didn't exist only to cut through things efficiently. Alright, I'll give you a week. Within that week, you have as many attempts to strike my sword. Use everything you've got. Rip your hands, break your teeth. You must understand the core of Shadowblade. Jin's eyes narrowed. A week. He obviously set a tight time limit in his terms. If I succeed, then I'll definitely earn his respect. Hopefully, he won't go back on his words. On the other hand, Garmond was contemplating. Is 1 week too harsh? I know this kid is something special, but I have to make it a challenge. Stand after failure, second apprentice. Then I and the others will accept you. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukid Okada *****. Is that it? Apprentice? If your belief wavers, so will your sword. Do you not understand? And your Soderet's contractor despite being like that? I can see it in your eyes. You are not ready. Timar did it in 2 days. If the others knew, they would have never appreciated you. Garmund prepared many comments. He planned to receive Jin's blows thousands of times while standing still to absolutely devastate him. However, on the 3rd day, after 27,576 swings, Garmund's sword broke. He blankly stared at the result of 4 days of swinging. Amongst his despicable comments, the only one that stimulated Jin was, Timar did it in 2 days. And for all of the strikes, Jin looked like he was enjoying it. In fact, Garmund was the only one who looked in pain. I took 1 more day than Timar. Jin picked up a remnant of Garmund's blade as he spoke. From start to finish, he never showed a face of enjoyment. He was dissatisfied that his results came close to his ancestors. Shit. If only I focused a little more, I would have done better. Jin sighed. Garmund just stared in astonishment. He expected at least a month's work to attain such a feat, yet Jin completed it in only 3 days. Of course, he was still slower than Timar. However, considering the cursed sword and his age, a 1-day difference is insane. In fact, his success is even more impressive. Jin sought this place as a complete warrior. There might not be many things that the tribe could teach him. Garmund thought through Jin's training. Thump, thump. He patted Jin on the back and chuckled. Second apprentice, Jin Runcandle. I'll be honest. You didn't seem like the freak of nature that you are, but you impressed me until the end. Are you accepting me? For me, yeah. The other brothers will open their hearts to you. They will feel the purity and strength of your soul. To Garmund's drastic personality change, Jin smiled. Then Garmund spoke. I have one small request. A request. May I be the first to experience your achievement? The first to experience. My what? Answer me. His eyes sparkled. Jin couldn't deny him at all. I don't know what you would like, but I'll comply. Garmund took the blade shard from Jin's hand and tossed it into his mouth. He ground his teeth before swallowing. Satisfied, he pounded his chest. A very good taste. Starting tomorrow, the 5th legend will come out here as well. Chapter 182. Inheriting Shadowblade 5. The 5th fighting legend was Boraz. He was about half the size of Garmund and a little more chattery. At first glance, he had an expression of great astonishment. Garmund had probably relayed some information beforehand. Jin would never know that Garmund blabbered about Jin's feet until his mouth became dry. These beastmen are just very big dogs. The illustrious legend tribe in La Ferosa felt like the opposite of their notoriety throughout history. Compared to a serious and battle-ready facade, they all just had adorably stupid personalities. Snatch! Ha! As soon as Jin arrived, Boraz grabbed his chin. I couldn't react? Shit! Why's he so fast? Although it was because he carelessly had his guard lowered, it was still very shocking. As Jin failed to contain his surprise, Garmund giggled, having already expected Jin to fail to react. Boraz then examined Jin's mouth. Jin didn't try to escape his grasp. He already knew how strong these beastmen were from the time Bellas grabbed him. Hey, second apprentice. Why re you missing a molar? It broke. Ho? How so? If you would please let me go. Boraz instantly let go and Jin slowly explained why. His molar broke. That he had gritted his teeth too hard when he tried to approach Timar. Damn! That's sick. Your teeth are stronger than most monsters. You bit down on your own teeth enough to break them? You're definitely some specimen. Specimen? Jin glared at him, and Garmund nonchalantly whistled while looking in another direction. Boraz chuckled and continued. No, you mustn't do that. Anyway, teeth are important. I guess you need a new one. Before Jin could even answer, crack, Boraz inserted his own hand into his mouth and plucked a tooth out. A large, sharp, round tooth. What the foo? Blood flooded his mouth. However, Boraz was too busy showing off the tooth to care. Hey, look, these are the teeth that we boast about. Rocks, steel, even diamond, we can chew it all. Oh, of course, you need complementary bite force to support it. I understand that illustrious legend tribesmen have strong teeth. I watched Garmin eat sword scraps like chips. Anyway, why did you? Ha ha ha. Now I will carve this in the shape of your teeth and ram it into your gum. Have some fun with Garmin. I'll be right back. Boris gave a thumbs up and disappeared. He vanished so quickly that Jean didn't even see an afterimage. How should I interpret this? Surprisingly, Garmin didn't think this situation was weird at all. Is putting that tooth in my gum even possible? Nothing is impossible. So you've done this before? No? First time. Alright. Enough talk. Let's train. Shadow Blade first technique, Soul Slash. I'll show you. Shing. Garmin drew a new sword and took his stance. Jean followed, not wanting to talk about teeth anymore. Soul Slash is the beginning and end of the art of Shadow Blade. He had heard the same thing when learning spiritual energy release from Murakan. The beginning and end. Well, all fighting techniques were like that. The basic swing in swordsmanship, the basic stab in spear-wielding, the basic punch in martial arts. Mastering the most advanced skills in any discipline was the basics with more steps. Don't be surprised, apprentice. Whoosh! Black smoke surrounded Garmin's sword. Concentrated spiritual energy. Garmin swung the sword here and there while constantly glancing at Jean. I'm not a contractor, but I'm using spiritual energy. Why aren't you surprised? Jean basically read his mind. I assumed Solderet distributed his abilities. If you couldn't wield spiritual energy, then how would you be able to use Shadow Blade in the first place? Ah, well, I guess so. Jean still felt a little weird. He never thought of someone other than him using spiritual energy. Just show me. Garmin licked his lips. Well, all right. The beastman's eyes narrowed, and Jean could feel the concentration and power from a distance. Instinctively, he took about 20 strides backwards. The sword constantly burned with black fire. His blade fell like lightning. The black emission swallowed the empty space. Not even the swoosh of the sword could be heard. Neither did the screech of metal blade to stone floor echo. For those that couldn't wield spiritual energy had a fate of darkness sealed for them. Crack. After the move ended, the first sound was heard. A shockwave exploded from Garmin, and stone debris flew everywhere. A blade mark that spanned about 50 steps long. Garmin could only shake his head after completing the demonstration with unsatisfactory results. How was that? Very quick, big, quiet, and strong. Jean answered calmly. However, deep inside, he thought of Luna's mind's blade, Blood Moon. It looks like a mini-blood moon. However, it looks like it has a lesser physical toll. If I can use this successively, those who were 7-star and below wouldn't stand a chance. What I showed you was only 50% of its full power, which is why Timar's mark is twice as big. But didn't you say Soul Slash was the beginning and end of Shadow Blade? I did. Does that mean that, if I complete Soul Slash, the power is limited to a blade mark that's only 100 steps long? Garmin chuckled. That's only if you complete Soul Slash. However, once you begin to master Shadow Blade, Soul Slash wouldn't become much of a technique but an ability. An ability? Why do you think the first technique is Soul Slash? You can take the life of anyone who has less will than you. Even if their absolute power is greater than yours, they can't evade the death of their soul. Jean couldn't understand a single word Garmin was spouting. It wasn't Jin's problem at the moment, since it wasn't an area that Timar or half the fighting legends couldn't achieve. You have to learn how to combine your sword and spiritual energy, and you do that by... There was one question I couldn't answer when you asked. Other than his comments on the swing, Jean forgot to say one more thing. I've seen it. If it weren't for Shadow Vacuum, I can mimic your action. Elaborate. Garmin no longer got surprised by Jean. He felt that there was nothing wrong with this kid doing amazing things. Jean summarized his experiences. Cutting through Myron's Hell's Gate and Goltep's hammer. The Beastman applauded. Yes, it's exactly that feeling. Spot on. This vermin already felt Shadow Blade's first technique while battling. Channeling your will by chanting. Garmin clapped his hands again. All right, I understand now. I'll show you again. There was no specific reason for the second demonstration. In fact, Garmund learned more from his conversation with Jean. This time, he chanted some words as he focused. I will cut through that. I can cut through. He repeatedly chanted those words, just as Jean did. The black sword's crescent swallowed the surroundings as it traveled, and Garmund successfully left a larger mark. Whoa! This is it. Wait, aren't you supposed to teach me? Isn't this the opposite? Jean burst into laughter, and Garmund made an awkward smile. I'm actually more familiar with Glory Blade than Shadow Blade. The latter is much more inefficient for me. He looked satisfied with his own excuse. He used his vocabulary very well. Are you speaking out of your ass? Aren't you the teacher? We're both learning, so shut up and overcome Shadow Vacuum. If you just do that, you'll quickly complete the first technique. Then the fourth fighting legend will be here soon. I feel like I'm being scammed. It's just a feeling. Then show me Glory Blade. Jean got more interested in Glory Blade than Shadow Blade. No, why not? You're not a brethren. I'll tell the others that you learned about Shadow Blade from me. You dare threaten me? The eighth legend? Garmund. Garmund screamed and stomped once on the floor. Crack, crack, crack. A crevice ripped across the floor instantaneously as the air got dense. The pressure is definitely thicker than when he used Shadow Blade. However, it was all a bluff. It was akin to children throwing a tantrum when they got busted. Jean glared back, and Garmund shrugged, as if he lost. Fine. Just once. Good. Jean didn't want to leave with only Shadow Blade under his belt. After your training with the fourth legend, you will train with normal warriors every day. Before that, make sure to take a good look at Glory Blade from Garmund. Couldn't you just show me, Tantel? If a fighting legend shows you and Goddess Van finds out, the cleanup is much easier. Remembering his conversation the previous night, Jean really wanted to sink his eyes into it. He didn't think the opportune moment would come so quickly, though. Now, I will show you the most basic move. Thud, 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 thud. From the other side of the training ground, someone was sprinting from far away, leaving a massive dust cloud behind them. It was Boraz, returning after working on the tooth. Unfortunately, I can't show you, haha. I will take a look. You and I will no longer have time alone together. It's not that I don't want to show you, but it can't be helped. How childish. Boraz basically teleported in front of Jean and showed him the small tooth. It was way smaller than when it was removed from his mouth. The perfect size for Jin's mouth. And with lightspeed hands, Boraz instantly grabbed Jean by the chin again. Jean hung his tongue out. I should learn agility from this one. Anyway, can I really just take someone else's tooth like this? Felt a little wrong. But without a moment to reject, Boraz was already pushing the tooth into his gum. Hee, you'll love it, apprentice. Whoop. As soon as the molar hit his gum, roots grew from the tooth and planted itself into Jin's mouth. About to grimace at the pain, Jean realized that the foreign object used mana. This feels like using a rune page. Magic was being used from the tooth. And surprisingly, the magic seemed to transfer memories. The techniques of Glory Blade traveled from the molar and into Jin's brain. Chapter 183. Inheriting Shadow Blade. 6. The illustrious legend tribe didn't just possess the strength to challenge the gods. 5,000 years ago, their magical foundations were impressive, even when compared to that of modern civilization. We never had a class of people called magicians, heh? However, anyone who could wield magic worked as a blacksmith, just like me. Boraz puffed his chest, and Jean held in his surprise. Memory transfer magic. He knew that the Histers passed down that magic, and to his knowledge, that magic was exclusive to their clan. Not many others could cast it or knew about it. Even researchers had never dealt with magic that manipulated memory. Who? What? Fifth brethren? Did you put some magic in the tooth? 'Tis a secret. I don't know what's up, Jean, but you got a real present right there. Fifth brethren is the most talented blacksmith in our history. We even used to stand in line just to get our equipment touched. Of course, these are all stories from our prime, he. Not only was he an exceptional blacksmith, Boris was also an incredible warrior. Thank you. I will use it wisely. I guess there needs to be some reciprocation. Since I gave you my tooth, you must offer me your second achievement. Why are they so addicted to achievements? Jean wanted to ask, but he just nodded instead, though he didn't really know what his next task was. January 20th, 1797. A month passed since Jean arrived in La Ferosa. During that time, he received training from Garmund and Boris. He practiced Soul Slash and learnt how to use his body more efficiently from Boris, making his body lighter, controlling his power, exerting 120% of his power. The techniques taught by Boris were wild and beastly, yet marvelous. I thought you'd stick with your own beliefs and remain egotistical and stubborn, but you're doing very well. You're just teaching well, Boris. No way. For us illustrious legends, aura comes from the heart. We channel this aura to different parts of the body to strengthen and lighten them. Imitating me this well is your skill. These beastmen had a special gem which fueled their power, but Jean did not have such a source. However, from Jin's chest, a triangular aura shone, just like a gemstone heart. He had concentrated and formed his own aura heart to imitate the skillful warriors. It wasn't an easy feat. Any talented warrior could create a room-like gemstone heart. However, turning that newly formed source into a real gemstone heart was a different issue. No matter how trained a warrior was, learning such a skill was impossible in 10 years, let alone a month. If it weren't for that new molar, it would have been even harder. Jean could master the aura techniques thanks to Boris's implant. He could advance his skills ahead of time thanks to those memories. Boris knew of this fact, but he was still impressed. You're more fun to teach than Timar. The fourth legend brethren will come this afternoon. She will teach you the second technique of Shadow Blade. The fourth legend is coming this afternoon? Why was I not told? It's because we decided this morning, eighth brethren. I specifically requested it. We previously planned this for when he overcame the shadow vacuum, but seeing this kid's progress, now won't be a bad time. At those words, Garmund grinned. Do you think I don't know how you feel? You just want to eat this kid's achievement as soon as you can. Boris looked away and opened his little bundle. For lunch, the three of them sat and ate traditional cookies together. Cacto had no taste. However, just like the water that Valeria gave him in the Great Desert, it helped him recover quickly. May I pack some of these when I return? If the battle goddess allows. Nom, nom, nom. Finishing off the last of the cookies, he trained Soul Slash for 2 hours, and the fourth legend entered the training grounds. A woman with a massive, colossal sword on her back. The one who never reveals emotions. Garmund was easy to deal with, and Boris was already in favor of Jean. He could easily get close to them, but not all of the legends would be like that. Hello, I'm Jean Runcandle. Jean approached and greeted her. She did not speak and just nodded. Does she not like me? I can't read her expression at all. Jean thought of greeting her once more, but Boris clapped his hands as if he just remembered something. Oh yeah, the fourth legend can't speak. A speaking disability. Jean interpreted it like that, but Garmund added on. She's doing silence training. It's been a while. Ever since. La Ferosa's time stopped. She nodded. Silence training? Why do such a thing? He had heard of Vankella's saints doing such training, but he had never heard of warriors doing it. Besides, if she doesn't talk, how will she communicate? While the number of questions were growing, the fourth legend drew her sword. And with ludicrous speed, she wrote words on the ground. Rinpa, that was her name. Rinpa, nice to meet you. Fourth brethren, this is the language of the mainland. Rinpa hadn't written in her own language. Garmund and Boris looked very surprised. Ha ha ha, I knew something was up when you stayed in your room all day. You learned a new language for our new Urk. The colossal sword cut off his words. Rinpa poked him to make him shut his mouth. The warning poke was a hefty stab. Garmund barely parried the sword and flew towards the sky. As she prepared for another attack, Boris stopped her. Are you really thinking of splitting Brother Garmund in half? Nod, nod. Come on, don't do such things in front of the kid. Garmund's mouth blabbers every day. Nod, nod. Rinpa lowered her sword and Garmund sighed in relief. An easy way to see the hierarchy amongst their strengths. It also served to demonstrate Boris's authority. Jean found it awkward. Like, is there anything to be embarrassed about? Damn, I might have tried to kill him too. Thankfully, Jean dealt with these kinds of people all the time. To Jean, Rinpa was similar to Yona. I should treat her like I treat Yona. That might be the most effective method. Asterisk 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 translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata/eternal asterisk asterisk asterisk, and as expected, Rimpa's personality was very similar to Yona's. That wasn't particularly good though. Their personalities were just similar, not the same. Subsequently, no particular interaction occurred between Jean and Rinpa. She treated Jean like a glorified plaything. Just like when Jean arrived in Sale, Rinpa constantly toyed with Jean, going into complete silence after showing the second technique or hitting Jean with her sword when he's practicing Soul Slash, as if trying to convey that something was wrong. Cube. If it weren't for Mind's Eye, the sword would have landed on his head 5 times. Every time he parried the attack, he felt his entire body fall apart. Looking at him, Rinpa beamed with satisfaction. He had no idea if she was proud of her strike or the manner he blocked it in. Jean, however, did not retaliate. Why are you doing this? What do you want? Why do you attack? For people like Sister Yona, I have to play the waiting game. Wait for them to approach me first. Garmund and Boris found Jin's behavior rather strange. They remembered when Timar first met Rinpa, which led to absolute chaos. Jean finally received the fruits of his labor after 10 days. Koksk, Koksk, Sachk. After the first day, Rinpa wrote on the ground again. Why do you not ask the name of the second technique? I've shown it to you many times. Jean grinned. Of course. Jean immediately wiped his grin and met Rinpa's eyes. I wasn't too curious. Why? Besides that, can you even consider this as silence training? Rinpa's eyes widened. In my opinion, silence is not only the lack of speech. It also implies completely severing communication with others. Oh, I think Jean got it spot on? That sounds about right. Garmund and Boris turned and looked at Rinpa. Rinpa stood there, listless, repeating Jin's statement in her head. And finally, the icing on the cake. You ask me why I don't want to know the second technique's name? I do not want to learn from someone who flaunts the name, so I didn't bother asking. If you want to teach me, please show me something amazing, like Garmund and Boris did. Oh, Garmund and Boris sighed. They didn't think Jean would push Rinpa to a corner like this. Even the battle goddess wouldn't dare question her like this. When Jean turned to practice once more, it's not that. For the first time in 5,000 years, Rinpa spoke. Well, for her and the tribe, she had opened her mouth for the first time in 20 years. Garmund and Boris lost their marbles. Be brethren, your silence. Brethren Rinpa. Are you all ready? The two stuck right next to Rinpa, but she just ignored them. Rinpa looked into Jin's eyes and spoke. I show you. Something incredible. They were stupid. Jin swallowed his laughter. He knew that he could complete Rinpa's training in a cinch. Chapter 184. Inheriting Shadow Blade. 7. Swoosh. Fwhip. Rinpa's colossal sword swiftly cut through the air, splitting through space like butter. Coated with spiritual energy, it looked like a massive black pole being swung around. Left, right, down, up. Particles of energy sparked everywhere after each swing. It looked very flashy and cool, but it seemed like normal swinging to Jean. However, with a little more focus, he was able to see it. There were two swords that slashing through the air. The sparks had been concealing the other blade. In fact, he never saw the second sword in the first place. Whenever she swings, a mirror image of the sword appears on the opposite trajectory. When she swung to the left, a shadow image would appear to the right. The same occurred in the other direction. As long as the sword was moving, there was a shadow of it moving in the opposite direction. At any particular moment, 2 swords cut through the air. Is this really the second technique? She was just showing a sword covered in spirit energy. The sword's dance quickened. Sweat gathered on her forehead, and the colossal sword drew more trajectories per second. Jean mindlessly watched her swing away at the air. He had never thought of wielding 2 swords while holding only one. Rinpa was demonstrating what a dual wielder could do with 1 sword. Thump! Finishing her sword dance, she dropped the sword on the ground. Garmund and Boras began to clap, and so did Jean. She deserved it. How was that? That was amazing. You never did this before. Did you want me to pay attention first? Jean almost spoke those words, which probably would have ended his career. Your silence? Is it all right, Rinpa? Garmund and Boras couldn't believe that Rinpa terminated her training just for a child. It is all right. No need to be so worked up. We must tell the others. Yeah, she can communicate with us and the apprentice. She couldn't even talk to Timar back then. The 2 legends sprinted away to announce the news. Jean and Rinpa were alone in the training grounds now. Jean gave an awkward smile. Sheer. Pardon. That's the name of the second technique, apprentice. A fitting name. The second blade image makes the blade work analogous to a pair of scissors. Can you mimic? Isn't it something that I can't just imitate and perform? And this sword is a problem too. Jean pointed to shadow vacuum on his hip. The sword continued to drain all of Jin's spiritual energy. Shadow vacuum is like a sheath. When you draw your sword, draw out the spirit energy from the sword along with it. Yes, I have been feeling that recently. It doesn't just eat up my spiritual energy. Instead it gathers it in a pool. Jean shrugged. So, why were you not talking for so long? No one listened. To what? That we shouldn't challenge gods. I believe that it was the right punishment for not being able to prevent such a fate from befalling them. A damnation rather than training. Rinpa believed that her tribe's extinction was her fault. Jean sympathized with her, but he didn't verbally console her. Probably wasn't what she wanted to hear. I finished my punishment thanks to you. Very easily, on top of that. I am finally able to speak for the first time since 20 years. So I will now tell you everything I know. The moment she began to explain the second technique, Garmund and Boras returned, along with a dozen others. I guess will continue tomorrow. Jean Runcandle. Rinpa. 4th legend. It's finally over. Some of them questioned Jean on how he did it, which caused Jean to look away. The others didn't seem to not know why she had been silent. Jean tried to slip away, but Boras grabbed him. I will now consume your second achievement. But I haven't done anything. Didn't you open Rinpa's mouth? Hee. This air must be inhaled by me. Boras took deep breaths as if he were going to dive underwater. Jean burst into laughter. He looked like a dog trying to eat the falling snow. He could never know what these beastmen were. He sometimes doubted if these beastmen ruled the world 5,000 years ago. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukidokata/Eternal. It was a shame that Rinpa had been mute. Her explanations were immaculate. Thanks to her, Jean learned how to overcome the cursed sword and use Shadowblade's second technique. In just 2 weeks, he finished his training. Of course, he just learned how to do it, but didn't really master it. However, since he knew how to do it, mastering the skill through practice was only a matter of time. February 1797. Van visited him personally and took the shadow vacuum. She thought that it was enough. You're doing well. She spoke those words, but she was actually slowly erasing Timar's shadow off of Jean. Of course, Jean couldn't make that out from her curt comments. Subsequently, Tantel returned Bradamanti. I thought I couldn't use this since it supported my spiritual energy? You must use it starting today. I told you that sparring would begin once you completed your training. Jean had been waiting for this moment. I wanted to go head-to-head with one of these guys when I first came to La Ferosa. The legends and goddess were out of his reach. He knew that without having to cross swords a single time. The legends are at least 9 stars, maybe even 10. And the goddess could not even be evaluated. She was on the same level as Timar or even Siren. But I have no idea about the other warriors. Probably beyond the average white wolf or orange tiger tribes. The first legend will select your first opponent. Honestly, I think it's a bit too early. You speak like I'm guaranteed to lose. Tantel nodded. Certainly, a 17-year-old baby fighting an illustrious legend warrior. It would never happen back in the day. And the first legend does not like you. Why? Ha ha ha. Isn't it the obvious reaction since you acted arrogant at first? Only the fourth, fifth, and eighth looked away. Tantal's laughter immediately disappeared. He looked straight into Jin's eyes. Instead, if you perform well, you can instantly change the public's opinion of you through the first legend. I'm rooting for you. Good luck. I'm sure you've already noted my advice. He had experienced the illustrious blade works. Although he didn't see it in person, he had it in his memory. Van and Tantel left the training ground, and Garmin shook his head. You're definitely strong enough. No, you're beyond strong. I can't even believe you're a human. So don't be too downed, kiddo. Tantel spoke as if I'd lose, and you speak like I already lost. I've never lost my determination, though. Boris and Rinpa looked at Jean with the same thought. Ho-ho, I'm a little worried. I think you're the type who'd be scarred from one failure. Same here. Those who have an endless uphill climb tend to work like that. A lot of worry. In their faces. But Jean, you must also learn how to stand up from failure. Affirmative. Failure is the key component for growth within a warrior. Outside, Timar never lost a single time, but he had an insane loss streak in La Ferosa. An interesting piece of news. Garment. How strong was Timar during his first spar? Stronger than you. Maybe 1 or 2 steps ahead. I see. 1 or 2 steps. And yet he didn't beat a single warrior. Do you see why we're worried? After his first battle, Timar quit eating. We're thinking you might have some similar characteristics as him. Garmand, Boras, and Rinpa were completely misunderstanding. 1 loss isn't anything. I don't know why they're so worried. I lost over 100 times fighting Lady Elisa. Contrast to Timar, Jean was used to countless failures prior to La Ferosa. And attaining success at the end as well. The first legend selected a warrior named Shaku. He was longsword user deemed as Shaku of Lightning. All 77 beastmen came to watch the battle. The others had the same expectations as Garmand, Boras, and Rinpa. They wondered how many swings it would take to defeat Jean. About 30 of them chose within 10, while the others selected smaller numbers. The only ones who thought different was Van and Jean. Inheritor, are you ready? Shaku spoke in a booming voice as his gemstone heart gleamed. Shing he swiftly drew his sword. The sword reflected the gemstone's light in all directions. I wish for you to come at me with the intent to kill. What? It's just a spar. So I get rusty when I'm not on the edge. Whatever. I tolerate your little tricks. However, this time it's too far. The worst thing on this planet are humans who don't know their place. It's disgusting. Jean grinned. You'll learn some other things today. From Jin's chest, a triangular light burned brightly, almost identical to the one on Shaku's chest. The aura from the light spread to Bradamanti. Murderous intent from Shaka's eyes fell onto Jean. He instinctively felt repulsed that a human was using illustrious bladeworks. Illustrious bladeworks? No way. Did the legend teach you? Don't know about that. But it's nice, your blade works. Jean made the first move. Chapter 185. Transfusion, Brethren 1. Aura poured out of Bradamanti. The triangular heart on Jin's chest gleamed like the eyes of a beast in the dead of the night. Shaku looked very startled. He never expected Jean to use illustrious bladeworks. He was expecting Shadow Blade or just a normal sword skill. Which Brethren told him this? No, rather than that, it isn't something that he can learn even when taught. Illustrious bladeworks was a skill that was made for the illustrious legends. It required the aura from the heart of light. Skills for swords, spears, bows, and martial arts. Everything was included. The heart of light was vital to execute such techniques. For thousands of years, many humans and beastmen tried to mimic the heart of light. However, they could only mimic the form, not its unique capability to utilize aura. Although the sword swinging towards Shaku's head was that of a human, it was no different from a beastman's. Pzzzzzt. Lightning flowed from Shaku's sword as well. He copied what Jean did. The two lightning bolts met, causing an explosion. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Shaku didn't feel great about blocking Jin's attack with the same tech. Although he was the apprentice, he was a runt who hadn't been accepted yet. It didn't make sense for him to use illustrious bladeworks. Who taught you this? Tantel. Feels weird. I have never thought of a human using it. Even Timar, who was accepted as a brethren, couldn't master the illustrious bladeworks. No one really shared or elaborated the exact properties and memories regarding it. I feel weird as well. Not gonna lie, I like this better than Shadowblade. Shadowblade was a very meticulous and quiet skill. On the other hand, illustrious bladeworks had flashy explosive and destructive attacks. Of the Conquerors, for the Conquerors, by the Conquerors, run candle style. Fifth Brethren. Shaku used his immense strength to deflect and fling Jean across the field. Then he sought for Boras. What is it, Shaku? Boras tried to look surprised as well. He tried to hide every other emotion possible. The Fifth Brethren's special attachment magic probably still works. The crowd murmured at those words. Well, obviously. Then that means that it won't matter if I rip all of his limbs off. Boras couldn't answer, and the first battle legend Volturok glared at him. Why can't you answer, Fifth Brethren? Does that mean you taught him illustrious blade? No! Boras panicked on the spot, as if he were saying, it wasn't me, it was the tooth. Then answer Shaku. He's requesting permission. Boras paused, and Jean nodded. Let him, Boras. Even if he cuts off my limbs, you can just stick it back on with your special attachments or whatever. It seems like it's some healing skill to help with severed limbs. But special attachments magic is not complete recovery. If I make the smallest mistake, you might never feel that limb again. It's all right. It was my idea for him to push me to the brink of death, so I'll face the consequences. Jean didn't say those words just to provoke Shaku. He was constantly treading the border between life and death, even while training. This place, La Ferosa, was not an exception. During the Compass Interception mission, who knows what kinds of monsters from Kinzalo and Zipfel I will face. I have to learn as much as possible in La Ferosa before leaving. I won't spare my body a single bit. Shaku made a murderous smile. I'll take that as a yes, Boras. At first glance, it seemed like the decision depended on the consensus between Shaku, Boras, and Volturok. But in reality, Van held all authority. Even with the conversation proceeding as follows, seeing Van make no retaliation meant that anything could happen. While Garmund, Rinpa, and Boras felt their insides burning and churning, Van looked down onto Jean with a strange look in her eyes. Let us restart, apprentice. I'll make you pay for using our sacred arts. Shaku then let out a shout. Even though it was a simple roar, Jean felt like a hammer was pounding his head. If he didn't protect his body with aura, he would have received fatal damage from the shockwave. The White Wolf tribe is just a bark compared to this. This is almost like a dragon's roar. Now, the battle felt something more than just a spar. Jean felt his mouth dry. Crackle, crackle. Lightning wrapped around Shaku. The air suddenly became heavy, and it felt like the gravity got stronger. Jean gathered some mana. It's great that I can go all out without having to hold back. Compared to his depleted aura, Jean had sufficient mana. He decided to summon Tess. The blue flame can't ignite. He realized that he wasn't in the normal world. Phoenixes of the fire dimension could not come to La Ferosa. It was already a dead universe. What are you preparing, apprentice? 5 streaks of lightning bolts headed for Jean. It was similar to the Runcandle's third decisive killing move, Meteor Shower. This was actually one of the basic skills. Containing the aura from the heart of light, lightning smited after every swing. Jean couldn't gather aura properly, so receiving the impact was not very enjoyable. Boom! He swiftly dodged each attack and prepared a new spell. I need an opportunity to use Shadow Blade's first technique. Without tests, the only way was close combat. Shaku excelled in speed, strength, stamina, and every other physical aspect. Jin's blessed body hadn't awoken fully yet, while Shaku was a fully developed illustrious legend. And there were thousands of them before they went extinct. He had to finish it in one strike. The only way for David to defeat Goliath was one critical strike. However, penetrating the 7-star crackling lightning aura was impossible. Even if he saw a gap and swung at it, the gap wouldn't be exposed the next moment. His sword would bounce off due to the repulsion from the lightning, just like the Heron's secret technique, Dragon Blade Armor. Unlike Dragon Blade Armor, there was no counterattack, but Shaku's deft hands kept Jin busy. The form of the aura changed. Seeing that Jin had been running around the battlefield, he changed strategies. Shiyang. A new aura was produced by the Heart of Light and seeped into the sword. Now, every time Jin's sword met Shaku's, he felt a pulling sensation. It was similar to dozens of hands trying to resist his motion. Due to this, he had to use 3 times as much aura to move around, which meant that his stamina would decrease thrice as fast, so dodging was no longer an option. Is it the suppression technique? A skill he remembered from the molar, illustrious bladeworks, suppression, which basically turned the sword into a big magnet. There was a reason why their entire tribe was remembered as a legendary tribe. Gotcha! Shaku caught Jin's collar. The 2 swords stuck together as if they were magnets. Jin flung his fists towards Shaku's fists. Many punches were exchanged and Jin felt like his hands were breaking instead of his targets. Shaku laughed, continuing to receive Jin's blows. So, is it my turn yet? A fist bigger than his head flew towards him. Lightning flowed throughout the fists as well. He quickly activated Myelta's rune. If not for it, his face would have been completely disfigured. Shaku looked surprised. The hell is this? It's a secret helm, dumbass. All right, but you're going to regret it. Next, Shaku went for Jin's chest. And instead of guarding with his arm, he took the opportunity to target Shaka's eyes. Jin charged towards Shaka's right eye with his index finger coated with shadow energy. Got it. He didn't know if Shaka's injury could be cured by special attachments. But if he didn't go for it, then he would lose. Thankfully, he felt like the finger was going to hit, and it did. At the same time, Shaka's fist met Jin's chest. Boom! He felt like his entire body was broken, shattered into pieces. If he didn't have the black light cuirass, then he would have bitten the dust. It was all thanks to Siren that he could make this attack without worrying about any other consequences. Ki-herk! But the armor didn't absorb all of the impact. Facing the ground, Jin vomited blood. He regretted making this decision. Shit, what kind of guy has eyes this strong? His finger broke, and it wasn't due to the aura around his body. Jin was certain that he hit Shaka's eyeball. But Shaka's eyes looked fine, while Jin's index finger was flaccid. Ah, our eyes are as hard as our hearts. It seems that you didn't know. We weren't the best for nothing. Thump! Shaku threw another massive punch on Jin's chest. Crack! His ribs cracked one by one from the impact. He quickly lost consciousness. I'll cut your limbs as promised. I hope to see a less cocky battle apprentice. Chapter 186. Transfusion? Brethren 2. Where am I? Jin was surrounded by walls on all 4 sides, and the ceiling was right in front of his face. He couldn't feel his limbs. His thighs, especially, felt like they were burning from the inside out. I guess Shaku cut my legs off. He wasn't lying about severing my limbs. Did Boras stick them back on? Severance injuries were an area that even the best healers could not deal with. However, Jin decided not to compare this tribe to entities in the normal world. They were not only strong, but they had insanely advanced skills and technology, comparable to the modern age. The modern world would never understand this tribe. The average warrior, Shaku, is beyond the best guardian knight in Runcandle. Even considering black knights, these beastmen would have ruled the world before their extinction. Imagining this sight, Jin shuddered. Maybe the gods exterminated this tribe because they got out of control. In another moment, Vaughn spoke once more. Is it not possible, Boris? Of course I can do it. However, I don't understand why you want to offer your blood to Jean immediately. Do you want to test him? Didn't you give him your molar when you met him? Along with the memories, too. Boris paused. That's a different matter. Can this kid even retain your blood? If anything goes wrong, he'll instantly die. That's why Timar refused it in the first place. Timar and he are different. Yes, I agree. I do like Jean a little more, but the others only remember Timar because he was super strong. Do you think Jean is stronger than Timar? No, he's lacking. But only for now. Jean could only listen. His voice didn't even come out, nor could he even move his limbs. He had no way to communicate. Then why would you? After all his development, Timar became a human that even I couldn't handle. However, what happened after that? He faced the same fate as the others who disappeared from our tribe. If this child faces the same destiny, what do we have left? We will need to wait for the next apprentice. After Timar, 1,000 years passed. Unlike Soderet's prophecies 5,000 years ago, only one apprentice came. Are you saying Jean might be the last apprentice to ever come? Yes. Above all, I don't hear Soderet's voice from this child at all. Something must have happened to the god of shadows. This child's death might cause our world to fall apart. Boris sighed. It seems you want to give Jean everything we have. But this is a huge gamble. If it is as you said, and if Jean can't handle the blood, everything is over. Seeing the battle with Shaku, I don't think that'd happen. If the worst happens, then maybe he wasn't meant to be. It's been a while since I've seen you so desperate. I would call it anticipation rather than desperation. Well, whatever. If you say so, then I don't have any rebuttal. I will begin the transfusion. Let's pray that Jean can retain the blood. A moment later, the little chamber was filled with Vaughn's blood. Jean closed his eyes and welcomed the blood. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Eternal *****. Thank goodness. He drank the 1,000 poison antidote. Jin's body sensed Vaughn's blood as an external poison. So over the course of a month, he developed a resistance to such an external concoction. As a result, the blood's negative effect disappeared, and only the divinity filled his body. As soon as he woke up, he felt it. If it weren't for the antidote, he wouldn't have woken up for an entire year, or he wouldn't have woken up at all. He saw Vaughn when he opened his eyes. While Jean lay in the chamber, she never moved a single step. Welcome back, apprentice. I don't know what to say. Boris offered his molar, and this time it's blood. Without my permission as well. Did you want to decline? Did I ever have such jurisdiction? You knew that I was awake when you had the conversation with Boris. If you feel disrespected, then I apologize. That is not my point. Well, I guess it's like making a contract with another god. You're the goddess of battle. Very peculiar. I thought you'd try to argue with me. If you were my enemy, then I would have. I had no mind to argue with you in the first place. I have no time to do so. I must return before May. Jean knew that a month had passed. While the antidote did its work, he had been conscious. It was March 16, 1797. Jean only had 2 more months planned in. La Ferosa. He had to return before June 1st, the date of the compass interception operation. How's your body? Very good. I feel light and powerful. Though, it feels weird that I have a heart of light on my chest. Jean pointed to his chest. Not a heart made from aura, but a real heart formed from Vaughn's blood. It glimmered in the light. It was the size of Jin's fist, but the aura inside was not small. Just because I have this probably doesn't mean I am one of the brethren. I'm sure the retaliation from Shaku and the others might become worse. On the other hand, Garmund, Boras, Rinpa, and Bellas would appreciate it very much. Probably. Did you think that I couldn't change their minds without your help? Jean met Vaughn's eyes. If he heard a confirmation or a blatant lie, he would break the heart without remorse. If I say no, will you break the heart? Since it isn't strength you acquired yourself. Vaughn read him like a book. And as always, Jean formulated a ponderous answer. Exactly so. However, this heart is something I acquired myself. Though it wasn't something I wanted immediately, if I didn't meet your expectations, then you would have never offered the transfusion in the first place. I merely take this as a process of inheritance. So why do you want to break it? I can do whatever I want with anything that I acquired. If it was a power that you wanted to share, then I would not even think of breaking it. I would never destroy something that isn't mine. Vaughn smiled. You would have gotten accepted by the others well enough without my blood. Then I will use it well. Jean wore the robes kept beside his chamber. Clang, clang. While he absorbed the blood, he kept hearing some hammering from Boris's smithery. I will be practicing the second technique of Shadow Blade. Do I spar with Shaku in the afternoon? The seventh legend will also be in the training area. Bellas will teach you the third technique. I love the tight schedule. I hope to see you in the afternoon. *****, training in the morning and sparring in the afternoon. And just like that, 49 days passed. Jean had 49 losses against Shaku, and every time he lost, he got a limb severed. Boris slapped it back on every day. The illustrious legends were unstoppable. If gaining the Heart of Light would instantly close the gap, every warrior in the world would seek such a heart. However, every time Jean lost, he got a better taste and feeling of how strong these monsters were. At first, he thought that Shaku was very strong. But after 10 battles, Jean compared Shaku to Luna. After 20 battles, he doubted his comparison with Luna, and after 30 times, he scrapped his comparison completely. After 40, he felt certain that he could sever one of Shaku's arms. Just from the way he viewed his opponent, Jean knew he was growing at an insane rate. If Luna was a far mountain, Shaku was the first hill that started to reveal its peak. Why the long face, Shaku? Are you bored of me? Jean enjoyed each battle, while Shaku got more and more hesitant to fight aggressively. Even the first legend, Volturok, who always looked at Jean without any emotion, no longer viewed him with contempt. They didn't want to admit it, but even Shaku and even Volturok cherished Jean. He wasn't arrogant ever since the battle goddess accepted him. He didn't hate anyone even. Though his limbs were being chopped off and he never gave up through countless defeats. In fact, since the others had been caring about Jean ever since, they felt that beating him to a pulp was not ideal. Not that, but I feel like you've grown on me. Cutting you has become very awkward. Yeah, just like when Timar was here. He didn't speak those words in front of the crowd. At some point, no one mentioned Timar to Jean. I said that I won't be trained well with such a hesitant mindset. Let's do it right. All right. Wait. Vaughn. Someone sought Vaughn. It was Tantel. What is it? Tantel? Jean Runcandle must leave La Ferosa soon. It also seems that Shaku and the first legend accepted Jean. Continue. I think we should accept him as our brethren and give him an opportunity to clash swords with the others. Shaku has taken up too much time. I agree. The brethren who cared for him could only watch this entire time. Please give us a chance as well. Shaku nodded first. I feel like that as well. I wish to see others spar with Jean. Even Shaku tried to convince Vaughn, so she nodded. Understood. Then if all of the brethren accept it, we shall proceed with the general opinion. Chapter 187, Transfusion, Brethren 3, Volturok, who initially rejected Jean, and the others who hadn't fought Jean, came to a consensus. I wasn't anticipating this. The time had been too short. He arrived at the end of December last year, which meant that had been in La Ferosa for only 5 months. Initially, he thought that getting acknowledged by all of the beastmen would be a grand challenge since not all of them had nice personalities like Garmund, Boras, Rinpa, or Bellas. Therefore, he planned on coming back to La Ferosa another time. Either way, he felt that mastering Shadowblade would require 1 or 2 more visits. I feel like this is too easy. The others, however, thought differently. They found out about Jean helping Boras gain a deeper understanding of Shadowblade's first technique, receiving Boras's molar, and ending Rimpa's mute training. Just from that, all of the other legends thought of Jean as a funny, peculiar fellow. Their opinion continued to get better as they watched him in the battles with Shaku. They saw a talented young man with undeniable tenacity. Constantly repeating days of defeat and loss of limbs wasn't an easy feat. Jean often shook these events off, remembering days from his past life. Well, I guess there's nothing bad about that. I'm missing out on cutting off Shaka's leg, though. The legends concluded their vote, and the other warriors shouted in agreement. However, it didn't look like they were agreeing just because of the authority. It wasn't because they had to side with the majority either. No such hierarchy existed amongst the beastmen. There was no punishment nor compelling reason to be dependent on others. Every member was independent. Even if there were any disagreements, no one would bat an eye. The battle goddess requested unanimous consensus because of this. As the final member, Shaku raised his voice. I have cut Jin's limbs 49 times. However, now that he is our brethren, there will be no such harm. What in the world? Don't I even get a chance for revenge? A disrespectful one indeed. The kings of light do not calculate vengeance. Just remember this, brother Jin. Shaka smiled and walked away. The battle goddess nodded. Since everyone agrees upon the verdict, Jin Runcandle is now one of us. Proceeding with Tantal's proposal. Brethren, select your order to fight Jin. Immediately, the 12 legends began to argue on the order. Let me go first. You should go first. Like children standing in line. I first brought him here, so I should be first. Don't you think so? Nope. Tantal brought him first and you clashed swords once. Therefore, you should go last. My brethren, we should just choose by rock, paper, scissors. It was also like this when they were deciding who should bathe Jin. Felt like a crowd of dogs barking at each other. They're a funny bunch. Jin felt nothing after being accepted by them. They never really interacted with Jin, nor made an important connection with him in the first place. The 7th legend, Bellas, approached him. Even though we never hung out or share blood, even though we look different or have different objectives. Jin looked up to Bellas. Once you become a brethren, they will continue to treat you like they used to. That is the way of our tribe. How is that possible, Bellas? If your tribe understood that 5,000 years ago, we would have killed much less of your kind. He felt like he was being struck on the head. The illustrious legends were not idiots, but just a tribe that Jin couldn't understand. If you think about it, there's nothing weird, my brother. We know that you became one of us after you absorbed our blood, and none of us think it's weird at all. Technically speaking, your existence in this realm basically made your merging with our tribe inevitable. It's strange. So you're saying that I feel a new connection with the others since I received some measly formal declaration. I feel very indifferent about that. When the river mixes with the sea, what happens? Does the seawater reject and segregate from the river water? I thought you were a strong, energetic woman at first, but now you speak like a philosopher. I'm impressed, Bellas. The argument stopped. The 64 warriors divided up and played in a tournament style, and surprisingly, Shaku came in first. Wait, aren't you supposed to not be here? I thought you returned to your lodging. You're going to fight him again. All kinds of disapproval sprouted from the crowd, but they couldn't argue against the winner of the ultimate decider known as rock, paper, scissors. Receiving all kinds of complaints, he walked up to Jin. Of course I deserve another chance. You ripped my body apart 49 times. That's the first time that happened. Today I will definitely... Thump! Bellas's huge hand pressed onto Jin's shoulder. The strength was immense. Jin couldn't shake her hand off. It is no longer a fight between brethren and apprentice, but it is between brethren and brethren. Do not forget that, Jin. You look like you would disintegrate my shoulder bones if I don't nod. Jin expected Bellas to be the strongest amongst the legends. Injuring the opponent without using the blade is fine. The most important part is to remove all intentions of killing. Now that's something I'd like to hear. Then please take this for me. Jin unshackled his sheath from his waist. Our 50th fight will be hand-to-hand combat. Shaku. It's going to be worse though. With genuine worry, Shaku shook his head, and Jin gritted his teeth. Up till now, he wanted to rip him apart, but now he couldn't. After Shaku, it will be Muka, then Shul Anodi, and you have to fight dozens, so don't tire yourself out. After his first spar with Shaku, he would fight 64 more warriors until the next morning. This would go on for today, the day after, and the next. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk translator. J proofreader. Eternal asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shit, that motherfucker. How dare he let me win? Jean claimed his first victory against Shaku. He popped a photon cannon in front of him and then proceeded to beat him to a pulp. But before 5 hits, Shaku forfeit, which prevented Jean from pounding him further. Such annoyance. Jean felt like exploding, but now was not the time. He had another opponent ready for him. The more infuriating part was that the others truly went all out. The fighting techniques were from different worlds. If they both held weapons, then Jean would have gotten less injured. After every battle, Jean chuckled and sought Cacto, the traditional cookies. Crunch, crunch. His bruises quickly healed. His face had inflamed like a melon, and he had many bruises all over his body. Thankfully, no bones were broken. Those monsters, feasting on the cookies as he lay on his bed, Jean constantly chuckled at himself. He felt refreshed as he bathed in the moonlight that seeped through the window. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Jean, I'm coming in. How do you say you're coming in when I didn't even ask who it was? Tantel came in with 2 huge barrels of wine. Thump. He dropped the barrels on the ground, summoned a goblet out of nowhere, and served Jean a shot. This is the wine I drank on the first day. It tasted like shit. It's crystal wine. It'll taste different. Downing the cup, Jean tasted a deeper sweet taste. Whoa. It's because you earned the heart of light. But you said humans don't know the taste. Tell me about the outside world. I came alone since the others don't like to talk about it in public. Now that he mentioned it, Jean realized that they never asked about the outside world. Who ruled the land that they once did? What happened to their civilization? What happened to the people that they fought? They asked no questions. After our time stopped, we could never return to that world. This place just looks like La Ferosa, but it's more like a purgatory. Doesn't that make you more curious of the outside world? What's the point of wanting something you can never attain? Even though we reminisce, none of our past brethren are there anyways. However, Tantel looked around carefully. He made sure no one was around to hear something important. I have heard some things from the goddess herself. What's that? Since 50 years have passed in the real world, maybe there's something that could get us out of here. Unfortunately, to Jin's knowledge, there was nothing that could do such a thing. Like the fire dimension, the world of the phoenixes, humans were not used to creating permanent links between other worlds. There weren't many researchers in that field either. After the War of the Holy Kingdom, most magic-related research groups banned the study of otherworldly creatures. Additionally, otherworld-related magic often included dark magic. Since dark magic had been generally banned throughout history, it was the social norm to never encroach that domain. On that note, if it's all right, I'd like you to investigate it. Isn't there a way for you to escape? Tantel, you came to get me in the first place. That's only when the apprentice arrives at the rendezvous point near the desert. Beyond that, there's only one other way to exit, but it's pointless. Why? The battle goddess will tell you. Chapter 188. Leaving La Perosa, after becoming a brethren of the Plutonian tribe, Jean had only 2 weeks left. For 4 days, Jean was trained by battle kings and sparred with ordinary warriors. Every day for 4 days, Jean competed against 64 ordinary warriors, Jean in hand-to-hand fighting and martial arts. Jin's impatience was growing as the time approached to leave La Perosa, and the time approached to launch a compass-taking operation with his companions outside. There is a high probability that the operation to steal the compass will be more dangerous than any fight he has ever fought with his companions. In this mission, they requires to deal with both Zipfel and Kinzelo at the same time. There will surely be outstanding figures from each faction at the place where the compass is retrieved, and Jean and his party decided to hit them without fear and steal the compass. Since it's a secret exchange, the Patriarch of Clan or the leader won't attend in person, but they will never send sloppy people. Of course, Jin's party was also made up of incredible people. Jean, Murakan, Quickentel, Kashmir, Elisa. Even if you look at these 5, it is a level that no one dares to touch. But what if a large number of Zipful's White Knights and Magic Tower Masters appeared in feudal state of Beladu? Kinzelo's side was also a problem. There are only 3 9-star mages confirmed by the 7-colored peacock, and who knows there are how many warriors higher than Goltep. On the day of the operation, we would withdraw quietly if there are talented people of Zipful and Kinzelo that we could not handle, but if not this time, I don't know when I'll be able to take the compass away. It was a rare stroke of luck that Yona obtained that much information from Buber's sculpture workshop. I had to succeed. To do so, I walked through the hell called Mitra Desert and trained here. You seem uncharacteristically anxious, Brother Jean. Just as Jean was about to head to the training ground to meet the Battle Kings, he heard a familiar voice. Sister Vaughn, can you tell me what you are thinking? About the outside work. I have to carry out an operation with my comrades, but I wonder if my strength will be enough. That's funny. What's funny? Brother Jean, you didn't showed any sign of fear even when you came out of the main hall of Battle God's temple and faced the spirit of the Brethren Battle Kings head-on. The enemies you have to deal with outside can't be stronger than us. Although the Plutonian tribe looked rather lax and foolish. If they could leave La Perosa, the landscape of the outside world would change in an instant. Even those who had already perished and only 77 remained. After becoming brethren, Jean could feel it more desperately. Among them, Battle God and Battle Kings are 2 different beings. To the point where Jean thought that even if the whole Zipful clan attacked, it wouldn't be able to kill them. I am not afraid of getting hurt, but what if something goes wrong with my comrades? Some of my comrades are weaker than me. Vaughn stared blankly at Jean. Something shimmered in her dark, blue, deep eyes. It was in the past. Those long days when she had the same worries as Jean before she became the battle god. Even after Plutonian tribe was destroyed by gods, this terrible question haunted her constantly. I want to tell you that it is still too early. Worrying about others. Yes, Brother Jean is not simple or stupid like the other brethren. You must be fighting because they are definitely worthy opponents. It's never too late to start worrying about your comrades when you must fight against an enemy that you can't handle. Right now, only the anguish is increasing. But it is true that Zipful and Kinzelo are formidable. Then Vaughn smiled. Brother Jean, you don't know yourself well yet. Instead of answering, Jean pondered. I don't know myself. What does that mean? Does that mean I'm stronger than I think? And I don't have to worry about Zipful and Kinzelo? Vaughn do not know about Zipful and Kinzelo. Even knowing it, she couldn't feel as threatened as Jean felt. While this and that thought flashed through Jin's mind, Vaughn opened her mouth again. From today until you leave, you'd better spend your time with me. It mean that you will train me, Sister Battle God? I haven't finished my training with Brethren Battle Kings yet. You are the only human who can save us, Brother Jean. Therefore, when you are shaken, the entire Plutonian tribe is shaken. What do you mean? I will hold you, relieve you, and cleanse your heart, brother, so that you can see into yourself. What Vaughn held out was a sword. This is the thunder sword called Sigmund. It is my sword. Brother Boras hammered it so you could use it. Boom! Jean and Vaughn's swords collided. It was the moment when Jean saw Sigmund's blade for the first time. He received this sword for 9 days. Its pale and blue blade, as if it were made by melting sapphire, is exactly the same size as Bradamanti. For 9 days, Vaughn killed Jean over 90,000 times. So far, there is only one thing Vaughn has asked for from Jean. That he can only draw his sword when he was confident that he would die instantly. In that sense, Jean is no different from being killed by her. It was the first time when he felt that he would not die instantly and drew his sword. Whoa! Anyone can pull out a sword at a van who is just standing there. However, it was not allowed for anyone to completely mix sword with the battle god, Vaughn. It's a good blow. Vaughn smiled and said, How does it feel to have died? 90,000 pointlessly? Brother Jean. So you can do it like this. 90,000 pointless deaths. Vaughn expressed the past 9 days, when Jean was sweating in front of her and was unable to draw the sword. That way. I won't able to do it second time. Even before our time stopped, not many people could mix swords with me twice. For 9 days, Jin's actual swordsmanship skills did not increase at all. It was only natural because he was stand still. Brother Jin, you already had enough skills to mix sword with me 9 days ago. You have enough faith and skills, but you have been beaten 90,000 times because you don't know what you are doing. Vaughn spent 9 days to confirm that fact to Jin. Anguish obscures one's self-image. Now that your head is clear, you know your battle prowess is this much. You can share and sword with me. Jin couldn't help but think about this as he wiped his forehead. Of all the martial artists I know, how many of them can really exchange one move with a Sister Vaughn? None except for a few who immediately came to mind. Similar situation comes to mind when he think about people who can make move against Chiron. If you didn't know yourself and couldn't pull Sigmund in the end, I was going to retrieve the sword again. Now, no matter how many times I try, I think I can match one against you, Sister Vaughn. Since I confirmed that it was possible in the first place, so it is a natural thing. Jin smiled awkwardly. Knowing one's strength accurately is sometimes more miraculous than growing up. Jin was no longer worried about the upcoming June 1st. It's okay to let you go outside now. Next time we meet, I'm looking forward to share some interesting stories with me. Say goodbye to other brethren, and you can go back tomorrow morning. As Jin tried to lower his head, Vaughn gently held his chin. Brethren do not hold grudge or gratitude between them. That night, all members of the Plutonian tribe gathered and held a farewell banquet. The wine glasses went around until the jewel wine ran out, and Jin wanted to give the strong and innocent tribe a big gift someday. A gift is something that can be given even if it is not necessarily a return of favor. Have a good trip, brother. We must remember your achievements. May 17, 1797. After leaving La Perosa, it was an ivory-colored desert that stretched out without end, that welcomed Jin. The desert sun was so harsh that all the warmth Jin experienced in La Perosa seemed like a dream. Wearing the new clothes and robes that Boras had woven, Jin went through the desert again. After walking for 2 days, he came to an oasis, and after walking another day, he saw a forest road. It was the same forest road he had been looking for along with a toad guide to reach the Great Desert. It looks like I came back to same place instead of crossing the Great Desert. It was a relief. If rumors spread after crossing, rumors might spread all over the world that a great adventurer had been born. It is because there are not 1 or 2 beastmen who have seen Jin in the land of beastmen. Oh, human! Great Desert! You came! Dark Flames, friend! It was around the time Jin was leaving the forest that he ran into the Watertail beastmen. They are on their way back to the Yucca Yucca market after finishing the barter trade with the Golden Snow tribe. Human, not dead. It's a relief. I was worried. Lost love. Pain. Did you overcome? May 25th, there were still 5 days to spare. It would be okay to go leisurely chatting with them for 3 or 4 hours. Human, but you can't go to Yucca Yucca. Why? A few days ago, the Red Tiger tribesmen came. Evil bastards. All haphazard, mischievous. Turn around, there a passageway to market side, use it. Jin had to spend another 3 days to go around the Yucca Yucca market. That would make it too tight, and it could have been too late. No, then it's too late. There is a place I must go by the end of May. Are there any secret passages around here? None here? Then, let's just go. Those bastards might catch you and kill you, human. All the way to Yucca Yucca market, the Watertail tribesmen talked about their worries. They even dragged Jin with their dainty hand, telling him to go back. But Jin was short on time, so he can't go back. Therefore, it could be said that the encounter between Jin and 2 Red Tiger beastmen at the entrance of Yucca Yucca market was a predictable result. Ugh! It happened, trouble. Humans, what would you do? We go inside with money. But maybe you are not. For now, pretend you don't know me and go on your way. Understand? The Watertails looked back at Jin restlessly even as they passed first. The Red Tiger tribesmen take money from them, hit them in the back of the head one by one, and let them pass through. If they give you money, then just let them go. Why do you hit them? If the white wolf tribesmen were dirty and eccentric warriors, the red tiger tribesmen were strong bully warriors. The two red tiger tribesmen that had been glaring at Jean from a while ago openly started arguing. Hey, you human. Come here. Stand in front of me. Give everything you have. Take off all your clothes. Open your bag. Oh, he looks like pretty human. Would we give him to females? Kiki, they will like him. But as Jean gets closer, the red tiger tribesmen were unable to speak for some reason. What? This human. What kind of energy is this? Not only did they stop talking, but their legs trembled against their will. Watery saliva flowed from their mouth. The hair all over their body stood on end, and they even felt like their stomach was about to melt. Such is the fear imprinted in instinct. The energy of a great race, which had often torn and trampled them, was wrapped around Jean. It has already been 5,000 years since they disappeared, but these two young red tiger tribesmen, who have never even heard their names, trembling with fear. Beast men were afraid of their natural enemies even if no one taught them. Aha! Kiawag! Kiaha! The red tiger tribesmen reflexively raised their claws and screamed, "Get lost!" However, even if Jean said so, the red tiger tribesmen sat down and urinated on the floor instead of attacking. Spare me. Spare me. Please. They didn't even dare to look up at Jean. Chapter 189. Operation Compass Theft. 1. Jean collected the money and handed it over to the Watertail tribe. The members of the Red Tiger tribe were unable to witness this scene as they ran away with their tails between their legs. Thank you, human. As soon as they arrived at the bustling market, the members of the Watertail tribe who had been with Jean explained the situation to their fellow tribe members, and the representative Darkflame and Blazing Rock expressed their gratitude. Rest for the day and then leave, human. The Watertail tribe knows how to throw a fiery party. Sorry, I have to leave in a hurry. See you next time. At least eat this before you go. The Watertail tribe quickly grilled 20 fish. The deliciously cooked fish disappeared as quickly as if they were trying to hide their eyes. Oh right, Darkflame, can you dye my hair? Why do you suddenly want to dye your hair? I need to. We can't do it ourselves. Wait a moment, let me see. We'll bring in a Gold Snow Tribe Dye Master. The Gold Snow Tribe Dye Master arrived through a secret passage in the general store. Oh human, our dyeing technique is so advanced that it's a bit expensive. It's not comparable to the shoddy coloring games that humans play. Prices start at this level. As the Gold Snow Tribe was about to put a price tag on Jean, Darkflame and the members of the Watertail tribe intervened. When they told the Gold Snow Tribe about Jin's feat of making the Red Tiger tribe surrender, the Gold Snow Tribe smirked. If that's the case, we can do it for free. Oh, I wish I could have seen those trashy guys grovel with my own eyes. The dyeing was finished quickly. After bidding farewell to them, Jean used the secret passage again to leave the land of the aquatic tribes, just as he had arrived. On the last day of May 1797, in the afternoon, Jean arrived at a southern island of the feudal state of Belladou. This place is still the same. This unnamed island is a land that has become a playground for pirates as it vaguely borders the waters of the feudal state of Belladou. This is the place that Jean sought out to participate in the Cosmos Arena competition. Even in broad daylight, the streets were filled with drug addicts, beggars, and nobles gone mad with gambling, creating a chaotic scene. A disheveled man who looked like a drug addict and a homeless person was lurking near Jean, letting out a strange laughter. These beggars were common in the harbor, usually mercenaries who lost a lot after participating in the arena. However, this man who seemed to be laughing hysterically was someone Jean knew well. So Jean couldn't help feeling both happy and sad to see him. Jet? He's crazy. Jet. He came here about 2 months ago and blended in with the beggars in the harbor. It was to serve as a secret contact. He was so versatile that it was hard to tell if he was a beggar if you didn't look closely. Hey, sir. Spare me a penny. Jet pushed aside the other beggars and approached with a bag. There was a note inside the bag. Are you doing well, Bill? 3 planks under the bed in room 203 at the Sparrow Inn. After checking the note and Jean donated some coins, the beggars behind Jet cheered. Wow! Hee hee! You'll be blessed. When Jet stepped back, the other beggars ran after him like a pack of wolves. It seemed like he was doing well as the king of beggars. I'm glad I recruited him. We had a rough relationship in our past life. Jean chuckled and headed to the Sparrow Inn. The owner, who was dozing off on the chair, clapped his hands when the door opened. I don't have a room. Go somewhere else. How have you been, Bill? Then the owner gave him the key to room 203. As soon as he entered the room, Jean pushed the bed aside and pulled off a board with 3 nails in it. Underneath the board, there was a thin red wooden board and a letter wedged inside. My lord, it's been a while. The other comrades arrived about a month to 2 weeks ago and took a place in different inns. Everyone is safe and enemy has no idea that we are onto them. Here's the information that we've gathered so far. Kinzelo's forces consist of Anza's great mage Chukon Tolder, 5 suspected 8-star mages, and 5 suspected high-ranking White Wolf warriors. There may also be other skilled assassins, snipers, and operatives in disguise that we can't exclude the possibility of. We don't have any information about Zipfel's forces. They're likely to reveal themselves on the day of the operation. However, there's a high chance that, like Kinzelo, there are already skilled operatives in place. The operation is scheduled for June 1st at 10 p.m., and there have been no changes. The location is also the same, the gambling den in the abandoned mansion in the north of the island. The red wooden board enclosed is the entry ticket to the den. The escape route after the operation is also the same for options 1, 2, and 3. The address of the inn where our comrades are staying is written on the back of this letter. Oh, and Lady Cirrus of Hidden Palace will be joining the operation with the consent of Sir Kashmir and Lord Murakan. As someone with experience in espionage, assassination, and guerrilla warfare, she will be a great help. This is the last message I'll be delivering to you, Lord. I'm heading back to Tychon today. I will inform Gilly about your safe return. Good luck, my lord. All of the comrades were staying in different inns just in case. They looked suspicious to the groups of Zipfel and Kinzelo, a 9-star mage and 5 8-star mages, and 5 elite White Wolf tribe warriors. It was a force that could easily overturn any kingdom. Zipfel will definitely bring at least this much power. By tomorrow night, the dirty and messy playground of the pirates will become the battlefield of the stars. Enemies exceeded the power that Jean and his comrades had anticipated 6 months ago. Therefore, a full-scale war was out of the question. Although their power had grown stronger, it was still not enough to handle all of them. However, if Jean and his comrades' power had not grown stronger, they would have had to seriously reconsider the plan. Whether to execute the operation or to withdraw was entirely up to Jin's decision. They had agreed 6 months ago that if Jean did not reveal himself at the casino, they would quietly return. Of course, Jean had no intention of retreating. Bringing in people like this means that the compass is just as important. I will definitely take it with me. Since the operation was going to be carried out guerrilla style, there would be no need to engage in a full-scale battle with them. Even if a full-scale battle were to take place, there might be something worth fighting for. If 8 and 9-star mages and White Wolf warriors fired off all kinds of magic and techniques, this small island could crumble in an instant. Everyone would die, not just the island. All the ships would be destroyed, and a whirlpool would form in the middle of the sea, just as Luna wiped out the Vermont island with a single blow of her sword. Furthermore, if the fight escalates, Runcandle and Vermont will also catch the scent, which is what Kinzelo and Zipfel are most concerned about. Runcandle and Vermont still did not clearly realize the existence of the compass. If they did, both of the giant forces people should already have been firmly established on this island. Jean quietly cleaned his 2 swords, Bradamante and Sigmund. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the evening on an early June day, Jean found the gambling den in the abandoned mansion on the north side of island. He looked like a typical rogue nobleman who had money to spend and loved to show off, with his hair dyed in a rich golden color by the product of Gold Snow tribe, flashy clothes, and heavy makeup accentuating his waist with two swords. I wonder why they're doing this, even though makeup has been a trend in noble social circles for quite some time now. Jean felt stuffy due to the thickly applied powder and color blocking his pores. His face reflected in the mirror looked almost like a woman's, but with pronounced physique his pretty face looked strange. It was the power of the Gold Snow Tribe's special cosmetics. You seem to need some kind of disguise. My friend, you look very handsome, but if you puts on too much makeup, you looks like a woman. How about going all out woman disguise, not just dyeing your hair? No one will recognize you. I'm not comfortable with it. Anyway, makeup is a must. Our merchandise is different from human technology, so if you apply it roughly, it looks like convincing. Put this on your cheeks. Put this on your lips. Put this on your forehead. Put this on your neck. While Jean felt awkward about his appearance, the people gathered in the gambling den, regardless of gender, were busy staring at him. I've never seen such a pretty gambler before. I want to hang out with him tonight, lend him money if he's feeling down, etc. The explicit voices were disturbing Jin's ears. Although he had been recognized by his face quite a lot, it had been a long time since it had become so noisy. Even men with free tastes were openly expressing their interest. I haven't seen your face before, but the seedy gambling den feels much livelier since you came in. Nice to meet you. I'm Julia. However, the murmur ceased in an instant as a black-haired woman approached. Julia was a woman who had appeared 2 weeks ago and had become famous in the gambling den overnight. At first, Jean didn't recognize her. It wasn't as much as Buber's sculpting skills, but the masks made in the hidden palace were also great. In that way, all the companions were wearing the face masks of the hidden palace, except for Murakan, who is cradled in Cirrus' arms, transformed into butterfly. This place is known for its marble game, Young Master. It's a specialty here. You probably don't know the rules, but I could teach you if you'd like. Jean gently pushed her away. No, it's okay. Well, if you don't like it, there's nothing I can do about it. But if you go to the marble game table without knowing anything, you'll get ripped off, so stick to something you're familiar with, like even odd or dice. If you think of me while you're playing, come over to the marble game table. She meant for Jean to take a look and come back later. His companions were gathered at the marble game table, while Zipfel and Kinzelo's factions were disguised among the even-odd and dice tables. Let's do that. Make sure to come back before it's too late. It's almost night. To the people gathered at the gambling table, Julia sounded like a trickster who was playing tricks on Jean. After Julia left, people who were really throwing down gathered around Jean. Jean lightly brushed them off and roamed around the even-odd and dice tables, keeping an eye on the enemies one by one. Kinzelo is one thing, but those Zipfel guys are really cunning. Who would know that the mages of Zipfel, who are proud enough to pierce the sky, would disguise themselves as gamblers and wait here? As expected, all of Zipfel's mages seemed to be first class. Just as Jean was looking for any familiar faces, 2 men in robes turned and looked in Jin's direction. They were nearly 3 meters tall. Clearly, they were not ordinary people. They were White Wolf warriors. As if they sensed something strange, they looked at Jean and then stood up from their chairs and approached him. Hey you, can we talk for a moment? It was because of the aura of the Plutonian tribe. Even though I'm hiding as much as possible, did they sense it? Jean replied as he looked at them. Wow, aren't you from the White Wolf tribe? I didn't expect to see you here at the gambling den. Chapter 190. Operation Compass Theft, 2. There were those among young nobles or martial artists who often idolized the power and culture of the White Wolf tribe. They were usually fools who approached recklessly, drawn to the white fur, blue eyes, strong body and energy, only to meet their ultimate fate as a meal. White Wolf tribe doesn't like humans. To most of them, humans were inferior beings, toys, and snacks. I've always dreamed of talking to a White Wolf tribesman. Wow, your fur is so cool. Can I touch it? Jean exclaimed with sparkling eyes, and the White Wolf tribesman's impression wrinkled. Was he just an idiot? I thought he smelled dangerous enough to make my fur stand on end. The White Wolf tribe looked down at Jean, who was laughing, for a while. Put your hand away. Oh, I apologize for being rude. Sorry about that. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Ask me anything. No. It seems like a mistake. What? What do you mean? I don't know. As the white wolves returned to their place, Jean smiled shyly. The people who flirted with him looked at Jean with pity. Phew. I almost got tired before the operation even started. From now on, I have to press down more on the energy of the Plutonian tribe. He wiped his chest inwardly. I must definitely kill all of Kinzelo's subordinates during the operation. If he left them alive, they would undoubtedly go back to Kinzelo and talk about someone with dangerous energy. It was okay if people knew about his disguised appearance, but if there were rumors about the unique energy of the Plutonian tribe, Jean could be caught anywhere. He spent 2 hours checking the enemies on the even-odd and dice game table. Fortunately, there was no sign of the White Wolf tribe and no one suspected Jean. I should go see my companions now. The marble game table, where his companions were, was full of onlookers. Elisa was hiding in the gap, while Kashmir and Enya were nervously placing bets. Everyone's disguise is well done. Even Elisa, who was worried about her extraordinarily large body, was perfectly disguised. She had put on a fake mustache and was dressed in men's clothing. Oh, have you thought of me already? I knew you would come, young master. Cirrus naturally wrapped her arm around Jin's shoulder and showed him her palm with something writing on it. Item will be exchanged at the second floor central card table. Now it's your turn to tell me your name, young master. Didn't I only tell you? Julia, no, Cirrus, who tightly hugged Jean, was really good at acting. She was perfectly portraying a promiscuous woman who was obsessed with gambling and entertainment. Jean was also experienced in acting. Jean grabbed Cirrus' hand, which had writing on it, after moistening his fingers with the remaining water in his glass, and then gently rubbed her palm with his finger to erase the writing. My name is Vamil, young lady. Clack, clack. Kashmir and Enya's marbles collided on the round table. Cirrus pretended to explain the marble game and started explaining the detailed strategy that her companions had already planned. First, 2 marbles go up on the board. Like the young lady and me now? Yes. Only Jean and Cirrus go up to the second floor first, meaning they are the ones who will steal the item. Then, when the other marbles start running, the dealer's obstacles start appearing. There are too many variables, there are obstacles to avoid and throw bigger marbles to break through. I usually prefer to break them. I think I like that one better. It means they should kill the enemies who block them while stealing the compass. You have to choose the marbles that break the obstacles and the marbles that run to the finish line. Even if you use almost all marbles to break the obstacles, you can run alone if there is only one left. Cirrus' gaze was subtly directed towards Enya as she spoke. Finally, Enya is appropriate to run away with the compass means. Jin's companions concluded that Enya would be least suspicious of any situation. Enya felt the complete opposite of Cirrus. Unlike Cirrus, who swept away the stakes as soon as she entered the gambling den and showed off her stunning beauty, Enya was like an ant. She had always played the role of a hot pants who bet only small amounts with a restless face. No one looked less composed than her. Is the explanation enough? Is there anything else I need to be particularly careful about? Don't hesitate too much or waver if too many marbles that remove obstacles are broken. You can't miss the opportunity. That's why the scums always lose money. It means that even if a comrade is injured or killed, the mission would fail if one became engrossed in the emotion. Jean made eye contact with Cirrus with a calm face. It's good advice. I feel like I could easily become an expert. In this way, Jean talked about operation with Cirrus until around 10 o'clock at night. Then, he repeatedly lost money to Cirrus and showed signs of irritation. Ha, is the young lady a god of marble game? How can you not win a match? Onlookers clicked their tongues. It wasn't just a buck or two. The money Jean lost to Cirrus was already going beyond 1,000 gold coins. Jean was a rare type of rich sucker who lost 1,000 gold coins in just a few hours at this gambling den. Well, it seems that young master is not good at marble game. Didn't I tell you to give up and go drink? Humph. You just want to drink alone after winning like that? Are you really regretting losing a few gold coins? You have a chance to have a drink with Julia alone until tomorrow morning. You know, I don't mind spending money, but as a gambler, my pride won't allow me to end like this. I may not know how to play marbles, but in other gambling games, young lady won't stand a chance. Oh, you're confident in other games? Ah. Sighs of lamentation could be heard among the onlookers. They realized that another sacrificial lamb had emerged. I have to make young lady suffer a crushing defeat at least once to satisfy my conscience. Looks like your spirit is still intact. What game do you want to play? If it's cards, young lady can never beat me. The card game is on the second floor. Let's go, young Master Vamel. With a wicked smile, Cirrus stood up, and the onlookers crowded around them, eager to witness the handsome fool surrendering all his assets to Cirrus and becoming a weeping mess. Naturally, most of the people who had been on the marble table rushed to the second-floor card table. However, Elisa, Enya, and Kashmir did not leave the marble table. They had plans to carry out a distraction mission on the first floor. The two of them took a seat next to the central card table where the deal between Zipfel and Kinzelo was taking place. At the central card table, Zipfel representative was disguised, while Kinzelo's representative, Chukon Toddlerer, sat with a bare face easily recognizable. It looks like the master of the magic tower, but I don't know who it is. As the onlookers at the table next to me began to get excited, whispers started circulating among them. Now, 10 o'clock was approaching, and they had to exchange coins and items on the gambling table. However, the sudden influx of people nearby made them uneasy. The representatives of Kinzelo and Zipfel, who were on the first floor, came up and informed the organizers about the situation. They reported that there seemed to be a nerve-wracking conflict between ordinary gamblers who had made their way up from the marble table. There are 20 minutes left, until Zipfel took out a compass on the card table. In 20 minutes, when the items came out, Jean and Cirrus would launch their surprise attack. It was crucial to make Jean lose all his bets at exactly that time and make the onlookers retreat. When the onlookers leave with frustrated expressions, I'll slip away, and Cirrus will. Pretend to leave first. Then I'll follow slowly, and as the compass moves on the gambling table, I'll fire flash cannon. Cirrus will take care of the flow that makes him lose all his money in exactly 20 minutes. However, just as Jean and his companions painstakingly planned this operation for 6 months, their enemies would have prepared contingency plans for all sorts of variables. If we kill Chukon Toddlerer or render him unable to fight, there will be no problem going down to the first floor. The probability of Zipfel's representative being a mage stronger than Chukon is low. The person who appeared to be Zipfel's representative did not seem to be over 30, even accounting for disguises. Jean did not know of any mage stronger than Chukon at that age. Chukon, the great mage of Ans. He reigns as an absolute ruler of the great plain of Ans on the northern continent. Unlike Kiddard Hall, he was also a person that Zipfel was eager to bring to him at one time. It was because of his unique defensive magic, famous for his extreme defense. Eventually, Chukon became a member of the Dark Magic Society and now sat on the opposite side of Zipfel at the card table. 200. And another 200. Call. Jin's stake started to run out at a moderate pace. When the flash cannon explodes, Kinzelo and Zipfel will inevitably suspect each other. But they will quickly identify me and Cirrus as the culprits. The confusion should last around 10 seconds. I had to deal with as many enemies as possible within that time. Chukon, who had been watching the losing side with sharp eyes for a while from the central card table, shook his head. I guess everything bothers me now that I'm getting older. I wondered if they were the thieves prepared by you. Haha. You were saying something strange, Sir Chukon. If we just wanted to take the goods, would we go to such lengths? We could just refuse to return it. They're just gamblers who have nothing to do with us. Don't be pretentious, Karl Zippel. Aren't you putting on a play on this island because you're cautious too? If you returned it officially, Runcandle might catch a whiff, and if you don't, we might have leaked information to Runcandle and Vermont. Your words are sharp, Sir Chukon. I'm just saying this because you break the alliance clause and act so shamelessly without even apologizing. I have no idea what your father is up to. If you get a chance, ask yourself, I don't know if you have the guts to go find my father. That's a cute sound. It's time. Bring out the item. We need to confirm it. Jean and Cirrus couldn't hear the voices of the two people. The crowd was too noisy and the distance was far. However, there were no problems with the execution of the operation. It's 10 o'clock. The stakes are all gone. Jean lowered his head like a person who had lost his country, and Cirrus stood up from her seat with a face that seemed to have expected it. Unfortunately, it's over, young master. I've lost interest too. Let's just forget about drinking together. Tick-tock, as Cirrus left the table, the onlookers naturally followed her. The card table emptied in an instant. Jean glanced up and saw a bag of gold coins in the middle of the central card table. A bag of gold coins mixed with a compass. Jean could also see Chukan opening the bag and pulling out a golden compass that was a little bigger than a gold coin. Now! Jean stepped on the table at once and threw himself into the center card table. In his grasp, a white flash cannon was swollen, ready to explode at any moment. Chapter 191. Operation Compass Capture 3. Pure white light exploded from Jin's grip. Damn it! What the fuck? Chukan and Carl's escorts shouted. Before the photon cannon exploded, there were a total of 4 people who had seized the moment to attack Jean. All of them were 7-star or higher martial artists, but 3 of them were intercepted by Cirrus, who had just turned around before they could reach Jean. In their panic, they had not thought of Cirrus. She calmly positioned herself behind 3 of them and slit their throats with her dagger. As for the other one, Jean dodged the blade and twisted his neck to kill him. The sensation of bones snapping echoed through his grip, and Chukan, Carl and his followers shouted out if it had been a proper magical attack. Chukan Tolgerer would have suffered no damage. He had cast a reactive defense spell after Jean and Cirrus sat down at the table next to him. It was a shield that could not be easily penetrated by an 8-star mage or a martial artist, so if they ambushed him, he would fight back and tear them apart. However, if it was an ancient light, magic, a magic that did not strike directly but simply emitted a bright light, it was another story. His magic could not defend against that, and the only way to defend against it was to be blindfolded. Damn it, Carl Zippel, you really? Chukan, what kind of trick is this? As Jean had predicted, Chukan and Carl were immediately suspicious of each other. Kinzalo and Zippel's mages were casting offensive spells with their burning eyes. Bang! I grabbed the compass and rammed my bradament into Chukan's throat, activating the shield. As I expected, this isn't going to be easy. By the time he spun to strike Carl's throat, the bodyguards, who had been hiding at another table, had pounced on him. For Kinzalo, it wasn't what he had planned. Jean shouted and swung his swords. At the same time, boom! Cirrus unleashed a mist. A flash of light followed by a thick cloud of smoke, and the game room was reduced to rubble. Before the mist dissipated, Cirrus threw the compass at Jean. Jean unhesitatingly struck the throats of the escorts, realizing that his sword had reached its peak. Each of them was at least a 7-star swordsman. However, every time he moved, they were wounded or lost their weapons. There were also many who lost their lives with a single blow. Part of it was the panic of the escorts, of course, but it's not just anyone's job to sweep a bunch of people who knew martial arts like that. Still, there were too many of them. On the second floor of the gambling house, only 20% were regulars, and the rest were Zippel and Kinzello's henchmen. Aya! Ga! The regulars shouted and scurried away. Duck! Jean gestured and Cirrus nodded. Now he had to go downstairs, hand the compass to Enya and escort her discreetly to safety outside the gambling hall. Would he really be okay alone? Cirrus didn't question it. The first time she had seen him since the Columbus ruins, he was a different man. How the hell did you train, you monster? I don't know when I'll be able to beat you. Cirrus let out a piercing scream and mingled with the crowd of regulars descending to the first floor. There were those who had seen her kill the first 3 escorts, but they were drowned out by the fog, the screams, the shouts of the mages and the sound of Jean and the escort's weapons clashing. It all happened in a matter of seconds. 10 seconds, at most, before the chaos ends and they realize there is a third force, my existence. And the escorts on both sides on the second floor number about 30. I needed to eliminate as many enemies as possible in that time. When the chaos was over, Jean not only had to deal with the 30 escorts that had not been exposed to the photon cannon. Chukon Tolgerer and Karl Zippel would also regain some vision, and the White Wolves and Zippel's minions on the first floor would also come out to target Jean. Grab things with priority. As Chukon shouted, Jean activated the Rune of Fine, sheathed his Bradamanti and unsheathed a new sword. The pale blade glowed softly in the mist. Sigmund, the sword of Bamung, lightning sword. Blue sparks flew wildly as the hilt began to energize. The eyes of those searching for Jean naturally converged on the lightning. What is that? Seeing the glowing aura piercing through the mist, everyone immediately thought. It didn't seem to be a high-level lightning-type magic, but the way it was engulfed by the sword was strange. In addition, the face of the person wielding the sword, the alleged culprit, was hidden by a black hood. What I like most about the Sword of Legends, Sword of Glory, is that it doesn't need to be hidden as with the Sword of Shadows. Zzz. As he dropped Sigmund, a sharp bolt of lightning rained down from the ceiling. The sword of illustrious legend, balanced lightning. There was no way anyone in the game room would recognize the legendary martial art lost 5,000 years ago. Unknown means difficult to deal with soon. Unknown and strong means impossible to deal with. In that sense, Jean, who started wielding Sigmund, was able to become a god on the second floor of the gambling house, if only for a moment. If he sent a lightning bolt to kill them, they would die. Pact. Kajizik. A bolt of blue lightning cut through the mist, tearing through the humans in it. Unlike the lightning bolts of nature or mages, the lightning bolts of the Sword of Legend had the characteristics of a sword along with a lightning bolt. With each flash of blue light, someone lost their head, someone lost their body. Those who had strained their eyes to find Jean now had to strain not to lose sight of him. He must have looked like a god, not just a representation. In the place of the artifact that had made the divine contractor prey, an unidentified, unrecognizable figure of power appeared out of nowhere. Lord Karl, you must take shelter. What bullshit are you talking about? I'll tear Kinzelo's worms apart myself when my eyes return. Hell, I'm telling you, lightning is falling. What are you talking about? Lord Chukon, I don't think it's a Zippel thing. An intruder is sending lightning. Eek. Karl and Chukon didn't know why their escorts flinched. They still couldn't see the beams. Arg. Ah. The cries of despair continued. They couldn't even get close enough to Jean to protect their masters. What a bunch of human barbarians. I've never seen them do things right anyway. It was then that the White Wolves from the second floor came up. They had been grumbling about the humans' work, but as soon as they went up and saw the lightning feast, they couldn't help but shut up. All they could do was contemplate the majesty of the Sword of Legends. But just like the young red tigers of the Yuka market, the fear imprinted in their blood chilled the blood of the White Wolves. Is this that idiot's aura? The two White Wolves who had sensed something strange about Jean were the first to notice. A monster they thought was an idiot. But unlike the young red/orange tigers, they were warriors. One of them held the rank of assault leader in the White Wolves' army. Boom! The White Wolves smashed the ground with their giant hammers. Wake up, you stupid bastards. There's only one of them. Melto will protect Chukon, and me and Daroka will subdue him. Listen, Zippels. Alliances break, but now is not the time to argue about that. Strike the intruder as soon as you have recovered. As they raised their voices, the chaos began to subside quickly. Jean could see one thing in the air. None of the enemies gathered here are above the level of a White Wolf raid leader. There might be more outside, but at least inside it was safe. If that was the case, the lower levels should be clear enough for his companions to clear. I hope they do well down there. As long as Enya gets to safety, the rest of us should be able to fend for ourselves under most circumstances. The second floor was also in an uproar, as the whole building shook after what must have been a rather intense fight. Kwazizik. Jean fired a bolt of lightning at the approaching White Wolves. They had fear in their blood from their history at the hands of the illustrious legends. But fear is an emotion that comes from knowing the strength of your opponent. Unlike their human counterparts, the White Wolves did not fall to a single blow from the sword of legend. They bounced lightning with their hammers as they approached Jean. "Tell me your name, human." "Why should I? Your power is new to me, but my instinct tells me so. I want to challenge you to an honorable duel and offer your body to Javier's altar." Jean then burst out laughing. "Doesn't that instinct also tell you to run away?" "What? I don't have much time to play with you." Even with Jin's condescending remarks, the White Wolves didn't manage to get as excited as they did when dealing with other humans. They had overcome their fears and attacked Jean, but they were not completely over it. It was the warrior's pride and dignity that drove them to fight. To the White Wolves, Jin was not human, but the giant shadow of a predator they had never seen before. It was not a representation, but a reality. They could not even see Jin's full form due to the aura of the berserk heart. Boom, boom, boom. Under the black armor, in the heart, the aura began to spin even faster. Although it was possible to deal with the White Wolf assault leader with simple lightning, it was better to finish him off before Chukan and Carl recovered. To do so, he would have to exert himself a bit. Know this with honor, wolves. This is not a skill I intended to use so soon. Zeke. Sigmund swallowed the electricity that sizzled everywhere. The blue aura that had enveloped the entire second floor converged on the pale body of the sword. The hall suddenly darkened. One more layer. The fear of the White Wolves deepened. They had not yet been struck by a new bolt of lightning, but once again, instinct had taken over their footsteps. The Battle God's combat technique. This is the second time I've used it after completing it. The ultimate one-on-one fighting technique of the Sword of Legends. The Battle God combat technique. Third move of the Battle God's combat technique. Sentence. As Jean shouted at Sigmund, a single giant spear of thunderous electricity flew out from inside the sword's body towards the White Wolves. Chapter 192. Operation Compass Capture. 4. The transcendently powerful martial art battle god combat technique, Tusingi, reserved for only one person, could only be mastered by the owner of the divine sword of legends, Sigmund. And the Sigmund was no longer half and half sword with the goddess of battle, but the sword of Jean. Don't forget, brother Jean. You are the sole heir and bearer of the techniques of legends. So don't be afraid of anyone you meet. He didn't know if it was because he had seen the despair on the faces of the White Wolves before the sentence, or because he could almost see Vaughn's face when he launched the Battle God's combat technique. In the midst of the battle, he suddenly remembered the story Vaughn had told him in La Perosa. A bright flash of light illuminated the dark room. Away! Shouted the White Wolf called Duroka. It wasn't his typical thick, husky voice, but a cry of terror. He knew it as soon as he saw it. This was not something they could hit with their humble hammers. Kazuzuk Dash, the giant sword made of lightning, looked like a whale. Incredibly powerful, coming from a single longsword. Although it shouted at them to avoid it, the White Wolves could not do so. There was no room to escape, and besides, the intense fear that they could not overcome even with their honor and pride crushed their shoulders. If it were only the strength of a common warrior of the legends, even trembling with fear, they would have waved their hammers. But this was the power of the Battle God's combat technique. The majesty of the god-goddess of battle that their ancestors half a millennium ago had dared to look upon. It was in his eyes, in his sword, in the eyes of a man less than 2 meters tall. Today I did not come as a thief to find the despicable ones of you. Clang. The sentence pierced Duroka's body. Not a single drop of blood or a single piece of flesh flew off. Once the sentence's beak pierced his body, it swallowed, burned and rusted the rest of him, turned him to ash. At lightning speed, I came as a conqueror. The cry to flee was a hollow cry. In the blink of an eye, Duroka was reduced to ashes, and the White Wolf beside him felt no anger at the death of one of his clan. Only that something was wrong. This is not real. The instant that thought crossed his mind, the intense light of doom covered everything. blinding him. There was nothing he could do but close his eyes against the bright light that enveloped him. Flash! The sentence shone once more, turning him to ashes. The sentence's spear, as if unsatisfied, flashed toward its next prey. Who would have thought that two high-ranking captain-level white wolves would die in such a useless way? While everyone doubted their eyes and the situation itself, Sigmund pointed towards Chukan. The white wolves, who had banded together to defend Chukan, were unconsciously shaking their heads. Unconsciously, they were begging to be spared. But Jin's gaze did not waver. It was as steady as that of a king in front of an execution platform. Aya! There are 3 retching by Liangs with their eyes closed. 3 white wolves closed their eyes, trembling in fear. But they didn't die like the 2 before. This was because its protective barrier had been deployed to protect Chukan. Have Chukan's eyes recovered yet? No, it seems he simply deployed it out of instinct. Physic. The Grand Magician's protective shield, called Absolute Shield, was truly magic-worthy of its name. He must have deployed it in haste as soon as he woke up, because it blocked the judgment for only an instant. Although he had completed the 3rd move of the Sword of Legends, sentence, Jin's aura was still in the second half of the 7 stars. If he had reached the 8-star level, Chukan's shield would not have been able to withstand even 3 seconds of the sentence. Of course, that's not all I have, Chukan told her. Crack. A crack opened up in the protective shield. When the spear tip pierced the crack, the white wolves shrank into a ball like small animals hiding in the cave to avoid the predators. The battle god's combat technique was not a merciful sword technique. The spear soon completely shattered the protective shield, and the white wolves hidden inside it left only screams of agony. Kaya! Before the screams reached their ears, all the white wolves were dead. Jin finally stopped the sentence/punishment and gathered the remnants of the spear bolts on Sigmund's sword. When the desperately crying wild rays were recovered, the aura of the unstable berserk heart decreased due to the use of the fighting technique. At least 9 stars before you can use it. It's just a meaningless restriction. Its power to quickly sweep away 5 general-level white wolves, even with the unstable berserk heart, is enough for a fighting technique. The battlefield darkened once again. Jin's enemies did not wish for this darkness to dissipate again. It meant that the monster's lightning would begin to fall. I wonder if Cirrus has safely delivered the compass to Enya? I couldn't wait to go down and find out. Following Chukan, Karl Zippel had also regained his sight and was observing the situation. What the hell is going on here? When Karl's subordinates were busy moving around in a panic, he didn't notice the lightning strikes. However, now everything was black and trembling with the roar of the explosion, and he couldn't even find the shape of the white wolves who had been screaming. Karl's subordinates who witnessed that sight trembled in fear with their legs shaking. They wanted to run away in a hurry, which made him even more fearful. The identity of the monster could not be understood in any way. Neither Chukan nor Karl could think of anyone. If it had used an ice sword, they would have assumed it was Talaris. If it had used a deep sword, they would have assumed it was Luna. If it had simply deployed a vast killing sword, they would have thought of Runkandle's Black Knight. But what Jin used was a lightning sword. As far as they knew, there was not a single martial artist in the world who used lightning. An unknown sword technique, followed by an ancient lost light magic. Moreover, the light magic it unleashed is similar to Tsenmi's photon cannon, Chenmi, in the family's confidential records. A magic swordsman? Karl and Chukan concluded simultaneously. Neither Zippel nor Kinzalo. Rumor had it that a mysterious magical swordsman had recently appeared in Delki. Rumors had circulated since Jin's encounter with Berries, and Kazan. Zippel, in particular, had considered the possibility that it was the magic swordsman who had impersonated Baradin in the kingdom of Arkan, Akin, through a small group of Tessing vestiges. Could it be that the perpetrator is? As the giddy speculations raced through Karl and Chukan's minds, Jin took a step towards them. It was only a step, but it was enough to make Karl and Chukan's men reflexively flinch. What are you thinking? Chukan told her. Karl Zippel. Where did you come from? Chukan replied. He and Karl were getting frustrated. They couldn't figure out where the hell the information about the compass had come from. There was nothing they could figure out. How many of Jin's allies were down, what their skill level was, why the hell they were targeting the compass. They had thought they would be fine as long as they were careful of Runcandle and Vermont, but then someone of this caliber appeared out of nowhere. It's not Runcandle. It's probably a Vermont. Could it be that it's the final form of the thing the Vermont guys are experimenting with? Jin shrugged. It doesn't matter who I am. You will all die today. Although he said that coldly, but Jin didn't expect to kill Chukan and Carl. He was just trying to buy time, to calm his emotions and allow his colleagues on the second floor to resolve the situation. It was also a way to check Chukan and Carl's attitude. This unpleasant feeling is something I haven't felt in a long time. The other person knows me, but I don't know the other person. This is not something I experience often as a member of the Zippel family. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Carl Zippel, the Lord of the Fourth Magic Tower of the Zippel family. I know, the third son of Keliak Zippel, and Lord of the Fourth Magic Tower of Zippel. I didn't know much about him. He had never appeared in the newspapers, nor had he ever encountered him in his past life. However, he had heard stories about how the Fourth Magic Tower of Zippel took care of the nasty stuff inside Zippel. At first glance, taking on the dirty work might seem like a bad deal, but it was anything but. The Fourth Magic Tower is an institution with the second largest workforce after the first Magic Tower, which was famous as the Tower of Stories. In other words, it was one of the most powerful hubs within Zippel. You're bluffing right now, I admit you're a formidable force, but I don't think you're strong enough to take on me and Lord Chukan at the same time. Is that really so? A moment ago you were talking about killing Kinzalo's insects. Now you're joining forces with Chukan again. Let's clear up misunderstandings. Our policy is to turn the strong into our allies if possible. Therefore, I will make you an offer. I will make you one of us. And I, Carl Zippel, promise to give you more than you want. Carl Zippel, you bastard. Chukan's eyes widened. I'm so sorry, Lord Chukan. The compass has fallen into your hands. Hasn't it? And he seems to know of our relationship, of our many secrets. It's no use fighting. Nonsense. Please stay calm. If that person rejects us, we will team up to kill him. If you feel bad, he can offer Lord Chukan a deal and recruit Kinzalo. Frankly, we can't handle that person alone. Lord Chukan, do you agree to work together? 5 of the General Assault level White Wolf warriors were dead, including the countless 7-star knights and 7-star mages. It wasn't impossible for Chukan and Carl to do the same, but they couldn't do it that fast. How about becoming one of us in Zippel? I don't think that's bad news for you, since you were aiming for my compass. Jean smiled wryly, and inwardly he was convinced. There doesn't seem to be an airship like Kozek in the vicinity. Kozek, the fearsome aerial vessel he had experienced in the ruins of Columbus. Jean spoke unnecessarily to confirm if Carl had brought the Kozek. If he had, he wouldn't be making this offer, he'd just be flexing his muscles. Even if the island disappears off the map, if they evacuate on Kozek, that's all that matters. It was something he had been thinking about since he first set foot on the island. Jean had confirmed that there was no airship, but the Kozek was an airship, so it could hide in the clouds. But the Kozek's absence made sense. It was an airship that only moved when the Zippel declared war, and it wasn't the kind of thing that would be kept on standby in a place like this. The same was true for Kinzalo. If he had hidden such an enormous power near the island, it could have led to a misunderstanding on Zippel's part and sparked a war. There is no Kozek. When Jean said this, Carl's pupils dilated slightly. There was no clearer answer than that. What? Well, if that's the case, there's no need to talk to you any further. Let's finish what we were doing. Chapter 193. Operation Compass Capture. 5. Kozek's absence meant that Kinzalo and Zippel would have to fight for their lives. How many warriors and mages have gathered here, and how powerful are they? There are many 7 and 8 stars with some 9-star grand wizards mixed in. If they fought with all their might, it will only be a matter of time before this small island disappears from the map. It wouldn't end with the island disappearing either. Instead, there would be explosions, whirlwinds, tidal waves, and all sorts of disasters as a result of the aura of the warriors and the magic of the scattered mages. How many humans could survive that? Not even the great wizards can breathe underwater, and not even the strongest warriors can swim against such a whirlwind. Even assuming you manage to escape the chaos by riding a dragon, for example, it's a bad end for everyone if the island gets to that point. There's no way Runcandle and Vermont wouldn't be able to spot such a big fight. Zipple and Kinslow were to hide that they were allies and the existence of the compass. Kinslow's loss would be indescribable, especially if the compass was broken or lost during the battle. Jean and his companions were also in trouble if their true identities were revealed. They would lose their home on Tychon and would not be safe anywhere else in the world. I thought the threat to kill us all was just a ploy to buy time, but was it to check if the Kozek really wasn't on the island? Thought Carl as he took a smack to the back of his head. Come to think of it, that black helmet he's wearing is undoubtedly the object the Twilight mages who went to Columbus mentioned. Talaris protected his daughter and the man wearing that helmet from Kozek. Damn, how come I only remember it now? Midal Elner and his companions on the ship had also talked about the same thing. They said that the man with the black helmet was also the one who killed Murin Zipple. There was no sense in repenting now. Besides, knowing beforehand would not change Jin's inaction. Why was he in Columbus then? Did he know about the existence of the Holy Relic? What was his relationship with the Master of the Hidden Palace? Could it be that he was the one who destroyed Kozek instead of the Master of the Hidden Palace? What grudge does he hold against Zipple? How does he know all of Zipple's secrets, including the Columbus Relic and compass? These are just a few of the questions that were swirling around in Carl's mind. Cack. An electric shock enveloped Sigmund. The sword lightning of legends, now Jean was trying to control the fight. I will fight and escape at the right time. The best outcome would be to kill Chukan, Carl, and all the minions on the first floor and outside the game room. But that was not possible. It would be difficult even for him to break Chukan's protection magic, and they wouldn't be able to fight with all their might if they had to take care of themselves. So what would be the outcome of this fight when it was over? Before even unsheathing his sword, he came to a conclusion. The best move is to incapacitate Carl and force Kinslow to take him hostage. If he is Chukan, he would have no reason to leave Carl behind after he fell and escaped. Jean could sense that both Zipple and Kinslow avoided fighting each other thoroughly. Even if they hadn't shown it on the surface, in Jin's eyes, Kinslow was a group that could be a pillar of a great force. But here, Kinslow did not receive the compass as agreed and suffered only heavy losses. It would be in Kinslow's best interest to take Carl hostage and demand something from Zipple. There was no reason not to do so. Of course, deepening the grudge between Kinslow and Zipple also favored Jean. Interesting. You will soon understand my will, Chukan told her, and you'll have to follow my will, unless you're a fool. Flash. Lightning began to strike and, at the same time, Chukan struck his staff, creating a large barrier where Kinslow's remaining minions gathered. But the shield was no match for the lightning, which rained down on Carl and his men. Don't underestimate me, you fucking bastard. You change your nickname often. Is that a habit? Zipple's 5 gentlemen escorts were the most senior of the veterans. They seemed to be a bit more adapted to lightning after having faced it before and were now defending themselves better. They used their magic shields or anticipated where the lightning would strike and dodged it. Some knights would strike back with their swords. Chukan and his men remained behind the shield, watching and waiting. Lord Chukan, will you stand still? When Carl showed his anger, Chulon raised his head, but with an expression that seemed to say that his alliance was already over and that he had just tried to hit him from behind. Chong! Pakhang! The sword energy of Carl's knights struck Sigmund. Zipple's mages, including Carl, were too busy shielding themselves to counterattack. They were eager to counterattack, but feared leaving a gap by casting a hasty spell and being attacked. Besides, apart from Carl, they seemed busier blocking the lightning than anything else. Lord Carl, evacuate, we'll stop it. Stop talking nonsense. Aren't your gangs on the second floor? That said, the special mages on the second floor still hadn't gone up. Lord Chukan, we must fight together. Chukan gave no reply. It seemed that he was now focused on understanding Jin's true ability instead of dealing with Carl. I was confused because of his special lightning power, but from his aura, he seems to be 8 stars or less, and perhaps in the beginning stage. However, his actual combat ability seems to far surpass 8-star warriors. If so, there was no reason why Carl couldn't subdue Jin even if he took away some of his power. On the other hand, according to Chukan, the probability of Carl defeating Jin was low. Still, it should be enough to hurt him. I'm afraid I'll have to activate the Magic Tower Master Staff if the battle escalates. The Magic Tower Master Staff had runes on it. When activated, reinforcements would immediately fly from the 4th Magic Tower, and Runcandle and Vermont would smell it. That would pose a great danger to both Kinslow and Zippel, but if they cornered him, it was clear that Carl would prioritize his own life. As much as I hate to say it, I think I'm going to have to help Carl subdue the unwelcome guests first. Chukan thought for a moment. Suddenly, the lightning ceased. The knights took the opportunity to charge Jin, and Carl began to cast attack spells. Jin unsheathed his other great Sword of Legends technique. Balance Oppression. Sigmund pulled the swords of the 5 knights who charged at the same time. It had been less than a minute since they had started. Clumsily dealing with the lightning sword, but another unknown sword technique was thrown. Villain! The heads of 2 knights twisted as they were caught off guard by Sigmund's unexpected tug. The other 3 reflexively closed the distance again, and Jin lunged at Carl as soon as there was an opening. Die! Carl shouted, extending his staff. Just as countless ice blades were about to rain down from the staff. Gah! Shriek! Sigmund threw a slash at the staff's head. But the ice blades kept raining down as planned, but Jin didn't dodge. He believed in the rune of Myulta and the breastplate of black light, and thanks to that, although his clothes were shredded and his arms covered in wounds, he managed to avoid any broken bones. Thud! Thud! In an instant, blood and flesh dripped from Jin's bloody arms and shoulders. If not for his masterful armor, he would not have escaped death. Are you panicking? You're not even worthy of being a Magic Tower Master. Crunch! Jin stomped on the fragments of the staff that had fallen to the ground. The runes inscribed on the fragments also shattered, and Carl trembled with a deathly pallor. It was no big deal to use magic without the staff, but it was safe to say that he had lost his last resort of safety. Don't feel so bad. You would have been in trouble anyway if you had activated the runes. The words sent a shiver down Carl's spine, as well as Chuckan's. Not because of Jin's swordplay and daring. It was because of the feeling of being read. Especially Carl was in a state of total shivering. It was as if he could see through his mind, and as soon as he recognized the staff, he cut it off. It was then that Jin tore off the ice blade stuck in his arm and stared at him, with a look that said, "Have you figured it out yet? The wound is deeper than I expected. I'll have to finish Carl and get out of here." The wound wasn't fatal, but his arm was a wreck and he couldn't use the sword properly. Carl hadn't expected the sword to cut the staff either, but his first attack, ice blades, was a sham. What he really prepared was something else. Wariok! Blue flames formed in Carl's eyes. This was Zippel's arcane magic. Mystic blue flower flames. It was a magic that held an opponent with an inextinguishable blue flame just by looking at him. It was the same magic Murin Zippel had used on Columbus. Fighting in flames that burn your entire body. He wanted to taunt Jin by telling him to writhe in agony in the blue flames. He wanted to see Jin's face as he slowly lost his composure. But the confident smile on Carl's lips froze in less than a second. Gah! For he was summoned Tess, the owner of the fire, the true master of the blue flames. Tess, Tess! Chuckan's mouth opened wide. No matter how skilled he was at mind reading or foresight, he hadn't imagined Tess. He knew he was an occult swordmaster, but after the photon cannon he hadn't used any magic spells, which had led him to be confused. Probably, his magic was only acceptable. Although his aura seemed to have diminished and his arms were soaked with blood, Jin's aura and magical powers were still sharpened. Ha! Carl let out a self-deprecating sigh, and Jin's blue flames were extinguished. That Jin's phoenix was Tess was unknown even to the Twilight mages. And Midder Elner, who had fought Jin in Columbus. Tess' only other witness, Murin Zippel, had died before they arrived. What the hell, are you? A broken voice. Carl still had enough magic to fight, but his will was broken. This meant his defeat. No matter how incredible his magic or magical power was, no matter how hard he tried, Carl could not defeat Jin. There's no need to know who I am, so I'd rather talk about something else, Jin said. Jin's eyes shifted to the position where Chukan was standing. You'd better be careful from behind, Carl. Swoosh! A bolt of magical energy shot by Chukan pierced Carl's shoulder. Chapter 194. Operation Compass Theft. 6. Immediately, the second, third, and fourth bolts of magical energy penetrated Carl's body. Kua! Lord Carl! The eyes of the three remaining knights and mages were filled with despair as Carl fell to the ground. If even Chukan attacked them in this situation, they would have no way to defend themselves. Chukan, you. I'm just returning your own actions, haha. At that moment, the mages under the protection of Chukan's barrier cast an attack spell at the same time. Of course, they were aiming not at Jin, but at Carl's few remaining subordinates. Chukan. Before they could finish shouting, all of Zippel's knights and mages died. Since Jin decided to target Carl, the death of Carl's subordinates was a predictable outcome since Chukan decided to stay as a spectator. You're not completely dumb, Chukan. I didn't expect you to be so cooperative. But this way Tess won't have to do much. Carl collapsed and Jin gently picked him up and tossed him towards Chukan with his injured arm. As soon as Carl fell to Chukan, Kinzelo's mages deployed healing magic to make sure the valuable hostage didn't bleed to death. Don't you think? That after Carl, it's your turn now. I don't think the absolute ruler of ANS is that stupid. Well, I did consider it. I just decided I didn't care if you came after me. You keep bragging all the way to the end. Do you really think you can deal with me calling Tess? Even with a body that isn't even fully healed. Ha ha ha. Ga. Jin and Tess burst out laughing at the same time. Chukan told her, you're not convinced that you can kill me, and that's why you've chosen the path that suits Kinzelo best. So don't talk nonsense that you don't even believe. For a moment, Jin and Chukan exchanged distrustful glances. They were both saying things that were true. Jin was bluffing and Chukan was unsure of himself. Even if I pull out everything I have, it would be crazy to fight Chukan in this state. He's an opponent that can't be beaten without creating all sorts of variables. Even his body is in its best state. If he really wants to fight, he should run away. He has enough magic to use that unknown lightning sword technique and to summon Tess, and he might have some other hidden power. Retrieving the compass has already become very difficult, and we must return safely with Carl from Zippel at least so that the leader won't kill us. They had lost 5 assault general-level White Wolves, most of their senior members, and have had their compass stolen. But they didn't lose everything, like Carl Zippel, as the ship in the harbor was loaded with all of Bouvard's other works except the compass. In any case, the gene variable was a disaster no one could have foreseen. If we go ahead with this unnecessary pride and things get worse, even the leader won't let it go. Besides, when the leader gets the report, he will surely try to turn him into one of ours somehow. We already have enough information to track him down. Chukan was the first to step back. Very well, we'll take care of each other's business today. You have not wasted your youth. Maybe your leader would like catching Carl Zippel better than the compass. Gone was Tessa's invocation. The first floor just went silent. I don't know if it's over or if the battlefield has expanded outward. Boom! Immediately, Jean created a large hole in the ground with a strong foot strike. Even this was part of the basic Sword of Legends, Sword of Glory for Friends, technique, with electrical energy zigzagging through his body. See you next time then. As he descended through the hole, he immediately saw the chaotic scene on the second floor. As on the second floor, there were bodies, blood, and broken objects everywhere, as if there had been a rather intense battle. He wasn't too worried. With a group the size of Mirakan, Quicantal, Kashmir, and Elisa, all the power of the second floor had to be on the first. Have they all gone to the escape point, or have they gone to deal with the henchmen outside the game room? Jean felt a twinge of suspicion. No, they must have gone up to help me if they had emptied inside. Something's wrong. As Jean exited the game room, he was greeted by Murakin, who was transforming into a cat. Nyanda. He hadn't participated in the battle on the second floor, but had kept his identity a secret until now in case Jean was in trouble. Murakin poof. Murakin transformed into a human and approached Jean. Hey, brat. How much stronger have you become? I've almost seen everything you've got in this fight. You're brave to the point of making me cry. Strawberry Shortcake would probably cry too. And your arms are a wreck. How did those Legends bastards roll you? Are you talking about the injuries the Legends inflicted on me? I guess this is no time for jokes anymore. What's the situation? Your crazy fanatic escaped the island unscathed, taking the compass with her. Phew. Well, at least the 6 months of effort weren't in vain. Yes, but the rest of the situation is not so good. What's wrong? There were 2 other forces we haven't identified. Not 1 but 2? The Vermont Task Force and Runcandle. They weren't moving in with reliable information like we were. They only knew that Zippel and Kinslow were meeting here. They didn't know what they were trading. So they ran here after they heard the casino had been flipped. They could get us in trouble in the end. In the meantime, the little guy asterisk, probably Kashmir. Elisa and your lover are trying to deal with them or drive them away. That was a relief. The compass had already been stolen, so it was just a matter of getting off the island without revealing himself. Just as Runcandle and Vermont didn't have all the information they needed about Zippel and Kinslow. Zippel and Kinslow were also unaware of their presence on the island. How did you know that the task force and my family didn't know about the compass? They said that if they had known all about it, they wouldn't have just sent them. Okay. So the 3 of you split up and are heading to the escape point? Yes, but unfortunately, there's one more problem. The biggest one to boot. Damn. Nothing is ever easy. Tell me. Murakin frowned in annoyance. Then, he pointed his finger toward the sea that stretched out behind Jean. As he turned his gaze, he saw something dense and small floating in the sea in the distance. They're all warships. Soon, this island will be completely surrounded. Even if we gather everyone scattered and board a ship in 10 minutes, we won't be able to escape the pursuit. There were no gates in or out on this island. You could only enter or leave by boat, swimming, or flying. And, of course, being an island, there was nowhere to flee or hide, and the escape boats that Jin's group had prepared were not fast enough to outrun the pirate or warships that would pursue them. They were sent by the Bella Empire to support the members waiting on the island in case of a similar situation. There will be special forces prepared by the Special Unit Headquarters. That left Jean and company with only one option. Jump aboard Murakin. That was the last escape option they left at the meeting half a year ago. While they could escape immediately if they revealed Murakin's true appearance, they would become special targets for eternal tracking by Vermont and Zippel and Kinslow. There would be nothing more exhausting than that in the world. This is really crazy. It's almost as if the fight on the second floor is the easy part. What are you going to do? As usual, Murakin decided to follow Jin's decision. If there's only one option, there's nothing to think about. We'll escape aboard you. We will have to accept the fact that we will be special tracking targets. Then we must first find those who are scattered. Should we search for them while flying? No, that's too dangerous. We'll search in the vicinity of the escape point and reconvene here in 30 minutes. If there are any comrades who have not joined up by then, we will initiate an aerial search. Swish! Crack! Within 5 minutes of searching for his companions, the sound of something cracking in the distance echoed in Jin's ears. It was the sound of Runcandle's guardian knights in the northern harbor destroying a ship. Destroy all ships. Don't let anyone escape until the Bellard Empire's reinforcement ships arrive. Especially you must not lose sight of the woman named Zelia. She is undoubtedly the key figure in this matter. Indeed, Runcandle was doing something very Runcandle. They were trying to prevent the escape of the main target by destroying all the ships at the location of the enemy ships coming from foreign lands. It was the kind of vileness that was only possible by run candles. Damage of any kind could be paid for later with a petition to the main family, and once the warships arrived and those involved were identified, the necessary people could be taken by force. It's a family. That will one day be mine. But what can I say? In every way, it's amazing. The plans and opinions of Vermont and other factions were not important in the process, especially in a place where these great powers were fighting each other. Oh, gentlemen, why are you doing this? We are honest people who catch fish to earn our daily sustenance. But if you destroy our boats like this— The men who appeared to be the owners of the boat approached the Guardian Knights and lowered their heads. Do you think I hadn't noticed that there are only pirates, beggars, and drug addicts on this island? From now on, I'm going to execute every one of you who tries to bullshit or play a trick on us. Indeed, every one of them was a pirate ship. But from the pirates' point of view, there was no such extreme cruelty as this. On the other hand, they couldn't take on Runcandle's Guardian Knights, which made them feel frustrated. Hey, even if it's Runcandle's Guardian Knights, will only 10 of them catch us? They don't seem to be purebloods, they just seem to be ordinary Guardian Knights. Let's just get on our ships and run away. The ships are our life and soul. We can find another island. A pirate who was trying to hide from the Guardian Knights shouted out loud. Exactly. Even if there are only 10 of them, Runcandle's Guardian Knights can't capture all of us. There are over 50 ships in the northern harbor. It's even possible that we'll be sent to prison in any case. Either way, get aboard a ship and weigh anchor, you damned maggots. Only those who board the ships will escape with their lives. Wah! Suddenly, the pirates who were hiding in different parts of the harbor joined in large numbers. They were underestimating the Runcandle Guardian Knights too much. The low-level pirates had no idea who the strongest swordsmen in the world were. Idiots! We're the ones who control this place. Even if you try to escape, you won't be able to. There were 3 of the 10 Guardian Knights in the northern port. With just those 3, the Guardian Knights had the power to camp the pirates running like dogs. A few pirates managed to crawl onto the ship, running like mad, not caring whether their comrades were dead or not. The problem was that they didn't even make it to the anchor before the sword swept them away. There's nowhere to run. There don't seem to be any companions nearby. Anyway, is the guy who urged us to get on the ship at first running away now? Just as that pirate was about to turn around. Bang! 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 Bang, bang, bang! The Bellard Empire's warships began firing shells towards the island. They seemed to have the same idea as Runcandle's Guardian Knights. First of all, they wanted to sink all the ships on the island so that no one could escape. Chapter 195. Operation Compass Seizure 7. The shells fired from the Bellad Empire's warships were enchanted with magic. It was war-strengthening magic that increased range and firepower. It took at least 100 6-star mages to strengthen the hundreds of cannons. Moreover, the fact that there were so many 6-star mages meant that there were also many high mages leading them. It was a force that would never have made it to this small abandoned island. Even Runcandle had only sent 10 mid-high level Guardian Knights, and Vermont had sent a war force. That meant that Vermont was ahead of Runcandle in terms of information about Zippel and Kinslow, or that they were paying more attention to them. Black dots in the sky fell quickly. Shells had flown into the harbor in an instant. Everybody get down. Get down. Get down. Get down. GG God. The pirates shouted desperately, and the Runcandle Guardian Knights scowled in displeasure. Bang, bang, bang. Shells began to fall on the harbor and the beach. The explosions sent plumes of water upward. Pirate ships shattered and splinters flew everywhere, while the rocks and sand that made up the harbor crumbled. As opposed to the pirates simply lying flat or running desperately, the Guardian Knights skillfully maneuvered to cut off or avoid the projectiles and splinters flying towards them. Damn! This is annoying. We have to inform our headquarters. Family. It looks like the Bellard Empire bastards have gone mad. Boom! 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 Before the pirates could come to their senses, the next bombardment began. For Jean, this was advantageous. The more confusion there was, the easier it would be for him to move unseen, and since they were going to steal the compass on Murakan's back anyway, it didn't matter if the docked ships were destroyed. Unfortunately, however, the appearance of Bellard's warships was also a misfortune for Jean. This was because, after reinforcing the projectile magic, another magic began to unfold. Suddenly, the dark night sky was being dyed red. Not because the projectiles were burning, but because the mages aboard the Bellard Empire's ships had deployed a barrier spell. The Great Red Entanglement Barrier. Did Vermont's Special Force even prepare that? As the name suggested, the Great Red Entanglement Barrier was a spell in which several mages combined their powers to build a barrier. It was usually used to protect a castle or city from enemy attacks. Sometimes it was used to prevent the enemy from escaping, as now. The Great Red Binding Barrier. This is a magic linking spell used by the Emperor's Guard mages, not the Special Forces. Was the Emperor's Guard prepared for this too? The Great Red Linking Barrier was one of the signature spells of the Vermont Emperor's Guard mages. The core of this spell, which they had invented on their own, was air control. When dragons or flying creatures attacked the palace, a barrier was deployed to exterminate them and prevent them from fleeing. Within the Great Red Entanglement Barrier, no creature with wings larger than a sparrow could fly unrestricted. The moment it detected a flying creature, the barrier immediately spewed out thousands of beams of red light in order to subdue it. So it was a frightening magic design to protect the safety of the Emperor. It was at that moment that Jin's plan to flee in Murakan fell apart. The barrier was so large that it spanned the entire island. Even assuming Murakan can withstand it, the safety of the others is a concern. We have to change our plan. They were to flee by boat, but a constant barrage of shells was smashing the harbor and pirate ships, and the island was surrounded by the Bellard Empire's fleet. Still, it would be better to get a ship and fight the Bellard fleet rather than fly into the barrier. Getting out of the barrier on a ship is the time when I'll be able to flee in Murakan again. First, they had to leave the barrier on a ship. The fleet would chase them, but if they got out of the barrier, they could escape again in Murakan. Now it was more important to return to where Murakan was rather than to find their companions. The Great Red Entanglement Barrier was a magic developed about 100 years ago, so Murakan could not know all the dangers involved either. He had to inform them quickly, lest Murakan get frustrated with his search and start flying. Murakan! What's wrong, brat? After retracing his steps and looking around, I fortunately found him quickly. And while I was explaining about the red barrier, Cirrus appeared from somewhere. Jean, do you understand the situation more or less? The east is completely destroyed, both the harbor and the ships. Because the island is small, there is a limit to escape from the annoying swarms of sea mosquitoes. She was in a situation where she understood the situation as well as Jean, having escaped from the Special Pursuit Team. Miss Cirrus, do you know at which escape point the other team members moved? They went toward the western escape points. Those two are originally from Vermont, so they probably know what this barrier means. If we can't get a boat, we're doomed. Damn humans. When did they develop such magic? All the ships are being destroyed by shells, so how do we get a ship? Miss Lover, didn't you bring that snow toad? I wouldn't be going through all this trouble if I could have brought Mort, Black Dragon. Why don't you tell them to announce that it's a matter of the hidden palace? She said. Perhaps it would be better if the three of us went together. Let's look for the others and hope there are some ships left in the nearest port. The bombardment continued in the distance. Murakan turned back into a cat and curled up in Cirrus' arms. Wow, first the Special Forces and now the Guardian, Knights and the Emperor's mages. I didn't think things would get this complicated. When my mother told me about this, I thought it wouldn't be easy, but it wouldn't be too hard either. When I found out you were in the operation, Miss Cirrus, I was surprised. I was more surprised that you were able to flip the second floor on your own. You have become a monster, Jean Runcandle. The Guardian Knights have had their eyes lit up and are looking for you. Miss Cirrus, let's make sure we keep a low profile. The direction in which Elisa and Kashmir moved to evade the unit/special force was west. Thanks to Cirrus, the group was able to quickly find the escape points without getting lost. Lord Kashmir. Kashmir, Elisa and Quicantle were found at escape point 7. It was a warehouse of pirates living on the island. After the compass theft was over, it had been agreed that those who escaped would blend in with the supplies and board a pirate ship to escape. I thought you might show up, so I decided to wait 3 minutes. Long time no see, young master. I see Miss Cirrus has managed to outwit my juniors. Murakan seems fine. I guess he didn't fly into the barrier. I was afraid he would be torn to pieces if he flew after us. Is the human barrier really that powerful? Can't we just fly through it? The Vermont Imperial Guard mages are the same level as Zippel's Twilight mages, and yes, a bunch of them joined in. There aren't enough of us to take them on by ourselves. They decided to skip the greetings and look for a ship, but as they left the escape point, the West Harbor was completely destroyed by the bombardment. Not a single ship was intact, and the corpses of slain pirates were strewn everywhere. Only the southern port remained. But the journey to the southern harbor was too long. Despite the small size of the island, it was a half-hour journey at most. The roar of the cannons was getting closer and closer. As his companions gathered, the fleet of the Bellard Empire was approaching, almost encircling the island. There are unlikely to be ships to the south. We'd better swim out of the barrier from here, Jean said with a sigh. What if we get hit by a shell? Cirrus asked, and Jean shrugged. Well, we're all pretty resilient. Well, that's true. I guess we don't have a choice anyway. Well, we'll have to survive the shells, but the real problem is that we might get spotted by the fleet, and then the troops on board will start attacking us directly. No matter how strong Jean and his allies were, they could not fight properly underwater. The risk of being exposed to the fleet's elite troops or mages was high, and, at that point, they would be easily suppressed without being able to properly counterattack. Because of the barrier, the two dragons could not fly and, while swimming, could not fight properly. In addition, there was no place to hide on this small island to avoid the enemy's gaze. Although they talked calmly about swimming, they knew that swimming to escape did not depend on their skill, but on luck, which squeezed their hearts. Who would have thought the Imperial Guards would deploy the Great Red Entanglement Barrier? Damn. Their colleagues were thinking the same thing. If they were lucky, they could all escape the barrier safely, but they needed to be prepared for the worst case scenario. Some of them might not be able to get back to Tychon. Come on. They escaped from the exit point. The island was in ruins. The sky was reddened by the barrier, and projectiles were streaking across it. The pirates were still running in all directions, spreading chaos, and both nobles and paupers were following suit. On the island, it looked like the landscape at the end of the world. The harbor area is being shelled, so we should look for a cliff? Huh. What's wrong? When Jean suddenly stopped, the eyes of his companions focused on him. Isn't that guy the pirate who incited the others to jump onto the ship from the North Port? Pirate entered Jin's field of vision. He suddenly remembered how he had incited the other pirates to flee, only to do the opposite himself. Unlike his behavior in the Northern Port, he had a calm expression on his face. Another pirate, who had been running down the street, stopped beside him. In the midst of everyone else's frantic running, only the two pirates stopped. Cirrus, Elisa, are you by any chance able to read the mouths of those two pirates over there? Why? Can you? I can. Cirrus and Elisa read their lips without further question. When the captain said he was going to invest so much money in that, I thought it was a waste, but thanks to that we're still alive. Yeah. Sometimes it seems like our captain has a special insight, like knowing that someday this might happen. The other fools failed, only we survived. Jumping into the ship was real madness. Runcandle's guardian knights were holding out, and they jumped ships with a word? They are mad. Those fools have survived so far on their luck alone. So have we. Haha, the legend of the great pirate band will grow once again. In the middle of an island siege, we escaped from a regular Vermont fleet. Well, it looks like there's no one else around here. We should get going. That was all the pirates said as they walked away. The team members who had overheard the conversation through Cirrus and Elisa briefly looked each other in the eye. Something doesn't add up about what they're saying. Does it? I think they've been preparing something for just such an occasion, and it wouldn't hurt to follow them. Jean also smiled without realizing it. I don't like to rely on luck instead of skill, but it looks like this time the story will be different. Although they didn't know what the pirates had prepared, they had a feeling that they could overcome this situation impressively. Chapter 196. Escaping 1. The pirates fled, unaware that Jean and his companions were secretly following them. They stopped at a well that, like most on this abandoned island, had long since dried up and ceased to function. It appeared to be being used as a secret passageway leading somewhere. The pirates had jumped into the well. The team members looked at each other and shrugged. Is there a secret space in here, and is that captain's intention for them to hide in there? Not likely, since the captain made it sound like they could escape from the regular Vermont fleet, not hide. But they don't seem like very smart guys, so maybe they're really just hiding. And they didn't seem to realize why the fleet surrounded the island. I guess that's true. When Kashmir and Elisa spoke, the rest of the companions nodded in agreement. Let's go ahead and be prepared to swim if we have to. Let's hope they have some trick up their sleeves. Soon, they saw an iron lid covering the ground after jumping into the well one by one. It was a door of sorts, handleless and firmly closed. It seemed difficult to open from the outside without someone opening it from the inside. Of course, that applied to ordinary people. Crack. Jean tore off the iron lid with his bare hands. Oh, you've gotten stronger? Brat. Now you can tear off the iron like it's paper. Murakan said it like it was no big deal, but Cirrus trembled when he touched the bent lid. Just as they were about to go down the passage. Swing. A dagger flew toward them. It had an aura of at least 3 stars, but Jean deflected it with a simple hand motion and the dagger bounced off the ground. The pirate who had thrown the dagger didn't even bother to scream. Jean swung his saber, closing the distance. The pirate couldn't even scream as Jean closed in on him in an instant. With a snap, Jean caught the pirate in the throat. It was one of the pirates Jean had been chasing. Sorry for scaring you, but we won't hurt you. Let's go together. You have some method to get out of here, don't you? Pahak. No sooner had Jean finished speaking. Suddenly, the dark passageway was lit up with torches. The other pirates who opened the iron lid so that the other pirates could enter lit torches. Jean and his group were surprised to see so many pirates gathered under the shaft. How many are there? It wasn't 1 or 2. To the naked eye, it was dozens, if not hundreds. It was surprising that so many pirates were gathered under the well, but they were not overwhelmed. 100 or 1,000 pirates were no threat to the group. The pirates shone their torches and pointed their guns at Jean and his companions. Who the hell was the last one to arrive? Looks like they stepped on his tail, one of the pirates said. It was Chickle and Belb, a couple of nasty guys, said another. Fortunately, there aren't many who followed us. Captain, what do we do? It would be better to kill them all first. Chickle and Belb were the names of the pirates Jean and his group had followed. As the pirates talked among themselves, Jean and his friends smiled disdainfully. Silence! Someone in the crowd of pirates shouted and stepped forward. It was someone Jean knew well, the leader of this pirate gang. Cosmos, the pirate king, the one responsible for this secret passage. You seem to be the captain, Pap. As soon as Jean opened his mouth, Cosmos' eyes widened. Jean Grey? And who's that? Why are you talking all of a sudden, pirate? You bastard, you're Jean Grey. Jean pretended not to know who it was, but Cosmos spoke in a firm, confident voice. You think I'm going to forget that voice? I'm still in debt thanks to you, so it's good to see you, you bastard. Hey, Captain, what do you mean, is that Jean Grey? Jean Grey, last year's winner? The one who put our captain in debt? Jean shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Although his blonde hair and makeup made him look completely different from his usual appearance. Those who knew his real face could recognize him. Well, okay, you already know who I am, so we don't need a long story. Cosmos, you know the situation out there, right? There's a whole fleet of the Bellard Empire out there, and how do you plan to escape? I don't think they've all gathered here to hide in this passage. When Jean asked him bluntly, Cosmos shuddered. Whatever it is, do you think I'm going to help you? We don't really have anything against each other, do we? Why are you being so curt? Shut up. Because thanks to you we pirates keep bringing gold coins to your pompous friend. My friend, Baradin Zipple, that human demon. Ah, I remember. Jean Grey. Come on. He recalled the scene when Baradin bet 100,000 gold coins against Paul Mick, Dante Hyran, while shouting like this. At that time, Jin's win was 3 times bigger. After Jin's victory, Cosmos spent its days paying Baradin, who was steadily earning money. The debt was snowballing and Baradin was surprisingly inflexible about money. Cosmos had already paid off the principal, but was still paying higher interest. For anyone else to swindle Baradin's money, Zipple would be unthinkable, even for a pirate king. I'm really sorry. Well, not that I'm sorry. Don't you have to take that risk if you want to make money in those kinds of underground wrestling competitions? If Paul Mick had won, you would have been sitting on a mountain of money. Watch your mouth. Captain, stop dithering. Just kill him. There's no time, we must settle this quickly and get out. The pirates were shouting furiously and yet Cosmos was calculating in his head. It's obvious he's also an heir to a great family like Jean Runcandle or Baradin Zipple. If he were alone, it wouldn't matter, but even those who seem to be his peers are no pushovers. As Cosmos thought to himself, Murakan and Quicantle had a similar opinion of the pirates. Let's not waste any more time, brat. Let's take a few of them and the captain as hostages and get started. Why are you talking to them? I agree. We're running out of time, so let's stomp them. I want to know if there's any way off this island. As Murakan advanced, the pirates were ready to attack at any moment. Hey Cosmos, if that guy starts shaking his fists, you could all be dead for real. So let me make you a proposition. Bullshit. Listen up. We're all down here in the basement trying to get off the island in the middle of a mess. And I don't know what you've got planned, but if you let us out, I'll wipe out all your debts. What? Literally. I'm going to wipe out your debts, and I'm going to add a sizable bonus. Whoosh! The moment Cosmos unsheathed his sword, Jean unleashed an aura that drove back over 100 pirates. At the same time, Murakan lunged at Cosmos and broke his sword. Jean stared at him silently and whispered quietly so the other pirates could not hear. I wanted to tell you before you try to refuse or negotiate. My name is not Jean Grey, it's Jean Runcandle. And the Paul Mick I fought in the finals is Dante Hyran. Just like when Baradin saved Dante in the tournament final. Cosmos was someone who assessed the situation very well. Are you saying that you are Jean Runcandle? Yes. There's no way that coincidence could have led Dante Hyran and I to meet on the battlefield. Baradin Zipple was also watching. Cosmos finally understood why Baradin Zipple had saved Paul Mick, also known as the aspiring flag-bearer Jean Runcandle, in the finals. Until now he had only accepted it as a whim or a deal from those living above. The other pirates quickly realized that Cosmos, who had just been subdued in a second, was looking for an opportunity to escape. Come to think of it, the reason the fleet is up is not because of us, but because of you. But there is another condition, Jean Runcandle. Speak. After escaping from the island, swear to protect the safety of our pirate crew. That is, make sure that you, your companions, and Runcandle's guardian knights do not wipe us out. No problem with the Bellard Empire. Cosmos seemed not to know, but not only the Bellard Imperior, but also Vermont, Zipple, and Kinslow would pursue them. Although he doubted whether he should tell Cosmos that fact or not, ultimately it seemed better to ask for help first and then talk. I swear, on my honor and that of my family. Cosmos had no choice. Asking for an oath was nothing more than an empty request, and his fate had been sealed the moment Jean and his group found the well. TCH, I accept the offer, follow me. When Cosmos stood up and shouted like that, his subordinates bowed their heads as if they didn't understand the language. Captain, it looks like they threatened you somehow, so don't try to be heroic. What if they hit us and we can't handle them? They don't seem like the kind of people we can easily handle. Jean Grey, he also seemed to be a giant like Paul Mick or Baradin Zipple. Well, there's plenty of room for him. Will he really eliminate our debts? The previous confident attitude suddenly disappeared. If the leader bowed, his subordinates would follow. Anyway, Cosmos, what's the plan? Are you sure it will work? When Jean asked this as he followed the pirates, Cosmos smiled meaningfully. His attitude seemed to say that even if you were a run candle, you would be surprised to see it. After a moment, they reached the end of the corridor and came upon a cliff. Below the cliff was a cavity, and in the middle of it was a large pirate ship. It was as if there was a ship somewhere deep underground. Even more pirates were busily working there than those who had come together. Her name is Order 7. We'll make our getaway on that. What a fancy name. How the hell do we do that? For now, just hop on. It's easy. There isn't a drop of water underground to keep Order 7 afloat. Besides, there was no way to escape by boat from a cavity sealed on all sides. Reluctantly, the pirates began to board the ship as instructed by Cosmos. Jean and his companions also hurried to board the ship. Blow it up! The moment Cosmos shouted, the cliff that formed the cavity began to collapse. The pirates had set off magic bombs they had installed beforehand. Boom! At the same time, a literally huge jet of water began to flow from the destroyed cliff. Surprisingly, when the cliff collapsed, the sea appeared directly. Fly, Order 7. Order 7 was swept away by the stream of water and flew into the sea. Chapter 197. Escaping. 2. We shouldn't fly, Jean shouted out of reflex. But the ship was already running into the sea like a cannon. Don't worry. The Empire's magic doesn't work on this. The ship had no wings and was not a living creature. Besides, Order 7 didn't actually fly, so Cosmos knew they wouldn't be detected by the Great Red Entanglement Barrier. Flying on a ship was an unusual experience. Not even Jean, who was from the Great Runcandle family, Kashmir, who was once a member of royalty, Elisa, who once belonged to the Special Operations Unit, including Cirrus, who was the heir to the Hidden Palace, and also the dragons who had lived for thousands of years, had experienced this. Ka! Although the water pressure from the stream blocking the wall only temporarily blew them away, the group could not keep their mouths shut. How could a simple pirate prepare something like this? That's what Jean and his companions were thinking. Cosmos had pre-planned a ship underground on the island, so they could escape at any time in case of emergency. Ha 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 ha. It's for this kind of thing that we created ships like Order 7, so Order 1 through 6 had probably been used in the same way. His companions could barely hear Cosmos' boisterous laughter. They were experiencing incredible pressure such as they had never felt before as the ship shot up like a projectile. On the other hand, it seemed familiar to the pirates. Like excited monkeys, they all screamed with joy and enjoyed the incredible speed of the ship. Jin's cheeks puffed out in the wind. If he opened his eyes while facing the wind, his eyelids would be inverted. Not to mention that his hair was already a mess right now. Looking down, he could see other ships. They were the fleet of the Bellard Empire, laying siege to the island, and the men on their decks looked up, dumbfounded as if in disbelief. Order 7, flew past them like a bird. After flying past them, it flew on for a while longer, plummeting into the ocean in the distance. It was an unreal scene. The fleet commanders could not direct their weapons or magic against Order 7. They simply stood in awe, wondering how the hell they did this. Ha ha ha. Now we're going down. Hold on tight. Before Cosmos could say that, Jean and his companions had already dug their fingers into the cracks in the deck. It was doubtful that the ship would survive the impact. If the sea didn't hold, the Order 7 would shatter. But the only doubters were Jean, his companions, and the Bellard Empire fleet. Boom! Splash! Water surged everywhere like a tidal wave. It was the result of the ship falling into the sea, and at the same time a sound of something breaking was heard. It was the sound of the ship's components breaking apart as the ship shook. Debris flew out. So many fragments of wood flew that it seemed unbelievable, and the deck broke completely and bounced upwards. Despite everything, the pirates were busy laughing and chatting. Looks like it went much better this time. Even those words could be heard. It really was all smashed up. Surprisingly, when the rising jet of water subsided, Order 7 moved forward nonchalantly and gracefully. The keel was in perfect condition. Phew! Jean sighed without realizing it. When he turned back, the island and the fleet looked the size of a beanstalk. You know how we pirates survive among monsters like you? It's because of things like this. Neither the Empire nor the Imperial fleet can chase us at sea. It seems the ship is quite damaged. I also heard a rumbling sound from the direction of the keel. The deck is completely destroyed. How can we escape the pursuit on this ship? Cosmos patted Jean on the shoulder and laughed. Well, the sea loves us. Don't worry, when the emergency repairs are completed, those guys will be at a point in 30 minutes and won't be seen for an hour. Repairers, begin your work. Crewmen, take over. The pirates, who had been laughing their heads off at Cosmos' words, ran to their posts in unison, leaving only Jean and Cosmos standing with nothing to do. Unbelievable. How did you do that? It wouldn't be good if you knew our trade secret. But anyone who experiences something like that can only ask. Hee, something even Runcandle can't do. That's why I'm the Pirate King. The others were still in shock. Why on earth would someone with this kind of ability become a pirate? He wanted to ask but held back. He seemed to take great pride in his profession as a pirate, and now it was time to say thank you. Well, thanks anyway. You got me off the island in one piece. Humph, that's a bit of an exaggeration. You wouldn't have escaped if it wasn't for me. Keep your word, you took an oath, and I need to be able to trust you. As long as my companions and I make it safely to shore, I'll have no problem keeping my promise. What's our route? We will sail undeviating to the neighboring kingdom of Zane, and then replenish our supplies on the island of our nearby allies. It will only take 2 weeks. Get off there and be on your way. How much money will you give? More than you can imagine. It will be as much money as you make in those clandestine tournaments you do. Even if I gave him more money, he wouldn't mind. In the midst of the chaos, running away in Murakan or Quicantle was the worst option. But then came Cosmos. Not only that, thanks to Jean participating in the Cosmos tournament last year, he met with Baradin and Dante and got a map of the Cologne archaeological site. In fact, Cosmos was practically Jin's only benefactor. JJ. Cosmos laughed. We only took you because we had no other options. We don't trust the way Runcandle does things. Don't they kill everyone when they feel safe? There's even a chance you might kill us, since we're not even customers, just pirates. Is that what you want me to do? It's just a figure of speech. Unlike us, you seem to take the oath very seriously, so don't change it now. Haha, it's exciting. Remember that you have to pay the debt and the reward for this job separately. Of course, you did a great job. The peerless benefactor, Pirate King Cosmos, wasn't worried at all. That is, even when he was informed of the possibility of persecution not only by the Bellard Empire, but also by the great forces of Vermont and the Zippel Wizards. Anyway, they chase us all the time, and they don't catch us like now. Maybe they'll send a dragon this time. No matter how fast Order 7 is, it can't outrun a dragon. Do you think we're fools? We're going to hide for years with the money you send us. There are so many islands in the world. How could they possibly check them all? So don't worry and just send the money. June 18, 1797. When all his companions were together again in Tychon, Jin's first act was to send the pirates of Cosmos the gold bars. He also wrote them a letter. As long as you do nothing improper, if you behave yourselves, I will someday give you a home in Huffaster, and you should consider rehabilitation. Young master. Gilly's eyes narrowed as soon as she saw Jean. It had been an agonizing wait for her, from her departure for the Great Mitra Desert to her involvement in the compass-stealing operation upon her return. But she didn't make a fuss. As a soldier before she was Jin's nanny, she recognized him at a glance. The fact that Jean was really strong now. You've grown up and got what you wanted. Gilly smiled as she held out the golden compass to Jean. Turns out everyone said goodbye to you because of this. While you were gone, I worked with the Turkey team to figure out how to use it. Just like any other artifact, it works by injecting magical power into it. There are many other things to tell, but you may want me to start with this one, right? Yes. I can't wait to check it out. and I'm craving some of Gilly's food after all this time. I'll have them ready as soon as we're done. Grabbing the compass, Jean calmly began injecting magic into it. Ding, ding dong, crick. The components inside the compass began to rotate, and the next moment, the magic reflected on the surface of the compass drew a map in the air. This is the continent? At first glance, it looked like an ordinary travel artifact map, except that it was a bit larger and had a more intense color. But what made the group startled were the red dots scattered all over the continent. Those red dots were concentrated in the lands of Vermont and Zippel, and in Luther's magical federation. Some could barely be seen in Huffaster's Union, and others were scattered in other areas. Could it be that they are all contractors? I suspect so, Lord Kashmir, and almost all of them are gathered on the Zippel and Vermont side. It was not a map showing the exact location of the contractors. The red dots were just marks indicating the number of contractors in each region. All of the dots only shown in the center of each area. It did not show the appearance or status of contractors. But if there were red dots in a region, it meant there were contractors there, which was enough for a force like Zippel. They could scout and find anything with their limited resources and manpower. In particular, it would be very easy to search if the land was small and had only one red dot, like the Mummet Lawless Zone shown on the compass. On the other hand, large places with several red dots would seem difficult to find even with a compass. I looked at it several times before you came, but the position of the red dot changes subtly every day. Maybe it's because the contractor is moving. She got goosebumps. Good thing Enya, Yuria, and I left Tychon half a year ago. I don't know what those Zippels would have done if we'd stayed. Zippel must have been aware of the fact that there were 3 contractors in Tychon from the beginning. The free city of Tychon is an island. Therefore, unlike other places, if the red dots were present, there would be no need to limit their scope. The same would be true for 1 or more dots. If we had continued like this, there would be 3 red dots on Tychon. Like now? Jean paused, looking at Tychon on the map. For some reason, not a single red dot was glowing on Tychon, even though all 3 contractors Jean, Yuria, and Enya were there. No way. Is this fake? Why isn't there a red dot on Tychon? At Jin's words, all his companions looked in the same direction. That's strange. It seemed like there was a function to search for a contractor. After a red dot appeared in Shuttering Kingdom 3 days ago, today morning a small news appeared that someone who made a contract with the Shell God appeared in Shuttering Kingdom. Note, he can also be called Clam God. The Shell God. Was his name Almango or Olungo? Anyway, are you saying that even those lesser gods are marked with a red dot? That friend is so incompetent he's not even worthy of being called a god. Murakan snorted, but the others remained stone-faced. Something is wrong. If Gilly's words are true, the object is real. But why are there no contractors on Tychon? Quicantle, who had been watching, looked at Jean and Murakan as if something had occurred to him. You two, step outside for a moment. Why so suddenly? Go outside. Where to? Outside Tychon. Chapter 198. Rumors and Pursuers? 1. Unexpectedly, Jean and Murakan were expelled as soon as they returned home. They also used the transfer gateway to go to Manji Island in the Western Sea. What madness is this, expelling people all of a sudden? What's going on? Murakan grumbled, and Quicantle looked up. There are no changes in the compass. Enya, this time you have to go out. Me too. Enya was sent away, equally to Manji Island in the Hidden Palace. Then there was a change in the compass. As soon as Enya arrived on Manji Island, a red dot appeared on the compass map. Well, I understand more or less. It seems that this compass cannot detect Soderette contractors. But if they are close to Jean, shouldn't the other contractors also be tracked? A red dot appeared when Enya traveled to Manji Island, but it disappeared when she returned to Tychon. I will take Enya and Yuria out. When Jean took them out, red dots appeared on the compass map on Manji Island. The 2 red dots belonged to Yuria and Enya. Jean left Tychon alone again. The compass did not generate red dots in Tychon or on Manji Island. It's strange. It's true that the compass cannot track Jean, but it's not that Enya and Yuria are unaffected and not exposed to tracking, right? Since then, Enya and Yuria have traveled to other areas besides Manji Island a few times. Every time, the results were the same with or without Jean. That is, when they traveled alone, red dots would eventually appear on the map. There must be something in Taiken, Quicantle concluded. A mirror? It was the only thing Jean could think of. Then, the same experiment was conducted with a mirror. Before an hour passed, the companions were able to realize that the mirror had the effect of concealing the contractor from the compass. So, to summarize, Jean is not exposed to detection without the mirror, Yuria, and Enya neither, and as long as the mirror is in Taiken, this is a safe zone from detection for the contractors. The compass couldn't search for a god with more than a certain amount of power, or their contractor. Since the mirror had the sealing properties of both Cullum, the ancient god, and Sodaret, it further hindered the compass's functioning. So if we had stayed. Still, there would have been a low chance of the girl, the fan, and the ice cream cone being exposed by the compass. Even if they were exposed when they left Taiken, it wasn't something that could be immediately found. The fact that Andre Zippel was unable to locate Yuria in the past was probably due to the limitations of his abilities. Still, it wasn't all in vain. From now on, Jean and company would know the approximate locations of contractors around the world, and from there they could deduce whether Zippel had kidnapped them or not. If the red dots suddenly started converging in the Magic Federation of Lutero, it would be an unequivocal sign of a kidnapping. That wasn't all. If a new contractor appears, someone we need, we can search for them before or at the same time as Zippel. They also confirmed once again that Taiken was a safe zone, so their 6 months of hard work were not in vain. We should create a task force to check the compass daily. Lord Kashmir, I'm counting on you. Understood, young master. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief now that I know my daughter is not being pursued. Young master, I will tell you about the other reports. Yes, please. First, you might want to take a look at this. Gilly spread a newspaper on the table and spoke. Pirate Island, Bellard Empire. A skilled, unknown individual with a magical black helmet has appeared. Is he a hero or a villain? PFT. Haha, haha. Hero villain. Ah, this is madness, kid. Murakin nudged Jean with his elbow and laughed. And Cirrus also chuckled. The article said something like this. A mysterious strong man called Barmal, who uses the power of lightning, could be the new contractor of the storm god Fatel, marking the appearance of a storm contractor after 288 years. He doesn't seem to belong to any major force, as both the Zippel family and the Vermont Empire have expressed their desire to make contact with him. The appearance of such a powerful figure that both empires desire to capture is extremely rare. Runcandle has not taken a stance yet, and his future moves are highly anticipated. According to eyewitnesses, he was described as a blond man with a handsome face and a libertine appearance. However, he might have been in disguise. It's unclear why he came to the island. Some say his objective was to clean up the pirate zone, while others believe he was seeking wealth in the casinos. The island's inhabitants only hope that this new comet shaking the continent is a good omen. At this point, Jean couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Hundreds of media outlets had already published news like this. I hoped that my name would spread widely at some point, but this is embarrassing. While Murakin laughed, Jean thought about the information that had been hidden in the articles. Nowhere does it mention Kinzalo and the compass. There's no mention of Chukon Tolder or Carl Zippel being there, no mention of the Runcandle Guardian Knights, not a single line about the Special Forces and the Imperial Guard. The focus is on me, the pirates, and the gambling house. In other words, Runcandle, Zippel, Vermont, and Kinzalo, these 4 major forces had already controlled the media. The fact that Zippel and Vermont publicly expressed their desire to meet with me means that they have no idea who I am, and they don't expect to find out anytime soon. Otherwise, there would be no reason to make such a statement. Without the rest of the world knowing, it was Zippel and Vermont's way of setting a trap for Jean, and if caught, they would capture or kill him by force. And with these articles as a motive, Those who had doubts or resentments towards me have obtained many clues. Those who had encountered Jean, wearing a magical black helmet, so to speak. Among them, Kuzan and Beres, who fought in the kingdom of Delki, and Rats, the assassin who met them at Quicantel's cabin. Now they had a solid lead to locate Jean. If he used the Myalta rune anywhere in the future and left a witness, they would close in on Jean. They were not the only ones. The four great powers and other powerful families and organizations would not remain idle. Jean quickly became a celebrity, not as Jean Runcandle or Jin Grey, but as Barmel. Those who have seen the Myalta rune will search more diligently. Kuzan and Beres, I suspect they and that assassin Rats will be the most persistent. Kids, do you think they will become your opponents now? They probably will. It seems you have acquired a new power thanks to your stay in the land of legends, young master. I haven't seen it, but judging by Zippel and Vermont's actions, I assume it's a great power. You'll be surprised when you see it, Strawberry Tart. We took a glimpse when we were coming here, and it was mind-blowing. Kid, show Strawberry Tart later. With the shadow sword. Of course. Jean felt a little embarrassed. But on the other hand, Gilly was very happy. Now let's order and drink together after such a long time, everyone. Seeing everyone gathered here in Tychon again makes me nostalgic, Gilly said. That day, Cirrus also enjoyed the party with his colleagues instead of returning to the hidden palace. While most of his colleagues laughed and talked, Cirrus didn't speak much but hid his inner joy, while Jean and his companions enjoyed the party all night in Tychon. In a secret villa in Huffister, a few gathered. They were Joshua and his followers. The power of the black helmet and the power of lightning. What do you think? Joshua looked at Kazan and Beres, who stood behind him. On the table was a newspaper with the same news Jean had read. Some time ago, after sorting out their thoughts, both of them swore loyalty to Joshua. If it weren't for him, who would become the next ruler of Runcandle, they wouldn't be able to exact revenge on the contractor of Soderette and the Black Dragon. I suspect it could be him, Kazan replied. Beres looked at the young man sitting next to Joshua, with a wide smile on his face. Is it because of the black helmet? He asked. Yes, after that day we searched everywhere, but we've never seen anyone wearing a helmet like that. Since he's a magic swordsman, he could have infused lightning magic into his sword, Joshua explained, exhaling smoke from his cigarette. Yes, that's what I thought too. Don't you think Barmal might be the Soderette contractor we were looking for? Joshua nodded at Kazan's question. Well, I'm not sure, and if it weren't for the new information, I would probably have come to the same conclusion as you, that he was putting on a show to hide that he's a Soderette contractor. What new information do we have? Kazan asked. It wasn't a trick. The lightning technique used by this Barmal character wasn't revealed in the media, but he instantly killed 5 powerful White Wolf warriors with that lightning technique, Joshua said, causing both Kazan and Beres to tighten their lips. They hadn't received any information about the Soderette contractor since Taymun Marius's death. Then, a powerful person appeared wearing a black helmet, and they knew it had to be him, but what he used wasn't a shadow technique. It was a lightning technique. Kazan and Beres couldn't understand it at all. What surprised them more than learning about the 5 powerful White Wolf warriors being killed was the possibility that Barmal might not be their enemy. Damn it! 5 powerful White Wolf warriors? Obviously, they're different people. If his magical achievements were that great, either Kazan or I would have been roasted alive when we encountered him. Who the hell is Barmal? He doesn't seem to be a mage. Beres spoke with a defiant look, licking her lips as she sat next to Joshua, observing the young man's expressionless face. Hey you, are you really the Fatel contractor? I thought Barmal was. The young man's eyes turned fierce. Soon, his body began to tremble with the electricity emanating from him. Stop! Upon Joshua's words, the young man's face returned to its emotionless state. 5 high-ranking white wolves with a single strike. What do you think, Julian? Can you do the same? I cannot, the young man calmly replied, and Joshua shook his head. Then it seems it's time for you to strengthen your power. Beres was satisfied. Ever since she encountered Julian after getting close to Joshua, she had been tormenting him for her own amusement. Under the table, Julian's hands trembled, not out of anger towards Beriz, but out of fear towards Joshua. Chapter 199. Rumors and Pursuers. 2. Jick. Siren broke the seal of the letter with his index finger. It had been a long time since he received his last letter, almost 7 months ago. In other words, 7 months had passed since Siren's last unique entertainment. It's been a long time since I covered myself in demon blood. But my lord's enjoyment is worth it. Khan smiled inwardly. The lack of correspondence from Kashmir lately had unsettled his stomach, as he had no idea where the young master was at the moment. Fortunately, the long-awaited letter seemed to be filled with phrases that satisfied his lord's heart. The Sword of Legends and the Sword of Shadows. The description of the two swords caught Siren's attention for a moment. I heard there's a man named Barmal out there. Have you heard anything? Yes, his name came up in a family meeting. They said he might be a contractor of Fatel. I don't know if he was alone or had associates, but he killed 5 general white wolves on an island in the Bellard Empire, so he doesn't seem like an ordinary man. They'll be shocked when they find out he was the youngest. Really? Do something about it. And make sure the standard-bearers don't pay too much attention to him. Understood. Siren continued reading the letter. There was nothing about the compass, only details about his visit to La Ferosa and his fight against Kinzalo and Zippel. The assistance of Cirrus from the Hidden Palace was also mentioned without fail. Siren didn't feel bad knowing that Kashmir had deliberately hidden information. After all, this was not his calculation, but the calculation of his youngest son. Ha 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 ha. The ground around him faintly vibrated at Siren's boisterous laughter. It seems he's having fun, my lord. You'd laugh too if you read this. The first page of Siren's letter said, Dear Lord Siren, last night at a drinking gathering, young Master Jean told me something surprising. I think I can now compete with my father. Oh, what an incredible story. Khan's expression hardened. The ghost sword seems to have gone crazy. Even if the youngest son said it, it must be properly interpreted and reported. I will go right now and give him a stern warning. Khan, have you ever heard of a beast race called the Legends? Yes, I know they were an unknown species that was defeated 5,000 years ago, leading to their extinction. It seems the youngest has encountered some of the Legends through some kind of trial imposed by Sodaret, and there is one of them, a person named Tushan, battle goddess, who, according to Jean, is a force to be reckoned with. Khan was speechless. There was no human in the world who could rival Siren in terms of skill. Moreover, it was said that the Legends race had been destroyed 5,000 years ago. To Khan, it was an absurd story. However, the youngest and the ghost sword wouldn't lie about it. Khan patiently waited for Siren to speak again. The young one's logic is that, since he has competed with Tushan, battle goddess, he can do the same with me. Haha. It's so cute it almost makes me cry. Honestly, I think it's just a comment from a young person who doesn't have enough experience in battles yet. Although he's growing quickly, he's still just a 17-year-old, isn't he? Khan was someone who had seen all of Siren's children, as well as all the other pure-blood descendants of the second generation of Runcandle, when they were 17. Even Luna, who had always been recognized as the strongest among them, had been unable to compete with Siren at 17, so it was natural for Khan not to believe the contents of the letter. Khan. Yes, my lord. He never told me he could do something that I couldn't. Upon hearing that, Khan tilted his head in disbelief. I misspoke. I didn't mean to be critical, but I'm also curious this time. Will the young one be able to take responsibility for his words? If, as you say, he only said it because he is still ignorant of the world, I would be very disappointed. Khan immediately recognized the meaning behind Siren's words. Siren wanted to see for himself what Jean was capable of. Should we quietly take the young one to the Black Sea? Siren shook his head. No, that's not necessary. You don't mean to tell me that the family head will personally visit Tychon? That would be too harsh for him. If Siren personally visited Tychon, the world's attention would immediately focus on him. For Jean, Tychon would no longer be a safe haven. All kinds of major powers would start sending people there. Siren stroked his chin and smiled meaningfully. Do you have the paper? Here it is. Siren moved the quill and began writing. The smile didn't leave his face as he wrote. In moments like this, Khan felt amazed. Ever since Luna had abdicated her throne, their family head had been completely devoid of laughter. When he finished, Siren handed the paper to Khan. Khan's eyes widened when he saw the recipient's name at the top of the letter. This person is. The letter was unsealed and unmarked, and its contents were illegible. Khan put it in his pocket without checking its contents. He wouldn't look at it until it was in the hands of the recipient. Khan. Yes. Deliver the letter and have your butler, Heinz, bring 2 bottles of royal melodic wine in my name. Give 1 bottle to Talaris and bring me the other one within 10 days. Very well, then, I bid you farewell. July 21st, 1797. 2 men in blue uniforms and red hoods arrived at the free city of Tychon. This attire was worn by the Vermont Special Division/Force only for official activities, and the red masks were allowed only for the Special Division leaders. The code name of the 3rd team leader of the Special Division was Lars, and the leader of the 4th team was Chris. As soon as they appeared at the portal, the security forces of Tychon immediately went on high alert. It was understandable since 2 Special Division leaders had suddenly appeared in a peaceful city like that. The patrols on the outskirts took less than 10 minutes to report their arrival to the patrol captain, Elisa. They are not chasing after Quicantle and Enya. Quicantle and Enya were being unofficially sought by Vermont. If they were here to capture them, they wouldn't have come alone, or at least would have come in a covert operation. Have they found any clues about young Master Jean? Fortunately, it didn't seem to be the case. The visit was unexpected, but they were polite enough to request to see Cashimir's mansion. Cashimir's mansion was the home of the leader of the 7 colored peacocks. Among them, those who had once belonged to the former royal families of Vermont were the ones who knew Rats and Chris. Of course, being known didn't mean they were close. The 7 colored peacocks consisted of those who had been exiled along with Kashimir, so they had an uneasy relationship. The members of the 7 colored peacocks who were waiting in the city informed Jin's group about their visit. It doesn't seem like they've come for us. I can't think of any reason. Just in case, young master, hide in another room with Miss Enya and Lady Quicantle. I'll meet with them, find out what they're up to, and send them back as soon as possible. The 7 colored peacocks, along with Kashimir, were urgently summoned and gathered in the reception hall. Kashimir and the Special Division leaders were unarmed, but there was a palpable tension between them. It was a natural flow because it was a meeting between an exiled royal descendant of the royal family and the Special Division directly commanded by the Emperor. Thank you for receiving us, Lord Kashimir, said a Special Division leader in a courteous yet cold tone. Kashimir smiled in response. What is the purpose of your visit? I know you must be busy with important matters, so please tell me what it's about. Chris, the leader of the 4th team of the Special Division, took out a paper from his pocket. It was a check with the seal of the Vermont Emperor, and Kashimir couldn't help but have his eyes light up upon seeing it. What is this? His Majesty requests the cooperation of the Order of the 7 Colors. The payment is 50,000 gold coins, and it is to ensure the safety of a person named Barmel. Once the job is completed, His Majesty will grant double the amount in gold. Ha! Chuck! Kashimir tore up the check. Lord Kashimir, this is an act of treason against the imperial family and a direct disrespect to the Emperor. I don't believe the current Emperor is honorable enough to speak of such matters, Captain Chris. Go back. Tell the Emperor that I will not accept any deals with him. You don't understand, Lord Kashimir. Don't you know that Barmel has recently become a major topic of conversation in society? His Majesty only wishes to speak with him before Zippel does. So if you cooperate with us. Nonsense! Kashimir suddenly stood up and shouted. You mean to say you don't see in your eyes the descendants of the ancient royalists of Great Vermont? I lost my position as a prince and we were betrayed. Do you dare to think that you can play with us in this manner? As Kashmir fiercely glared with bloodshot eyes, the Special Division leaders maintained their calm demeanor. After a moment of silence, Rat spoke. We will ignore the disrespectful remarks about His Majesty. Instead, I hope you forgive us for interrupting your rest. We will leave now. The Special Division leaders picked up the torn check and stood up from their seats. They immediately retraced their steps, and Kashmir finally calmed his anger after confirming they had disappeared. I gave a good performance after a long time. Kashmir's anger was false. In fact, even if his anger were genuine, revealing it to the leaders was nothing more than an intentional act. Yes, it was good. I had to appear as a fool dragged by ancient emotions, unable to forget my former position, so that the Emperor thinks he can do whatever he wants with my family and this land at any time. Jean had not yet heard why Kashmir became an exiled prince. He was waiting for Kashmir to tell him himself one day. I don't believe the Emperor sent people just to mock me. He must be curious, even wanted the seven-colored peacocks to collaborate with the Special Division. It's probably because of the incident with Quicantle and Enya. Rats saw me with them wearing the black helmet, so Vermont's side would have likely assumed that if they captured me, they would know the whereabouts of the two. 50,000 gold coins, what a waste. It could have been an opportunity to reimburse the money I gave to Cosmos. Haha. At that moment, Jet ran towards them breathlessly. My lord, Lord Kashmir. My eardrums are going to burst, Jet. An unidentified person has come to see you, saying they wanted to support the seven-colored peacocks with a special donation. That's something the officers and staff should handle. Besides, what do you mean by unidentified? Well, given that the amount of the donation is not normal, it seems they brought a large ship filled with gold coins. So the members rushed to check it, but no one seems to know who that person is. No one? Today is a day with many unusual visitors. Where is that person now? They are on their way to the mansion. Chapter 200. Identity of the Mysterious Person. The information agency Chilsejo, Chirsekjo, Seven-Colored Peacock, is one of the world's most important organizations. It is a group that knows almost all the important information about powerful families in the world. However, even the elite members of Chilsejo, Chirsekju, Seven-Colored Peacock, couldn't guess the true identity of this noble woman with her brown hair tied up in an elegant bun. It was understandable. She had arrived by ship, and there were no records of her identity. There was no family crest on her dress, and there were barely any facial details that could be used to identify her. Furthermore, she had arrived with a large amount of gold coins on a massive ship, without any servants accompanying her. Even when the workers on the ship, sweating as they unloaded the gold, were questioned, the answer was always the same. If they're from the seven-colored peacocks, bring carts to transport the gold as soon as possible. Undoubtedly, she was an unusual person. Even the visit of the Special Division leaders was insignificant compared to the appearance of someone like her in sequence. In any case, the noblewoman approached the mansion with an elegant stride. When Jet explained the situation, Kashmir and Jean shrugged. I suppose she's a great person who has already retired. Well, I never imagined receiving sponsorship like this when I was in the dark alleys, but I feel like I'm rising again. I guess one must live in the bright lights after all. If someone brings so much gold on a ship, they surely have some purpose, like delivering a request that is hard to fulfill or wanting information they can't get elsewhere, Kashmir said. Well, she could also be giving it in good faith, couldn't she? To give as much gold as fills an entire ship? Even if it were less than expected, it would be over 100,000 gold coins. Well, the lord beside me gave half of that money to a band of pirates recently. Wasn't that out of kindness? That was the price, Jet. Well, if I were the lord, I wouldn't have given them 50,000 but only 5,000. If they asked for more, I'd settle it with force. I envy that guy. Enough with the nonsense, and if you envy Cosmos, I'll give you a bonus. That's what I call goodwill. Wow, thanks. I'll never leave this place, even if I die in the process. Well, She seems like a strange person anyway. So why don't you send one of the 7-colored peacocks, Lord Kashmir? Jean pushed Jet, who had gotten too close, and said, That's what I have in mind. If she's a pure sponsor, we should treat her with great respect, and if not, just politely dismiss her. Bran Pulley, the youngest member of the 7-colored peacocks, stepped out of the mansion to greet the noblewoman. And 30 minutes later, when Bran returned to the mansion after chatting and laughing with the noblewoman, holy sh*t. Oh my God! Jean and Kashmir, who were waiting for him on the balcony of the 2nd floor, couldn't help but hold their breath. Not because, judging by Bran's mood, there was a possibility that she was a pure benefactor. Who is she? It was because the elderly woman with neatly groomed gray hair was someone truly formidable. Her firm hands, which had clearly wielded weapons all her life, were covered by silk gloves, and tightly compressed muscles were hidden beneath a clean and elegant dress. Jean and Kashmir had never seen her before, but they could immediately tell that she was someone formidable. She wasn't simply a wealthy old woman. Though they didn't know her, it was evident that she had been legendary somewhere and at some point as a formidable warrior. The elderly woman simply walked with a smile on her face. And as powerful warriors often do, she concealed her power. Her unique control of aura was an art in itself, hidden from the recognition of those with senses below the 8 stars. The elderly woman looked up and smiled at Jean and Kashmir. She had located their position as soon as they crossed the mansion gates, despite Jean and Kashmir also suppressing their aura. It's surprising, isn't it? Do you know her, young master? No, I have no idea. Hey, you two. What's going on all of a sudden? Is that old woman someone important? When the special division leaders arrived, both the staff and the 7-colored peacocks were in a frenzy. But the fact that no one recognized the appearance of this old monster sent shivers down their spines. It seems we'll have to go and see for ourselves. You go first, Lord Kashmir. I'll notify the other comrades. Jet, go and bring Lady Elisa quickly. Then I'll issue a special emergency order for the 7-colored peacocks. They had to prepare for the possibility of something unfortunate happening with the presence of the elderly woman. So their strong comrades were essential. Moreover, their instincts told them something. For some reason, it seems like this old woman knew I was here and came to find me. Who could she be? The question was answered as soon as Quicantle arrived. What is this aura? It's similar to the one emitted by the terror of the Anti-Mountains. No, it's her, I believe. This unpleasant energy can only be hers. Quicantle said in a rigid tone. The terror of the Anti-Mountains? 40 years ago, dragons never approached the Anti-Mountains because if they dared to set foot there, they would be crippled for life or die. Because of that woman. I've never heard that story before. Yes, it's probably the case. Dragons never speak of their shameful past to humans. And that woman, Vanessa Olsen, was not well known in human society. Why was someone of her skill unknown in the land of humans? Vanessa Olsen rarely revealed her identity in human society. There weren't even witnesses to her few battles. Even the dragons gave her the nickname Terror of the Anti-Mountains. Actually, it's not that they gave her the nickname, but rather they naturally called her that. She was a dragon hunter, so to speak. By any chance, is she here to attack Murakin and Quicantle? No, it's unlikely. After Vanessa ceased her activities, too much time has passed according to human standards, and I've never heard of her hunting someone down. I thought she was dead, but it seems she's alive. Murakin, who was listening, raised his head. There are strange humans everywhere. According to what Jet said, she brought a lot of money. Did she do that as compensation to be able to kill us? If so, she's a very arrogant woman. Murakin, you need to let go of the memories of your golden age. Now, you can't even face Vanessa Olsen in a one-on-one fight. If you say it like that, it just makes me want to see how strong she really is. While they were talking, Vanessa entered the first-floor salon with Kashmir. Jean decided to confront Vanessa directly after thinking about it for a moment. He was also concerned about leaving Kashmir alone to face such an intimidating person. Murakin, Don't make any more noise and wait right next to Quicantle Nim. Ha, I don't know how strong you have to be for my power to return. If it recovered even half, Quicantle wouldn't be saying such nonsense. Sometimes it feels like my recovery speed is too slow. Leaving the muttering Murakan behind, Jean descended to the salon. He wasn't carrying a sword. It was better to approach the other as a guest until they showed their fangs. Maybe. Suddenly, he thought that this person might have been sent by his father. No matter how much he thought about it, it didn't seem likely that someone of her caliber would come to seek Tychon on behalf of a benefactor. Lord Kashmir must have already sent a report to my father about my achievements, and he would have included a mention of the Sword of Laws and the Shadow Sword. Maybe that's why he sent someone to assess my abilities. Unlike Kashmir, who tried to maintain composure, Vanessa was relaxed and scanning the room. The others in the mansion still seemed unaware of her abilities. That meant she had complete control over her powers. For Bran Pulley, the first to greet her, Vanessa appeared to be a benefactor with a pure purpose. The journey to the mansion cleared any doubts about her intentions. I'm late in my introduction, my lady. My name is Jean Grey, in charge of Team One of the Seven-Colored Peacocks. You must be the boy who was sitting with Lord Kashmir on the balcony. You're so young and already leading a team in this prestigious agency. You must be very talented. Haha. Yes, although my title is team leader, most of my tasks are errands. Is that so? Well, I don't think someone running errands would try to join a meeting of the higher-ups in the Seven-Colored Peacocks. Haha, actually, Jean is my nephew. I made him the leader of Team 1 just to keep him out of trouble. It seems he also wants to show his gratitude as a member of the Seven-Colored Peacocks. When Bran spoke, Jean nodded. At that moment, Vanessa stood up from her seat, indicating that it was time to leave. She then approached Bran to shake his hand. Anyway, it was a pleasure meeting you, Bran. I hope there isn't a statue of me in this city just because I donated a large amount of funds. That wouldn't live up to the name of Free City. Are you leaving already? Oh no, at least we should eat something and chat. You can't leave like this. Hee hee, lately I've been enjoying surprise donations, so I'm quite busy. Anyway, it was a pleasure meeting you. I feel the same way, but do you really not want anything else? It's all right, Sir Bran. I would like to ask you a small favor in return. And oh, I don't intend to make any unreasonable demands in the name of sponsorship, of course. I was hoping you wouldn't do that. Please tell me what you need, Lady Vanessa. Vanessa's gaze turned towards Jean. I would like to borrow your nephew for a while, as I need a guide, and I believe young Master Jean is the right person. Even if we can't eat, I don't think it would hurt to take a stroll in Free City before I leave. Bran glanced quickly at Jean and Kashmir, and Jean could be certain in that moment when Vanessa spoke. Now I'm pretty sure this is a person my father sent to assess my abilities. Even if he was completely wrong, even if he risked a total failure by following Vanessa alone, Jean had one last resort to escape from her. So he responded, I will serve you with all my heart, my lady. The glorious moment has finally arrived for me, who usually does low-level work. That sounds splendid, young Master Jean. I look forward to your service.